Hi everyone, welcome back in another exciting video where we're going to be creating this awesome project. So this project that we're going to be creating is storing our UI components. Not only we can be able to store them, to modify them if we want to, and to save them into the database so we can be able to reuse them. So I came up with this idea because I found that every time that I want to create a new project, so I need to create new components from the ground up, and it was a little bit tedious for me. So I thought, why not store all the components that I'm creating in one place? And that's why I created this application. So I call this application UI shelf, and we're having this is for the navbar, the sign in and the sign up button, and we're gonna use Next.js, of course, React, Tailwind CSS, Clerk for authentication, and MongoDB. So here, as you can see in this landing page, we're having also the text, manage and create your UI components effortlessly, and the benefits that the user will get if he sign in, and also the let's get started button, and also a snapshot of the application just to get people hooked in and to sign into the application. And finally, we're having the key feature telling people what are the features and the benefits from using this application. So we're having the centralized component library, the reusable components, and the version control and history. So all of that we are going to create in this application. So now enough talking, and let's get into the application. So I'm going to click on the sign in, and I'm going to connect with my Google account, and then we are going to access to our application. So here, so that's the main dashboard of the application. So the name, the same thing that we showed into the landing page. So let's get started with the first element in here, which is this sidebar. So we're going to have three sections. We're going to have the home, which is the main dashboard. Also, we're going to have the projects if we want to access to the projects, and we're having this beautiful window to be able to access the project that we want. So I'm going to talk about this more extensively. And finally, we're having the favorites components. So here we can be able to manage all the components that we set as favorites so we can be able to access to them more quickly. So here in the top bar, as you can see, we're having some text in here. And also in the search, if I click on the search, we can be able to access to the search input. And the good thing here, we're gonna have this beautiful live search. So if I type in something, as you can see, we're having all the elements listed that we found for the projects and for the components. And also we can be able to access to them just from here. And also we're having the link to be able to access to the more projects available. And if I click, for example, into the lists. So as you can see, I'm going to be headed towards the list page, and here we're going to find all the all the components that we created. And by the way, we're going to use React Live, which is a good component and library to be able to render all the GSX live in our application. So I'm going to get into this page, and if we click on back, I'm going to get headed back towards the dashboard. So we're having the light and dark mode drop down, and also we're having this to be able to sign out, and that's a built-in feature by Clerk to be able to sign out if we want to. Here we're having some numbers telling us how many stuff we're having in our application. So here we can be able to show all the projects. So if I click on the new project, so we're going to have this little window to be able to create our project. And by the way, all of this, all of the UI components, we're going to build them from the ground up. So we're not going to use any library whatsoever. And the reason why I'm doing so because I want more control on created my OR components, and that's why, by the way, I created this application. So let's create a new project. So I'm going to type in a new project, and also we are going to build this awesome icon window also from the ground up to be able to show all the icons. And also one thing that I forgot, we are going to use the MUI library to be able to use it for certain components, but mainly for the icons. So let's choose this icon and let's hit add. And as you can see, the project has been added. So you're wondering, where is the new project? The reason for that, because I set the limit to show the projects in here to 10. Otherwise, we're going to have a lot of projects in this page and it's not good looking good. And we can be able to access to them if we click on the projects. So now I'm going to talk about this window. So the first thing we're having is the search bar, of course, and we can be able to search for the component to access much easier to the project that we want to. And also we can be able to create our component just from here if we want to. And also we're having how many projects that we created so far. And also we're having this awesome drop down to be able to sort all the elements. And by the way, this drop down or the whenever we click on an option, it's going to be saved into the local storage. So that's why we opened the project window. We're having by default sorted by date. So that's why we're having our new project in this place. And also we can be able to access to the projects just from here or by clicking on here. So if we click on here, sorry, if we click on here, I'm gonna be able to access to the project. And sorry for that, this button, it's gonna allow us to be able to edit the actual project. So if we click on here, I'm going to edit my project like this, and let's hit save and hit editing. So as you can see, the project has been edited. And also I can be able to delete the project if I want to. So we're gonna have this awesome window asking us if we really want to delete this project. So if we click on delete, so as you can see, the project has been deleted. And also we're going to use the React Hot notification library to be able to show all the notifications that you are seeing. And so that's for the all projects window. Then we're having this section to be able to show all the favorite components. So also we can be able to access to the components from here, and also we can be able to edit them from here or to delete them from here. And to be able to access to the favorite components, we can be able to click on the view all or into the favorites. So let's get into the window. So here, as you can see, we're having all the favorite components, and we're having, of course, the search bar to be able to access to the components that we want. Also, we can be able to filter. We can be able to filter and we're to filter the components by the project, and we're going to be building this awesome drop down with the search and also this list. And if I click on form, all I'm going to have is the component inside the forms project. And as you can see, once I click on it, we're gonna be having this to be able to from here um, close and turn off the filter if we want to, just to make things much easier. So that's for the component, the favorite components window. And as I said, we can be able to access to the component just from here. And I'm going to introduce you to the component editor. So if I click on here, as you can see, we're going to be building this awesome window to be able to create or modify our component. So here we're having the component name and we're having if we want to set it as favorite or not just from here, and also we can be able to add the JSX code and also to save the code or to copy the code. And in here, everything that I do in here is live. So if I add something like this is a new a new line. This is a new line. So as you can see, everything that I'm doing in here is live. So I can be able to create my own component just from here if I want to. So if let's close this, and so now I'm going to access to the projects page, and so I'm going to go to another. So let's access to the model sheet, for example. So here, this is the page of each project, and I was inspired a little bit by the Daisy UI to be able to create that kind of thing. And so we're having the search, and we're having the button to be able to add a new component. And also we can be able to view our GSX code, and also we're having this button to be able to copy our code just from here without accessing to the component editor. And so that's pretty much it for the design of our project page. And also if we click on add components, so we can be able to add a component. And if we click on here, because we don't have anything yet set up, so we're gonna have this error message. So, and also if we click on this drop down, we're going to have the edit, the duplicate, and the delete functions. So we're going to be creating this drop down from scratch, of course. So if I click on duplicate, for example, it's going to be duplicated. And the benefit of this, we can be able to, if we want to create something without having to create it from scratch, we can just duplicate from another component and do the modifications that we want to. So I think that I showed you all the elements inside this application, and as you can see, this application will save you a ton of time by creating the components and reuse them and just finding a place where you can store them and managing them and access to them much easier. So that's the application that we're going to be building in this project. So if you want to learn how to create this, so I'm going to guide you through step by step until you finish the project and having it live in your and deploy it and having it in your portfolio. Why not? Hi, welcome back. So here we are in the Visual Studio Code. And as you can see, I already set up our Next.js project, but I'm going to show you how to be able to do so. So it's very simple. So I'm going to go to my browser. So and head to the nextjs.org website into their docs. And here you are going to find all the steps needed to be able to install the Next.js framework, and also make sure to install the node into your system after doing so. So after that, we're going to copy this command line and head back to your terminal and VS Code and paste this in here. So I'm not going to do so because I already done it. And what you will have this uh, all of these elements here. So I choose all the default options. So the only thing that we are going to change is the name of the projects. And also I'm using TypeScript, Tailwind CSS, and all the other remaining options that are by default. So after doing so and after installing the Next.js framework in your project, I'm going to show you how to be able to add the font, and what we're going to use is the Poppins font in our project. And to be able to do this, so we're going to go to the layout.jsx and we're going to add the Poppins object in here. And then we are going to add the Poppins variable. And inside the Poppins object, we're going to add all of these elements in here. And then, so let me close this. And then we're going to use the pop-in-stat variable inside the class name of the body. So after doing so, go to the global.css and add this pop-ins class name. So this we are going to add it into the as a utility class into the class names into the class name of the divs that we're going to use in our project. And after doing so, uh, head to the page and add the pop-ins in here just to show you that it is working. So I added the pop-ins. I added this text. This is a main page just to see if the pop-ins font is working. And also, by the way, along our project, I'm going to use this tool called Snippet Saver, and that's a tool that I created by myself. And you can find the video in my YouTube channel. You can find it down in the link in the description or in the video card to be able to know how to create this project. And also this project I created from a need because I wanted to save my code and my snippets, especially for the code that is repeated over and over again. And that's why I came up with this idea. I created this project and hopefully that is going to help you in your project building process. And just to show you how this is working, like for this particular situation, to be able to use the font awesome or the font sorry or a custom font in the project. So I saved this into this snippet, and as you can see, I'm writing all the steps needed to be able to do so. So this is can be very, very handy to, especially for the snippets that are repeatable over and over again when you create new projects. Anyway, so we're going to use this along our project to be able to create this project. And the next element that I added is this navbar. So the name of the application that you are going to create is called the React shelf, since we're going to store in our application all the components, the JSX component that are related, of course, to React. And as you can see, I'm just using the React icon, sorry, in here with this little rectangle that is rounded like this to give a very awesome look. And also we're having these two buttons to be able to sign in and sign up button. And also, as you can see, if we shrink the window, so it's totally responsive. So everything's going to be centered and the buttons will take the full width. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you how I created all of these things. So let me close the sidebar. And in here, I created this functional component. I called it navbar. And of course, we are going to call this navbar functional component in here. And inside the navbar, I created sub-functional components. One is called the logo, and the other one is called the buttons. So I'm going to start by the nav tag in here. So as you can see, I'm using all the utility classes. And they are pretty straightforward. We're using the flex and the item centered and the justify between. And the reason why we are using the justify between, so all of these elements are going to be positioned at the edge of the right and the left of the window, at the extreme right and the left of the window. So that's why we're using the justify between. And also we're using a little bit of margin at the left and at the right. And in here, we're using the media query just to make sure that the icon and the name of the application are going to be at the top of each other. So if I do this, I'm just changing, I'm just changing the margins just to have a little bit of space at the top of the icon and the actual name of the application. So that's why we're using in here the margin top 9, which is 36 pixel. And also for the flex, so we're using this just to make sure that, and that's the thing that I want to point out, we're using the flex colon. So these elements, meaning that the icon and the app name and the buttons are going to be at the top of each other. So that's why we're using this part. So now let's go to the logo. So I'm going to show you each thing that we built. So of course, we're going to use the utility classes in the main parent div, and this for the icon container. So we need first to create a box, which is this color in here, this rectangle. So this is the div of it, and all of these are the utility classes. And inside of in here, we're using the actual icon. And so to be able to use the React icon, so what I did, I'm using a library called the simple icons. So, and I'm gonna go back to the application that I created, and in here, so as you can see, I'm saving all the steps needed to be able to use this rather than just saving it in a notepad file. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to install the React icons and also add in how to be able to use this. So make sure to uh, add this in your terminal. So let me delete this, and I'm gonna copy this. So after installing it, so because I already done it, so after installing it, so make sure to add this element, the SI React, and then we can be able to use it here successfully. So that's how we can be able to use the React icon. And this library has all the icons, all the languages icons. So that's for the icon part. And this is for the name of our application. So nothing complex here. So we're creating this div just to be able to position correctly all of these divs, the name of the application. So now let's get into the buttons. And in here, of course, we're creating our parent div, and those are the utility classes. And as you can see, we're using this media query. So when we hit this pixel, 640 pixel, so it's gonna take the full width. And also we're adding a little bit of margin at the top with the media query. And also we're adding the link element in here from Next.js just to be able to go um, to this link because we're going to use it for authentication. And by the way, we're going to use the Clerk for that, the Clerk uh, library to be able to authenticate our users to be able to access to the application. So that's why I did this in first hand. And so we're using the button in here, and those are the utility classes. And finally, the button for the sign up. And of course, those are the utility classes that we're using to be able to style all the elements or the buttons in here. So as you can see, this is our navbar. And the next thing that I added is the call to action section. So we're adding this message, this big message, just to get people hooked. And also a little bit of text below it, just in briefly to describe what the app is going to do for the user. And finally, the button to get started. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that I did, I created this functional component. I called it CTA section. And also we are calling it under the navbar. So in here, so that's going to be the full component. So of course, we're going to start from the parent div. So we're adding the flex and the flex column just to make sure that all of these elements are the top of each other. And next, we're having the h2 tag for the manage and create React components text. So it's going to be bold. The text is going to be larger. So we're going to use this utility class, and we're going to center the text by using the text center. And also we are adding the effortlessly text or text, sorry, inside another span. Just make sure that this is going to be it's going to have another color. And next, we're having this little paragraph in here, and those are the utility classes. And so the text is going to be centered. That's going to be the size. So I set it 15 pixel. Also, I set the width as fixed 510 pixel. The I'm using the media query just to make sure that the text is going to take the full width when we hit this pixel size, this window size, and to make it a little bit gray, so we're adding this color just to show you like if we change the actual size of the window, as you can see, so it is still looking pretty nice. And finally, we're having the button in here. So, and those are the utility classes. So I'm going to get into the most important ones. And here we're adding a little bit of a margin left and right, padding, sorry. And the font is going to be medium. The text, of course, is going to be white. And when we hover over the actual button, so we're going to have slight change of the color. So that's how to be able to do so. And finally, we're adding this little phrase, and we're adding it inside the backticks and the curly braces because of this. So that's why I did so. And as you can see, our page is looking good so far. So the next thing that we're going to add the key features in here, just to let people know what they are, the feature that the users that are going to find this application to get them more hooked into using the application. So that's going to be the design of the key features section. So as you can see, it's pretty simple. So we're having the key features headline, and we're having these cards with the icons and some bold text, and also a little bit of text just to describe this functionality. So we're gonna have three cards, as I said. So we're gonna say to the user that the components are gonna be saved into the database, and they can be able to access to them easily by using some functionalities like the search. And also we're going to use a built-in editor, and we're going to use a library for this, by the way, called React Live, and also another library called Code Mirror to be able to edit our components live and show them into the browser. So we're going to get later on in this project. And finally, we're going to add to have this functionality to be able to track all the changes that we are doing. So if something we don't like, we can go back to the last change that we did. So overly, so that's going to be the design of the key features. So it's pretty simple. So let's go back to the VS Code. And in here, the first thing that we need to do, we need to create, of course, a new functional component. So inside the page functional component, so I created this features, and as you can see, we are creating this array. So this array is going to have for each, it's going to have three objects since we're going to use three cards. So it's going to have the name property, the icon, and the description. And for the icons, we're going to use the MUI icons. They have a lot of icons that are completely for free. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to install this in our project. So I already did it. So go to a terminal and paste this in here and hit enter. So after installing it, then you can be able to use these icons that add in the icon property. And we're having the description. So the reason why we're creating this features area, because in the GSX, it's going to be much cleaner to be able to use all of these elements since we're going to use the map function. So it's kind of a loop, and we're going to loop each element in here, and we're going to take each property, and we're going to show it into its own div. So that's why we're using this array. So for the GSX, so that's going to be the section part. So I need to get rid of this. Sorry for that. And in here, we're adding some padding. So let me go back to our page. So we're adding a little bit of padding at the top and at the bottom. So we're using this utility class. So the background, it's going to be this color, and we're adding a bit of margin. So that's the margin. So 48 pixel. So we're adding this utility class from Tailwind CSS. So we can be able to add some margin between this section and this part. So, and the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to add this div, and this it's going to have these utility classes. And inside of it, we're going to start by the key features, and those are the utility classes. The font's going to be bold, the text going to be centered, and to make it a little bit bigger, so we're using this utility class. And in here, we're having this div that we're going uh, to use to be able to position correctly all of the elements like this. And to be able to do so, we're using the grid display. And first, it's going to be by the columns. It's going to be like this. And um, if we shrink the window, it's going to be at the top of each other. So all of the elements are going to be at the top of each other. So that's why we're adding this utility class. And to have some space between each card, we're adding this gap. And in here, we're going to use this features array, and we're going to use the map function for each object in here. We're going to use this GSX to display each object. So that's it's gonna be for the whole card. So that's its div. So the background, as you can see, it is white. So we're adding the padding. The edge is going to be rounded, the shadow, the flex, and the flex column, the item center, just to make sure that all of these elements are centered, and also they are at the top of each other. So and next, we're going to start by the icon. So the height and the width, it's going to be fixed, the rounded, to make sure that this is rounded like this, fully rounded. We're going to use the utility class, the item center and the justify center, and the flex and the background. It's going to be this color. And here we're using the feature that icon. It refers to this, sorry, it refers to this object. So we're using the storage round icon object from the MUI inside the icon property, and we can be able to do this into the GSX. And finally, we're having the name of the feature, and those are the utility classes. And finally, the description, and those are the utility classes for it. And here we are adding this width 80% just to make sure that this it's not going to take the full width and it's not going to look so good. So that's why I added the 80% into the width, and also it's going to be dynamic depending on the size of the browser window. So now, as you can see, this is the final product of our landing page. It looks pretty simple and pretty clean. And next, I set up the Clerk authentication system in our application. So I'm going to show you how it is working. So if I click on the sign in button, as you can see, we're having this built-in cool form from Clerk to be able to use right off the bat. And in here, I added the two social or the two buttons from Google and GitHub to be able to connect by. And we're going to use Google. And if I click on Google, I'm going to choose my main Google account. And after that, I'm going to be headed to the dashboard if the authentication is successful. And in here, I just added this also from Clerk just to be able to sign out from this page. So if I click on the sign out, I'm going to go back to the landing page. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you all these steps needed to be able to do this. But the first thing that we are going to do, we are going to install the Clerk package. So this is how we are going to install. So that's the command line. So after doing so, what we're going to do, we're going to create a new application into the Clerk website. So after signing in into their website, so I'm going to show you the steps needed to be able to do so. So it's very simple. So I already created mine, and I'm going to show you when we create our first application. So this is what we are going to see. And here you are going to type in the name, and I didn't add anything in here. Only the thing that I added is the GitHub, and I clicked on create application. So once you create your application, the next thing that you are, or the next move that we are going to do so, and with the help of this website that I created, so I'm going to type in here Clerk just to be able to save the steps needed to be able to do so and save them in one place. So after uh, installing the Clerk um, package, what we're going to do, we're going to copy this and go back to to your VS Code or to your projects and create this .env.local and paste all the elements in here. And I'm going to show you how to be able to get these keys. And for my case, so after signing in and signing up, we're going to be headed to the dashboard route. So make sure to add your route in here, and it could be different than mine. So it depends on your choice. So just make sure to add the route name. So the dashboard, so this is how we can be able to create the route in the Next.js. So we're going to create this folder dashboard, that inside of it we're adding this simple functional component. And in here we're using the user button object from Clerk to be able to have this rounded image of our Google account to be able to sign out just for testing purposes. So next, what we're going to do, we need to get the keys. So to be able to do so, we're going to go to the API keys and into the developers tab, and make sure to click on this icon, and those are the keys. So this is for mine. So make sure uh, to select yours. And this, by the way, it's going to be deleted after I create this video. So after copying this, go back in here and paste them in here. So after setting up our .env.local, so what we're going to do, so let's go back to the snippet saver. And then here, the next step, we're going to create this middleware.js. And as you can see, I already done it in here. I created the middleware.js and I paste the code that I got, of course, from the Next.js website. And because the reason why I did so, there are some of the things that they didn't mention in their docs. So that's why, like the environment variables and the sign in and the sign up pages. So that's why I added them in here, and just make sure that everything is centralized in one place. So the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to add the Clerk provider into the layout .tsx. So we're going to go back to the project and we're going to go to the layout.tsx. So make sure to import the Clerk provider from this package. And we're going to wrap our body, meaning that all the application or all our application is going to be wrapped by the Clerk provider. So it's very essential. So after doing this, the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to create this sign-in route and make sure to add to create for the sign-in folder, and then the subfolder is going to be like this, and make sure to create the page.tsx, and this is it's going to be the sign-in page. And to be able to show the form that I showed you, we're going to just use this one line that's going to be sufficient to be able to show this form. So that's the goodness of using Clerk library, and those are the utility classes to make sure that this form is centered into the browser. And for the sign up, so make sure to do the same thing in here. So the only difference, we're going to use the sign up uh, object, and also make sure to add it, to import it in here, as well as the sign in object. So once we did this, we're going to do a slight change, a minor mistake that I did into the landing page, into the buttons. So instead of using the sign up in here, make sure to add the sign in and the href. And also, so the sign up is totally correct. So after doing all of these steps, this should work into the front end, and we can be able to use Clerk for our application. And the next thing that I added is this dashboard button, and it's going to be only shown when we already signed in. And if we, for example, if we close the browser and go back to the page, this is going to be shown up. So as you can see, if I click on the dashboard, I'm going to be headed to the dashboard because I'm already signed in. And if I click on the sign out, so all of these buttons are back. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you what I did. So it's very simple. So into the navbar, into the buttons component, sorry, we're going to use this user ID from the use auth hook, and also that is provided by Clerk. So as you can see, so this is our hook. So let's go back to our buttons folder. And here, so we're going to use this turning operator. So if the user ID is null, so we're going to use these buttons. Otherwise, we're going to use the dashboard button, and the link or the route is going to be the dashboard. So by the way, we're using the turning operator inside the JSX to be able to handle that statement or this situation. So this is how we can be able to create that. And the next thing that we are going to do, we need to store the credentials, the email address of the user that signed in to our application into the database. So we're going to use MongoDB for this. And as you can see, I already created a new project. So all you have to do after sign in into the MongoDB. So I have a lot of projects that I already created, and click on the new project and choose the name of the project, and of course you're going to be the owner. And after that, this will pop up, this little page, and we're going to create our cluster. So we're going to hit create, and in here we're going to use the free tier, and we're going to click on create deployment. So and after that, after the loading screen, so we're going to create our user. To be honest with you, the reason why I stopped because the actual design changed. So we are going to click on the create user, and in here they are adding this. So these elements, they are just has been added. So they are showing us how to be able to do this. So it's pretty awesome. So what we are going to do, we are going to copy this and again, and then go back to our VS Code. And so let's copy our command line to be able to install the MongoDB package to be able to interact with our database. And then we're going to go back in here, and then we're going to copy this string, and then oh, they are all also providing the code for this. So we're going to just use the string in here, and then we're going to go back to the .env.local file, and then we are going to copy this. And first we are going to create the name of the variable. So I'm going to call it Mongo URL, and then we're going to paste this string in here. To be honest with you, so that's the first time that I'm going to use the elements in here, retry rights and app name, because previously I was just using um, this this part. So, and probably it's not, so I don't know, probably I'm going to get rid of this, and if something bad happens, I'm going to point that out. So I'm going to get rid of this, then I'm going to use the name of the database, but for now, let's click on here, and I'm going to use the name of the database. I'm going to do it the old way. I'm going to paste it here, and finally, we're going to go to the network access, and I'm going to add IP address, and I'm going to add this so you can be able to not have any restrictions when it comes to the IP address. Then I'm going to click on add, and I'm going to delete uh, this this one. So it's gonna it's pending, and the status it's going to be active. So this is how we can be able to set up our MongoDB database and connect it, and using this string to be able to connect it to our application, as you can see. So after creating the database, so the next thing that we are going to do, we are going to create the this function. And also one thing that I want to point out is instead of using MongoDB package, we're going to use the Mongoose package. So make sure to install it like this. Just type in the terminal npm install E for install and Mongoose to be able to install this package. So this is what we're going to use. And what I did, I created this lib folder. Inside of it, I created the connect.ts. And this is the actual code to be able to actually establish a connection between the project and the database. And the next thing that we are going to do, and by the way, I added all the steps in here. I'm using again my snippet saver application to be able to save all the steps that I did, so I can be able to reuse this for the next projects, and also to be able to show you each thing step by step. It's going to be much easier for me to show that to you. So after doing this, we're going to create the user schema.js, and this is what I did. So inside here, I created the user schema.js inside the models folder, because we're going to use, or we're going to create other models. And this is the actual code that we are going to do to create. So this is how we can be able to create the schema. So we're going to use the mongoose.schema, and in here, so all what we are going to create in this, or the schema, it's going to be like this. So we're going to have the user ID and the email address. And in here, we are going to create the model. So if it has been already created, we are going to go right into this part. Otherwise, we're going to create the user model and need to be exported so you can be able to use it in other places. And the next thing is after doing so, we need to create the repo because what we want, because this is not going to work in the local host. So the web or application need to be hosted in online. So we're going to use Vercel for this, but first we need to create our repo. So what you need to do, go to GitHub, and so I already did it. So I already created the repo. I called it React Shelf. And so after creating your repo, so I'm going to go back to the snippet saver. And after doing so, make sure to add the commands in here in your terminal so we can be able to import all the files into the new created repo. So I'm not going to do this because I already did it. So make sure to add these command lines one by one and make sure also to add the URL, repo URL provided by GitHub. So once we did this, we go to the Vercel and make sure to deploy the project in here. So I already done it. And first, you will have error 500 error because of the actual environment variable. But don't worry because the only thing that we want is this domain name. So next, after doing this, we're going to go to Clerk, and in the webhook section, what you need to do, you need to create an endpoint. So I already done it, so I created the endpoint. So that's why I said we need this URL from Vercel, the hosted application, and make sure to click on add endpoint and add the URL like I did. And also at the bottom, add check the users to be able to check all of these events and hit create. So once we hit create, so I'm not going to do this because I already done it. So once we hit create, uh, so what we are going to do, we're going to copy this and go back to your env.local, and we're going to paste it in here. So I already did this, so as you can see, and make sure to add this like this. Don't change the variable name because we're gonna use it in the API folder. So once we did this, and the next step, what we're going to do, we're going to install the SVX. So go back to your terminal in here and paste it in here to be able to install the package. And the next step is to create this API folder, and inside of it, we're going to create the webhooks, and we are going to create the route.js, and this is the code. And if you want the code, you can go to, so let me go to the Clerk docs and into the post. So this is the name of the post saying Clerk data to your application. And this is the actual code that we're using. So the thing that I added is, so let me go to the actual project. So what I added in here, I added these lines. So we're adding the user and the connect, and at the bottom to be able to create and save the element from Clerk into the database. So this is what we are going to add inside the if statement. So we're going to create this new user with the Clerk user ID property and the email address. And then we're going to use this try and catch block, and we're going to connect to our database. Then we're going to use the user schema to be able to create a new user. And this will be logged out just to make sure that everything is working fine. And I think that's going to be the final step. And yes, the final step, what we're going to do, we're going to go back to Versal and into the settings tab in environment variables. Make sure to, because we're using this into the Versal's server, make sure to copy all of these variables in here and paste it in here and hit save and go to the deployment and go uh, to the last operation. And in here, make sure to redeploy your application to make sure that these variables are working. And after doing this, so if when we check our database, as you can see, our email address has been added into the database successfully when I signed in the first time in the application. So as you can see that everything is working fine. And also make sure to test it into this URL, not in the local host. So once we knew that everything is working fine, then we can continue working with the local host project. And the next component that I created into the dashboard page is, of course, the sidebar. So that's going to be the design of the sidebar. So we're having the logo and the name of the application. We're having this button to be able to, if we want to shrink the sidebar so we can have more room to our main content area. And we're having these three um, the menu selection. So we're going to have home, categories, and favorites. And then we're having the logout uh, button to be able to log out the from the application. And right now, nothing is functionable. So I'm going to just show you how to be able to create the design of this functional component. So we're going to go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that I did, inside the dashboard folder, I created the sidebar.tsx. And inside the sidebar.tsx, as you can see, we're having four sub-functional components. We're having the rounded arrow icon for this one, and also we're having the logo, the links, and the logout. So the first thing that we're going to start from is this parent div of the sidebar. We're having the height 100 VH and the width is going to be fixed 320 pixel. The padding it's going to be this, and I added a little bit of padding at the top so we can have more space in here. And I set it to relative because we're going to use this functional component, we're going to use it as absolute to be able to position this part in here. So for this one, so this is going to be the parent div of it. So we're having so we set the width and the height. The z index is going to be 40, rounded false, so we can be able to have this circle absolute, and we set the positions right on top, so we can to be able to place it in this place into the DOM, and finally the flex and the item center and justify between to make sure that this arrow is centered inside this circle. And this is actually for the actual icon. So those are the utility classes, all of them. And inside of it, we're using the keyboard arrow left icon from the MUI for this icon. The font, it's going to be small, and the class, so this is it's going to be the class for the text going to be white. And we set the pixel 20 pixel, 12 pixel to make it even smaller. So that's for the rounded arrow icon, and this is for the logo, and I'm gonna get into it very quickly. So this is for the parent div, and this for the icon, and we're using the SI icon from the React icons library. and these for the React shelf, which is the name of the application. And here into the links, so as you can see, we are hard coding our links, but just for the purpose of showing you how to be able to create this, we are going to create next the array to be able to use as we did for the landing page. So we're going to store all the information inside the array, then we're going to map through them and to be able to show them into the GSX rather than hard coding them like this. So for the link functional component, so this is going to be the actual parent div. So as you can see, we're having the margin. So it's going to be like this. So we can have more space between the app name and the icon and the links. And so we're using the flex and the flex column. So to make sure that all the elements are um, positioned at the top of each other, and we're setting the text like this, and this is for the home link, and those are the utility classes. So as you can see, so they are pretty straightforward. So we're using the select none and the cursor pointer to make sure that this is not going to be selectable. So we're going to fix this later on, but for now I want to just show you how to be able to create this sidebar. And also we're using the width as 75%, so to make sure that the color uh, behind the menu selection is not going to take the full width, and it's not going to look so nice, so that's why I set it that way. And for the other elements, so we are using the same utility classes. The only thing that is changing is the name and the icon. And finally, for the logout button, I set it into another function because I want to make sure that the area that we're going to create, it's going to be separated from this logout menu selection. And those are the utility classes that we're using are the same for these ones, but the only change that I did is the margin. So because we want to have more space between these links and the logout button, so that's why I set it the margin like this, and the logout icon, and finally the logout text. And so this is how we can be able to create this sidebar. And for this whole element or this gray color, as you can see, I already created the content area, and those are the utility classes to be able to show it like this. So we're going to add more content in here and functional component to design the full dashboard. But for now, we created the sidebar. So the next steps that I'm going to go through is to make this sidebar functionable. And for the sidebar, as I said, we need to make it functionable. So the first thing that we are going to do, we need to use the menu or all the elements inside an array. But also we're going to use the context API to be able to do this. So don't worry, I'm going to explain everything step by step. And if we go back to the VS Code, and as you can see, I created this new file. I called it context API. And so I didn't create the context API only for the sidebar, but also it's going to help us to share the variables across all the child components of the whole application. So it's very, very useful and also is very important. So the first thing that we are going to do to create this context API, and by the way, I'm using again the snippet saver just to show you how cool is that to have to be able to save some time. And so I don't have to go back to the ChatGPT or any AI model to be able to get that. So I saved it in here. And also, as you can see, I'm having all the steps needed to be able to create this context API. So all what I did, I just copied the snippet that I wanted like this, and I pasted it in here, and I just did the modifications needed to be able to fit the needs of my application. So I'm going to start from first defining the shape of the context state, as you can see. So this is where we are going to uh, put all the types of the variables that we're going to use. So as you can see here, we're using the menu items object that has the menu items and the set menu items. The reason why I did so because we're having this menu items area that we're going to use to be able to show all the elements in here. And so I'm going to show you later on how to be able to use this menu items. So that's the first step that I did. And the second thing that we're going to do, we need to create a default state. And this is going to have all the default states of all the elements and variables or objects that we are creating. Since we're using, of course, TypeScript, we must do this. And then we're going to create the context with the default values like this. And then we're going to create the provider component. And this is how it goes. And as you can see, we're having the children as a prop, and it has the React node type. And inside of it, we're having the first variable state, which is the menu items, because we're going to add many later on as we move on with our project. And this is what we're going to have by default in the menu items area. So we're having the home, the projects, and the favorites. So I changed the categories by projects because I think it's much more um, appealing. And also we're having the properties icon, the is selected. So we're going to use the is selected property just to make sure that when I click on here, this is going to change its state to true depending on what we clicked on the menu elements. So as you can see, this is the structure. And also we need to define the menu item interface, the ID, the name, and the icon, and the is selected. And I think that the ID should be the string since we are going to call the information from the database and it's going to be a string type. So, um, and I need to change the types. So, because we're going to use later on um, a library to be able to generate the IDs. So just for now, because this is fixed, we're not going to do this. But later on, when we start working with more complex variables, the areas, we're going to do this, of course. So once we did this, we are going to return the JSX component like this up context.provider, and it's going to have the value. And in here, we are going to add all the variables that we are going to create as we move on with our project. And we're going to use and we're going to create a custom hook to be able to use and consume this context. So once we set up this context API, so the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to go to the sidebar, and we're going to go straight to the links functional component. And in here, as you can see, we are consuming our context that we created, and we're gonna get the menu items. And in here, we're gonna use the menu items that map function. So the same principle that we did in the landing page to show all the features. So we're gonna do this for this case. And in here, as you can see, so the code is pretty light because before, as you saw, because we hard coded the menu elements, so we're having a lot of code in here. So right now, by using the map function, so it's going to be lightweight. And in here, we're going to map through each element, and this is what we're going to use for each element to be able to show all the items like this. And as you can see, this one is or has the background different because this is why we are using the is selected property. So because it is true for the element, meaning that for the first index, so the background it's going to be this, and the text white, it's the text it's going to be white. So this, as you can see, we did a minor change and make sure to add the backtext and the curly braces to make sure that we can use the variables inside the string. And this is what we did. And also we added the icon by using the icon property and we added the name. And this is how we can be able to create the menu items or the menu inside the sidebar by using the context API. And as we can see, the context API will help us immensely to be able to make this whole application interactive. And next, I'm going to show you how to be able to change the state of the item when we click on any link, as you can see. So when I click on projects, this is selected, and the same for the favorites. So I'm going to show you how to be able to do this. But first, inside the context API, make sure to add the export before the interface, because we're going to use this menu item interface inside the sidebar. And if we go back to the links functional component, we're going to add the set menu items to be able to change the state of the menu items. And we're going to add this on-click event listener in here, and we're going to call this function handle link click, and we're going to pass inside it the item, which is this one. So once we get the item, it's going to have the menu item interface or type. So that's why we exported it from the context API. And we're going to update the actual element inside the set menu items so we can be able to get the latest value of the menu item. So that's why we put it inside the set menu items. And this is we're going to use the map function, and if the IDs are the same, the is selected is going to be true, and for the other elements are going to be false. And as you can see, we're using this spread operator, so the other properties like the name and the icon will remain the same. So this is how we can be able to change the state in React overall, and this is how we can be able to make this menu selectable. And finally, our sidebar is fully functionable. So I'm going to show you the final result. So when I click on here, as you can see, we can be able to hide part of it just to give more space to this place if we don't want the sidebar. And also, as you can see, we're having this sliding effect. And also, um, only the icons remain appearing, and for these icons, and also the text also will get hidden whenever we click on this. And also, as you can see, the icon or the arrow icons will change depending on the state, if it is true or false, if it is opened or not. So let's go back to the VS Code, and what I'm going to show you to be able to create this, the power and the usefulness of the context API. So this is where we're going to start from. And in here, so the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to create this open sidebar variable state with its setter, and it's going to be by default true. And since we're using TypeScript, we need to add it into the up context type. And because we're going to add the open sidebar and its setter inside the open sidebar object, so this is what I'm doing. And also in the default state, we're going to add them like this. So that's the true. The default state it's gonna be true, and this is going to be a function. And we need to make sure that we adding them inside the value, so you can be able to add them inside or to use this inside other child components. So then we're going to go back to the sidebar. And the first step that I'm going to start with is how to make the icons changing. So what we're going to do, we're going to go all the way at the top, and we're going to go to the rounded arrow icon function. And by the way, so this is why it's very useful to put your code, your GSX into different separate functional components, because it's going to be very handy So when we start making this functionable, it's going to be very useful and handy to be able to make this working rather than having the whole JSX in one part. So anyway, here we are going to consume our context, and the only thing that we want here is the open sidebar and the set open sidebar. And here what I'm doing into the JSX, the modification that I'm doing, so depending on the state of the open sidebar, so if it is true, we're going to use this icon. Otherwise, we're going to use the right icon from the MUI, of course, and also make sure to add the right icon that I just added into the import so you can be able to use it. And to be able to change the state, we're going to use the on-click event listener. So whenever we click in on the rounded circle, the blue rounded circle, this is going to be triggered. And what we're doing here, we're just changing the state. So that's the first thing that I did to be able to change the state, but also to change this icon. So now how we can be able to make the width and all of the elements like this. So the first thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to start from the top and I'm going to start from here. So here we're going to use the open sidebar only. And this is the change that I did. So the first thing, make sure to add the backticks and the curly braces to be able to use the turning operator and the open sidebar variable inside the class name. So if it is true, the width is going to be this, and the padding it's going to be this. Otherwise, if it is false, meaning that if it is closed, the width is going to be 100 pixel, and I'm going to change the padding to 16 pixel. So then we are gonna go, and also I added this transition utility class to have this sliding effect, as you can see. So the next thing that we're gonna do, we're gonna go to the logo, and also in here I did some changes. Of course, we need to call the open sidebar variable from the context API. And in here, as you can see, we're using again this statement. So if the open sidebar is true, only if it is true, then we're going to show the elements in here. And as you can see, I made this a little bit bigger just to tell the difference between the elements in here and the icon of the app. So what I did is very simple. It's fairly simple. So I changed the width and the height. So then we're going to go to the links to be able to hide the texts. What I did is, of course, we need the open sidebar, and in here, the first thing in the print component, so uh, I'm changing the margin because as you can see, if it is opened, we're having all the elements um, a little bit off the off right the the uh, the logo and the name of the application. Hopefully that I said right. So, and when I close this, I want all of these elements like this. So that's why I added this turning operator in here. And here, to be able to show only the name of the open sidebar, we're going to use this turning operator. So it is pretty simple. And in the logout, so we're going to use the same operation in here. And also, I changed the margin left. So if the open sidebar is true, we're going to use this margin utility class. Otherwise, we're going to use this. So this is basically, so hopefully that I explained all of the elements to be able to make this functionable like this. And as you can see, it is looking pretty nice and clean. And the next thing that we are going to do, we are going to save the state of the open sidebar variable state into the local storage. Like for example, if I hide the sidebar like this and I reload the page. As you can see, it's going to remain like this because the value has been stored into the local storage of the browser. So the first thing that we're going to do, and it's pretty simple, we are going to inside the open sidebar, inside the use state, since we're going to be able to use a function inside the use state. So we are going to store, we're going to get the element or the key from the local storage, the open sidebar key, and we're going to get it from the local storage, and then we're going to store it inside the stored value. So if it is not null, we are going to store the value that we got from the local storage. Otherwise, it's going to be true, which is the default value. And whenever we are clicking on the actual arrow, this is going to be triggered, and we're going to use the use effect hook for this. And so whenever the open sidebar changes, we are going to update the local storage or the key inside the local storage of the browser. And we're going to use the JSON, that stringify, to be able to do this. So that's how we can be able to store the value of the open sidebar value inside the local storage. And also another uh, key thing that really helped me to do this is, and I'm going to just show you the amazing benefits of the application. So what I did, just save this inside this snippet, and it helped me to be able to use this logic to store the local or to store the variable states inside the local storage without having me to go back to ChatGPT or any other AI models to be able to get that information. So once we created and finished the sidebar, so the next element that I created into the content area of the dashboard is the top bar. So this is going to be the final design of the top bar. We're having the text, so we're having the welcome back, and we're gonna have the name of the user, and also we're adding this paragraph. So the search. So here, as you can see, nothing is functionable, and we're having the the icon to be able to switch from dark to light mode to light to dark mode if we want to. So we're going to work on this and this container to be able to show the image of the user profile by using Clerk. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you how to be able to do this. So the first thing that I did, I created this components folder, and inside of it, I created the top bar.jsx. So this is going to be the whole JSX of the top bar. So as you can see, so we're having the sub-functional components, the dashboard text, the search bar, and the dark mode, and the profile account. So I did this just to make sure that our code is cleaner and also to be able to clearly see things because once we start making this functionable, things could be or might be a little bit messy. So inside the top bar, so that's going to be the main uh, div. So we're having the background white. The width is going to be full. We're adding a little bit of padding. This for the rounded edges. Also, we're adding a bit of padding left and right. Of course, the we're because we're using flex, we're going to use the justify between so that all the elements are going to be set automatically like this. And we're adding the item center so that these elements are centered uh, vertically. And so the next component is the dashboard text. So this is very simple. So we're using this for the welcome back text and this for these text, and we're using the flex and the flex colon just to make sure that those are positioned like this. Next, we're going to move on to the search bar. and this is the GSX of the search bar, and those are the utility classes that we are using. So the background is going to be like this. So when we hover over it, as you can see, the background, it's gonna be like this. We're using the transition all so that the change is gonna be a little bit smooth when we hover over the element. And we're using flex justify between item center, and the edges are gonna be a little bit rounded. And we're using the search icon, and we're using this for the search. And to be able to center these elements like this, we're using the justify center, of course. And next, we're having the dark mode. So we're using these icons, by the way, are from the MUI. And here we're using the light mode icon. And so those are the utility classes of it. So we're going to work on this. So my idea is when I click on here, we're going to have a drop down to be able to switch between or to choose from light or dark mode. And finally, we're having this function to be able to show this little container. So we're going to use, as I said, Clerk to be able to get the image and show it in here. So the first thing that we're going to start with into the top bar is the light and dark mode. So we're going to use a contextual menu, sorry, to be able to change from light to dark mode and vice versa. So we're gonna create this little component. So the first thing that, by the way, that's not functionable yet, but I want to show you how to be able to create this component. So let's go back to the VS Code, and in here, I created this dark mode menu functional component. And we are creating the dark mode menu that has the ID, the name, and the icon. So it is the same principle that we used for the select or for the menu items. And in here, so that's going to be the parent div to be able to position the whole element into here. So we're having this, I added a slide border just to be able to see the edges a little bit and to be able to see them from the other elements. So the selected, the user select is going to be none, and I added a little bit of padding at the right so we can have a little bit of space like this because as you can see, I'm not using the width. The background, of course, is going to be white. The edge is going to be rounded. We're using it as absolute and the right, so we're using the right position. The top it's going to be like this, and the flex and the flex column, so you can be able to see these elements like this at the top of each other. And we're adding a little bit of padding, top and bottom, a little bit of gap between these two elements to have this space between them, and the shadow, of course. And here we're going to map through each element inside the dark mode. And then for each element, we're going to render it inside this div. So we're using these utility classes, the item icon, which is itself a React node. And then we're using the item.name inside the span, and those are the utility classes of them. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to make sure that this is functionable. And also we are going to take these elements or the array and we're going to put it inside the context API. So our dark mode dropdown is fully functionable. So if I click on here, as you can see, it is selected to dark mode. And also for the unselected part, it is gray. And if I click on the light, as you can see, also changes as well. So we're going to go back to the VS Code and show you how to be able to create this. And we're going to start from the context API. And so what I did, I took the dark mode menu and I set it in here. So the only thing that I did, so if we go to the top bar, inside the dark mode or inside the dark mode menu functional component, as you can see, we're not having the area in here, but it's going to be used inside the context API. And also it's going to help us to use this in another component. So if we go back to the top bar, we're going to use it inside the actual dark mode functional component. So that's the benefit of using the context API. And of course, to be able to use this, so we're going to do the same thing that we did for the other variables. We need to add it inside the context, the app context type, and we're adding it like this. And also I created the dark mode menu interface. So the structure of it, it's going to be the same as the menu item that we used for the sidebar. And if we go a little bit at the bottom, we need to create the default state of the dark mode menu object. So it's going to be an empty array, and this it's going to be for the function. And for the array, so that's the array, the dark mode menu, and make sure to add it in here inside the dark mode menu object to be able to use it in the in other functional component. So then we're gonna also I created another variable state. I called it just open dark mode menu. So the value is going to be false by default. And also we did the same thing for the uh, app context type. So in the open dark mode menu object, as you can see, so it's going to have the Boolean type, and this is going to be the type of this its setter, and the same for the default state. Because we're going to use this to be able to open and close the actual contextual drop down menu for the dark mode. So once we did this, we're going to go back to the top bar functional component, and in here, so I'm going to go a little bit up in here and into the dark mode menu. We're going to use the open dark mode to be able to hide or show the actual drop down. And then here we're going to use the turning operator. So if it is true, we're going to use the absolute as a position, otherwise it's going to be hidden. And make sure to add all of these inside the backticks and the curly braces. And also we're having the change selection. So that's the function to be able to change the dark mode menu. But before I'm going to go into this, so we need, so if we go back to the dark mode here, so this is how what we are going to do to be able to um, trigger the this drop down when we click on this icon. So we need to go to the dark mode functional component, and we're adding the on-click event listener that is linked to this function. So when we click on it, basically we are going to change the open dark mode menu state. If it is false, it's going to be true, and vice versa. So this is how we can be able to create the logic of opening and closing the actual drop down. Now I'm going to go to how we can be able to change the state uh, when we click on dark on light. And also one thing that I didn't point out is I added the is selected, because before I didn't have the is selected, because we're going to use it like we did for the menu selection. We're going to use it to be able to set the actual selection and also to change this icon and the color of the element that we clicked on. So let's go back to the top bar, And here, as you can see, I added the on on-click event listener. And if we go to this function, so this is how we are going to change the state. So the same logic that we did for the menu item, since we're using the isSelected property. So once we click on this and change the element that we selected, also we need to change this icon that we selected. And to be able to do so, so it's pretty simple in the dark mode functional component. So we're adding these two lines. So if the dark mode and the index is 0, meaning that the first element it's is selected is true, so we're going to set this icon. And if this is for the other element, so that's why we are using the index 1, so we're going to use the icon that is existing in the dark mode menu area. And this is basically how we can be able to create this little and simple drop down for the dark menu element. So the next thing that I'm going to work on is the search bar. So what I want is, before I start changing the colors, of course, because we're having this set up, I want, when I click on the search, I want to trigger the actual input to be able to search, but also I think that I need to add to close if this, for example, is opened and I clicked like outside or elsewhere. I want to make sure that this is going to be closed. We can be able to fix this. So, but now I'm going to work on the search bar. But before we move on creating the search bar, I'm gonna I added two things into the dark mode menu. So when I click outside of it, as you can see, it's gonna be closed. And also I can be able to save the state. So when I click on the dark mode, as you can see, and if I reload the page, so we're gonna find the dark mode was saved into the local storage of the browser. So the first thing that I'm going to show you is how to be able to, when we click outside of the menu, it's going to be closed. So the first thing that we are going to do into the dark mode menu functional component, we're going to create this menu ref, and we're going to use the use ref hook to be able to do this. So that's going to allow us to be able to access to the DOM element of the menu. And since we're using TypeScript, so we need to assert the type, which is HTML div element, and it's going to have the null as a default value. And we're going to create this use effect hook. And so when the component is loaded, we're going to add the event listener mouse down, and if when it is unmounted, we are going to remove this event listener. And all of this, it's going to be dependent upon the open dark mode and the set open dark mode. So when we click outside, so this function is going to be triggered, and this is the code that it's going to make the menu closed. So that's why we are using the set open dark mode false. And we're using the menu ref.current, and also we're using this line to be able to know if we clicked outside the menu or not. And also finally, make sure to add the menu ref into the ref property of the div, which is the main part or the parent div, uh, the parent part of the menu. So this is how we can be able to make, so when we click outside the menu, it's going to be closed. The next thing that I'm going to show you how to be able to save the state. So in here in the dark mode menu, so since we're going to be able to use a function inside the use state, so this is what we are doing. So we are doing pretty much the same thing for the open sidebar. So we're going to save the actual value from the sdark mode key from the local storage. So and we're going to store it in is dark mode. And here we are going to use the value and the is selected. So if it is false, this is going to be true, and this is going to be false, and vice versa. So this is why we're doing this logic. And finally, we're going to use the use effect hook to be able to, whenever we are changing the state, we are going to save the value inside the key is dark mode, depending on what we clicked on, and we are going to use this line. So this is how we can be able to first, when we click outside of the menu, it's going to be closed, and also to save the state whenever we click on the thing that we want to. So now when I click on the search, as you can see, we're going to have the input to be able to do the search, and also this icon to be able to close this component. And also we can, when we click outside, it's going to be closed without having to click on here. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you how to create this logic. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to create this variable state, the show search bar, and it's going to have the false as a default value, and also make sure to add it inside the app context type for the default state, and uh, make sure to add it in the default state variable, and also in the app context type. So, and finally, make sure to add it inside the value property. So once this done, then we're going to go back to the top bar, and we're going to go straight to the top bar functional component. And here, the target component is the search bar, of course. And the first thing that I did, we need to use the show search bar. And as you can see, we are using it from the context API. And if we go in here, so we're having these two components. So the components that we used to have in here, so this is the one, and I added it inside the search icon and text functional component. So I did so just to make sure that everything looks good. And we're going to use this turning operator. So if this is true, then show this component, and this component has the input and the closing button and some code to make it functionable. So I'm going to get into this a little bit later. Otherwise, we are going to call this functional component, which is this one, the search bar icon and the search text. So once we did this, then we are going to make this functionable. So what we want here is when we click on here, this it's going to be shown. And to be able to do this, what we're going to do, we're going to click to create this on-click event listener that is going to be linked to this function. And what this function does, so we're going to just change the state of the show search bar to true if it is already false. And uh, so once we did this, we're having this use effect hook to be able to handle when we click outside in this place, this it's going to be closed, meaning that the show search bar is going to be set to false. So we're using the same logic for the dark mode menu drop down to be able to do so. And here, as you can see, when this is open, the focus, it's going to be set directly to the input. And to be able to do this, so it's very simple inside the input search bar. So we're going to create this input ref that has the use ref hook. And then inside the input, we're going to link the ref property to the input ref. And And the use effect, we are going to use this input ref.current.focus to be able to set the focus whenever we open the input or we call the input search bar functional component. And the handle close click, it's going to be linked to the close rounded icon. So whenever we click on this, we're going to trigger these lines of code, and we're going to set show search bar to false. So this it's going to be false, and then we're gonna get back the icon and the search text into the application. And the next thing that I added into the top bar is the information from Clerk. So what I mean is when, as you can see right now, if I click on here, we're going to have this menu from Clerk to be able to sign out if we want to or manage our account. And also I'm adding the name here. It's not hard coded anymore, but it is added from Clerk as well. So let's go back to the VS Code, and the functional component that we are going to start from is the profile account, and all we have to do is use this user button tag from Clerk. And next, what we're going to do, we're going to go to the all the way at the top to the dashboard text, and here we are going to add after the welcome back the user dot last name, and this user it's going to be from the user hook from Clerk as well. And also make sure to import the user button and the use user from this package that we installed from Clerk to be able to get the information from them and then show them like this into our top bar. And the next thing that I added is I made the top bar responsive, but also the sidebar. So when I reach a certain level of the size width, as you can see, the sidebar is gone, and we're having, and also the text part is gone, and we're having this to be able to show the sidebar. So when I click in here, as you can see, right now we're having our sidebar back, but also we're having this soft layer showing up in here just to give the sidebar a great look and a professional look. And also, as you can see, we're not having the icon here anymore to be able to shrink the sidebar. And if I click on here outside the sidebar, it's going to be closed automatically. And if I made the width of the window like this, we're having the sidebar again, and we're having this icon again. And as you can see, everything is working fine. So now let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you everything that I did to be able to make this functionable. It was a bit first a bit challenging to be able to handle all of this. And so the first thing that I did, I created the is mobile view and the show sidebar. So the is mobile view, it's going to be by default false, and the show sidebar, it's going to be true. And also make sure to add them above here in the default state constant, but also in the app context type. And also, if we go at the bottom, make sure to add them inside the value property like this to be able to use them in the other components, whether the sidebar or the top bar. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to start by the top bar. And first, we're going to start from the um, dashboard text. And in here, as you can see, so what we are going to do, we are going to use the media query And in here, we're going, so if we reach the 640 pixel, then we are going to be able to set the position as block. And it's going to be, sorry, that's for the icon, sorry. So this is for the actual text, the welcome back and the sub message. So in here, it's going to be hidden when we reach the 640 pixel. Otherwise, we're gonna use the flex and the flex colon to be able to show them. But for this, it's for the actual icon, this one. So this is for this one. So right now it is hidden, and after that it's gonna be shown, and because of this media query. So that's for the actual dashboard text. And so I'm going to go a little bit at the bottom. And so, so I think that's for the actual top bar that we did to be able to make it responsive. And the next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the sidebar because this is where I did a lot of modifications, a lot of work to make this happen. So, so the first thing that I'm going to start from, the first thing that I'm going to start from is this icon when I click on it. And what we're going to use, I'm going to use the show sidebar or the set show sidebar. So the show sidebar, it's going to be, we're going to use it in here in the parent div of the whole sidebar. So if it is true, it's going to be block. The display is going to be block, otherwise it's going to be hidden. And if we go back to the top bar and we go to the, so let me go to here. That's the icon, the bars icon. So when I click on it, I'm going to set the show sidebar to true. And also make sure to add it in here from the context API so you can be able to use the set show sidebar. So let's go back to the sidebar. And so I'm going to show you the remaining stuff that I added in here. And I'm going to start by clicking outside. So when this is like this, and when I click outside of the sidebar, it's going to be closed. And what I did, I used this use effect hook, the same thing that we did for the dark and light contextual menu. So this is the thing that we are going to do. And as you can see, also we're using the isMobile view in here and also inside the area dependencies. And the isMobile view also we used in the journey operator because we want the actual sidebar to be floating at the top of all the elements. So that's why we're using the fixed position. Otherwise, it's going to be relative. And also make sure to make the background as white and the Z index is 50. So to make sure that always the sidebar is at the top. And also we are creating this use effect hook. And the reason why we are creating this, just to make sure that when, for example, if is this is closed and we do this, we want to stretch this out. So this is what we are doing. So if the is mobile view is true, the set open sidebar is going to be true to be able to stretch it. And the show sidebar, it's going to be false. And if the opposite, meaning that the is mobile view is false, we are going to set the show sidebar as true. And I think that's for how to be able to make this. And the final thing is how to be able to add this soft black layer in here. So what I did, we're going to go to the content area, and I created this simple functional component. And this is the layer, so it's going to take the full width and the full height, and it's going to be fixed. So we're setting the position top and right at 0 pixel, and the background is going to be black, and the opacity is going to be 0.3 to have this soft layer. And in here we are importing the isMobile view and the show sidebar. So only if those are true, then we are going to be able to show this. So that's basically how we can be able to create, to make this responsive, but also to open and close the sidebar like this successfully. So the next thing that I'm gonna start working on is showing up some stats in here. So that's going to be the final design of the statistic cards. So as you can see, we're going to have just 3 elements. So we're having the projects created, the components that we created or added, and the favorite components that we set as favorite. So we're having the icon, the numbers, and the number and the title of the card. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that I did inside the components folder, I created this stats bar.tsx, and I'm gonna start from the top, explaining everything in here. So in the stats bar functional component, so we are creating this statistics card array, and those are the properties. So we're having the ID, the name, and the icon, and the count. So these icons, as just as a reminder, we're using them from the MUI icons library. And we are adding the icon object inside the icon property because we set the icon property as a React node type. So into the JSX, so what we are going to do in here, so that's going to be the parent div. So we're having some margin top, so to be able to have some space, a little bit of space between the top bar and all this part. And so we are setting, so this I think shouldn't be existing. So let's delete this. I think, yeah, as you can see, nothing changed. So I need to change, add, just add a little bit of margin in here. And let me see that everything is looking good. So next we are going to create this div, and as you can see, we're using the grid. Uh, we're using the grid and the display, and we're using this utility class to be able to show all of these elements in a grid display. And finally, we are going to use the statistics card array that I just showed you. And inside each component, we're going to call these categories card functional component. So I'm doing this like this just to make sure that our JSX is clean and readable. So the first thing into the categories card, what we're doing here, we are setting the type of the single card prop that we created in here, and we used it as an insertion type. And here, so that's going to be the JSX or the design of each card. So we're having this parent div, and here to be able to position correctly all the elements like this. So for example, this icon and these elements, we're going to use the flex and the item center, and the background is going to be white, and we're using a little bit of gap to have a space between the icon and the text. And in here we're using the div for the icon, and we are setting the width and height fixed by 45 pixel, and all of these utility class to make sure that it looks nice. And in here, we are using the single card that icon, meaning that we are using one of these icons depending on the index. And in here, we are this div is for the text. So as you can see, we're using the flex and the flex colon just to make sure that these elements are like this, and this for the count number and this for the name. So as you can see, it is pretty straightforward and pretty simple to set that up. And in here, we are using this media query to be able to hide the icon. And also we're using it in here to be able to make the size of the text much smaller so that into the mobile size. So I'm going to show you into the mobile size. As you can see, it is looking pretty nice and neat. And the next thing or the next component that I created is this one to be able to show all the projects. So we're gonna have the header and here the more button. So the idea why I added this, so when I click on this, we're gonna have a window to be able to show all the projects that we want. So we're gonna add this later on, and we're having the new project button to be able to add the new project. And here we're having all the projects that we already created. So now, as you can see, they are similar because I want to just know how they are showing up into the DOM. So after we are going to add the structure or the data structure, then it's going to be changing, of course. So now I'm just focusing on the design, and then we're going to work on that. So let's go back to the VS Code, and what I did in here, I created a new functional component, and I called it the all projects inside the components folder. So inside the all projects functional component, so that's the whole div, and I'm going to start from the top. So we're having the parent div, which is this one, and with the background white, and we're having the width 100%, and we're adding a little bit of margin padding, and the edges are going to be rounded, and also we're adding some margin at the top. So here we're going to start by the header that includes the all project text, the more link, and the button. And this is what we are going to find in here, but we need to wrap this with inside this span. So to be able to align these like this, we're going to use the flex and the justify between and the item center. And so this one for the all projects text and the more button, and this one for the button. So we're including inside the button the icon, the add icon, and the new project text. And that's why we're using the justify between so that these elements are positioned like this. And at the bottom, we're having this part. So here, as you can see, we are using this single project functional component for a single project. So as you can see, I'm duplicating them just to see how they're looking and do all the modifications needed to make sure that the design looks good. So here we're using the flex wrap just to make sure that the elements in here will take the space depending on the width of the actual window. So that's why we're using the flex wrap. So we're adding some gap, margin at the top, a little bit of margin at the bottom. And here, as you can see, we're using this media query because here, something that I didn't show you that as you can see, when for the mobile screen, it's going to be shown like this, meaning that this is going to take the full width. And we're using the grid position. So all the elements are going to be aligned at the top of each other. So that's why we're doing this, but only it's going to work if we hit the 140 pixel width size. And so now I'm going to show you for each project how the GSX of it's gonna be. So we're having the parent div of this, we're having all of these elements, and for the width we're having 200 pixel. And as you can see here, the media query, it's gonna be the width is gonna be full, so it's gonna take the full width, and those are the utility classes uh, that we are using to be able to design a single project. And this for the icon, and this for the name and the numbers of components. So for the icon, as you can see, I created a new div that will have the width and the height fixed pixels, and inside of it we're going to use the icon, and that's what we're having in here, and we're using the rounded full utility classes to make it look like a circle. And we're using the items center and justify center just to make sure that the icon is going to be centered inside this rounded circle. And lastly, for these elements, so we're having the buttons or the name, so it's going to be the name of the project and the components wrapped inside this div. And as you can see, we're using the flex and the flex column just to make sure that all the elements like this at the top of each other. And when I hover over the name of the project, it's going to turn to sky blue. So this is what we're having. And the selected select none, meaning that we can't be able to select the actual name of the project. So this is basically how we can be able to design this whole component. And after that, I'm going to add another component in here to be able to show the favorite component that we set. Then we're going to work on the functionalities to make sure that this is alive and working. And next, I created this component to be able to show the favorite components that we set. So it's going to be a form of grid list. So we're having, of course, the title, and also I added this button to be able to show all the components that we set as favorite if we are having a lot of components, because we can't show them all of them in here. So I need to create a way to be able to show them if we want to. So by creating a window to show all these components when we click on the view. So we're going to work on that, of course. So we're having these uh, headers. So we're having the component name, the date of creation, the project, and the actions. So we can be able to actually um, modify or delete the component just from here. And you can see this as a shortcut for the components that we love and that we are using the most. And in here, we're having the information for each component. So here, the component and the date, the project, and the actual delete and modify buttons. So as you can see here, so right now nothing is functioning yet. The reason why I added this, so if I want to access the component that I want just from here, I can do so by clicking on the component that I want to edit. And it's going to be fully responsive as well. So for the mobile screen, so as you can see, I got rid from two elements, and I just left the most important ones, the name of the component and the actions button. And as you can see in here, we're seeing the view icon, which like refer to if we want to view all the components. So this is basically how it's gonna look like this component. So it's pretty simple, and also it looks nice. And as you can see right now, we're having the full picture of the dashboard, and as you can see, everything is looking great so far. So now we're going to go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you what I did to be able to create this. Of course, we need to create our file, the favorite components file. This is what I called it inside the components folder. So in here, we're having all the JSX to be able to create this component. So it's a little bit heavy because we're having a lot of items, and I'm going to explain each thing step by step. That's why I added these comments to not be lost and also to be able to see what's going on in here. So we're going to start from here, which is the main div. So we're having the background is white. It's going to be the width is going to be full. We're having the padding. The edge is going to be rounded. A little bit of margin to have some space at the top between this component and this one. Next, we're going to move on to the main header. So we're having the favorite components title, and also we're having the button. So we're using the visibility icon from the MUI, and we're setting the font size as small. And also, as you can see here, we're using the media query. So it's going to be hidden only if we reach the 640 pixel. So that's what I showed you. And here, so we are going to create the headers list. And as you can see, we're using the grid position. So it's going to be set for first as 4 columns. But once we reach to this 640 pixel, it's going to be 2 columns. And we're going to get rid of these elements by using the same with in this media query. And for the components, we're gonna wrap everything in here so that I duplicated inside this invisible component. Just to make sure that this is going to be organized because we're using the flex column to make sure that these elements are positioned at the top of each other like this. And in here, we're just doing this temporarily, but we need to create an area to be able use the map function to be able to show the components and we're not going to do this like this. So once we start creating our data structure, so this it's going to be changing, of course. But just for the sake of showing how this is working, so that's why, and looking in the dashboard, so that's why I did so. So we're going to start into this functional component, and we're going to start from this div. And as you can see, we're using the grid as well. And also when we hit this level of width, it's going to be 2. So this is for the component name, and this is for the component date. So we're going to get rid of it as well if we hit this pixel. And for the project colon, so this is how it's going to look like. So we're using the justify self start because the problem that I was having is I wanted this to be looking like that. So I was having some troubles to be able to show this. So the only fix that I found is this. And also I'm using the white space no wrap. So this is for the actual category. And finally, this div it's going to be for the two buttons. So we're using just the flex and a little bit of cap because we want to these buttons to be aligned to each other. And this is for the modify button, and this is for the delete button. So normally I need to use a map function as well in here, but so we're gonna stick with this at the moment like this. So once we start working on the data structure, probably I'm gonna change this as well. So this is how we can be able to create this component. So now we are going to work on the data and we're going to start by the all projects. So as you can see right now, we're having the forms and the buttons. And these are from the data, the local data that we created in our project. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you everything that I did step by step. So the first thing that I did is I created the actual data. So what I did, I created this all data.typescript, and I'm going to show you the whole structure of our data. So what we're going to have the project, and inside of each project, we're going to have the components. So that's going to be the structure. So we're having the ID, the clerk user ID. So we're going to use this to be able to filter um, the data based on the user that has been signed in into the via clerk. So whenever the user log or creates an account via clerk, an ID is going to be assigned to it. So we're going to use this to be able to show only the data for this particular user. So, and think of this is coming from the database. So when I make sure that it's going to also align with the types that we're going to use into MongoDB. Next, we're having the name property, we're having the icon, we're having the created at. Even though that this is going to be generated by the database, so we're going to add it we're going to add it, and also we're adding the ID. And inside the components, so we're having for each component, it's going to have these types. We're having the ID, the name, the project name. So we're going to use the name of the project that is assigned to the components because the reason why I added it, it's going to be very easy for me to show it into the favorite components area. So that's why I added it. So of course we're going to have the code. Also we're going to have the is favorites property just to make sure that to know that first we can be able to assign the components as favorites, but also we are going to rely on it to be able to show it into the favorite components area that we are going to create and what we are going to use to be able to show it inside here. And finally, we're having the creation date. So that's going to be the overall structure of our data. And if something happens along the way, so I'm going to plan that out, of course. So after creating this, and also we are creating the types of each element. That's for the project, and that's for the components. So they are pretty much the same. So the only difference is the components and here is the code, and also here is the project name. And the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to go to the context API. So I'm going to access to the context API, and as you can see here, I added the all projects area, and it's going to be empty, of course, first, and we're going to simulate the fetching by using the set timeout, as you can see. So this is what we're doing. We're creating this function fetch all projects, and we're going to use the set timeout. So after 2 seconds, so then we're going to update the all projects variable state. And of course, we need to call this function. That's why we added it in here. And we need to use this all projects, of course, in other child components. So what we need to do, we need to add them into the default state constant like we did for the previous variables, but also we need to add this into the up context type interface like this. And finally, we need to add it in the values property. So once we did this, what we're going to do, we're going to go to the all projects. And so this is the component that we created that is related to this part. And first we need to call the all projects from the context API by using this custom hook. And in here, as we saw, we were hard coding the single project component. Right now, because we're using the all projects variable state array, we're going to use the mob function. And in here, we're going to call this single project. So the single project will have this prop, which is the single project with the type project. So that's why in all data, we exported the interface project, and we're going to use it in here, and also make sure to import it in here to be able to use this interface. So that's the benefit of TypeScript. Want to make sure that everything is working fine and all the types are correct. Otherwise, we're going to have some issues later on. So that's the benefit of TypeScript, even though a lot of people don't like it, but I highly recommend to learn TypeScript. So after doing this, so in here, so we're going to use the single project property, and here we're going to use this for the icon. So I'm going to explain why this function, but we're going to use the single project name property, and also to be able to show the number of the components. All we have to do is to use the length property of the components area inside the single project, since we're having the components inside as an area inside the project. So as you can see, right now we are showing up the information based on the array. And lastly, I'm going to show you how to be able to do this. Like in the all data, as you saw here in the icon, it is string. So we need a way to be able to convert this into actual icon, an icon object, or MUI icon object. And the only thing that we need to do is to use a function. So here I created the utils folder, and inside of it I created the text to icon.tsx. The reason why I use tsx because we're going to use this GSX part in here. That's what we're going to return. So the function, it's going to be like this. So we're having the text to icon function that is going to accept the text and the size. The text is going to come from the icon property inside the all projects array. So it's going to be, of course, the type string, but also we're using the size in here. The reason why I did so, because the text to icon function is going to be reused. So I don't want to set the size fixed, because I'm going to use it in another component to be able to select the icons, and I want to have control on the size. So that's why I added it in here, and it's not going to be, it's going to be optional. So that's why we added this sign. So, and we're going to use the switch case statement, and based on the text, we're going to return the MUI component or object. So if the category icon, so we're going to return this, and also this, we're going to use the font size of the MUI icon. So it's a built-in property. So if it's a rectangle icon, we're going to return this. And finally, if something bad happens or we don't have the actual text, we're going to return this by default. So that's going to be that's going to be a minimal example of this, because later on we're going to add more icons. So that's what we are doing. So in here, we can be able to safely convert the text to the icon that we want. And this is what we're doing. So we are using the single project icon, which is a text or a string, and the size is going to be medium for this actual component. And as you can see right now, everything is working fine. So the next thing that I'm going to work on is the loading state. So right now, as you can see, I'm simulating the loading by using the set timeout. So I need to do this. And also I need to create an empty placeholder. So when we don't have any projects, we need to actually show something here just to get people to create their new project. Now we're having this empty placeholder. So whenever the all projects array is empty, we're going to have this showing up telling us that there are no projects yet with this little message, and we're having this button to be able to add a new project. and with this icon. And as you can see right now, the button is not here because it doesn't make any sense to have them both in here and in here. And also when I reload the page, so we're gonna have this loading spinner waiting for data to be fetched from the server, which we are simulating just for now. So we're gonna go back to the VS Code, and the first thing that I did, so I went to the all data and I commented out all of these elements just to make this all projects data empty. And the next thing that I did, I created this is loading state. So it's going to be true by default. And also in here, after finishing the simulated fetch, to false. So I'm going to show you why we did so in the all projects component. So let's go to the component itself. And in here, we are going to use the is loading from the context API. And as you can see here, we're adding this turning operator, this statement in here. So we're saying that only if the is loading is false, meaning that we finished the fetching, then the all project that length is empty. Then we are going to show if the all project is not empty, then we're going to show the button which is in here. In this case, so it's not going to be shown because this statement is not true. And if we go a little bit down in here, so we are going to show this spinner, and we're going to use this circular progress component from the MUI. So I'm going to show you where I used it from. So I used it from the MUI. So that's the circular component that I used. And then we need to import it first because, before we can use it. And I give it the value of 100 to make it a little bit bigger, and the loading text in here. And also another thing that I want to show you, and that's the most important one, is the empty projects placeholder, which is the icon and the text and the button. So I'm going to go through the JSX body very quickly. So we're having this parent div with all of these utility classes, and we're setting the height to 200 pixel fixed and a little bit of margin just to have more room and more space between this and the all projects headline. And also we're adding a little bit of margin at the bottom. And in here we're adding the icon from the MUI as well. And this for the text, for the subtext, and for this button. And those are the utility classes, so they are fairly simple to add and use. So I'm going to go back to this logic in here. So here what we are saying is if the is loading is false and the all project that length is 0. And the reason why we are adding as well is false because first it's going to be empty and we're not going to be able to show the loading state. This is going to be shown instead. So to avoid this, that's why we added the is loading as false and the all projects that length also is 0, then we can be able to show this empty placeholder. So if it's not the case, then we're going to show the all projects. And as you can see in here, this div has been in here and I added it inside the false part to be able to show the all projects and make sure that this flex wrap it's going to be only for the single project, because if we did use this in here, so this it's going to be only shown at this part, so it's not going to be shown at the center. So that's why we did so. So that's how we can be able to show this placeholder and the loading state for the all projects component. So now as you can see in here in the favorite components area, these components, as you can see, are coming from the all projects data. And so these are the components. And for the dates, don't worry, we're gonna fix this. But right now, I want to just show you how to be able to show this from the all projects data. So the first thing that I'm going to show you, so I'm gonna go to the all project or the data, and I'm gonna go in here just to show you like the components that we're gonna use to be able to show inside the favorites component. So the thing that we are gonna rely upon it is the is favorite property. So we are going to filter out the components inside each project that has the is favorite as true. So this is what we are going to use, and we're going to use the filter method to be able to do so. So I'm going to show you the logic that I did. So it's pretty simple. The first thing that I did, I created the all favorite components array, and it's going to have the type component from the from this file. As you can see, just as a reminder, I set the interface of the component in here, and we're exporting it to be able to use it in other files. And so if we go back to the context API, as you can see, we're using the component type. And also make sure to add it inside the default state, but also if we go a little bit up, make sure to add it in the up context type. And of course, so I'm going to go all the way down in here and make sure to add it inside the value property. So, and also I'm going to show you how to be able to filter things out. So in here, I created another use effect that's going to have the all projects as an array dependency, meaning that this is going to change every time that the all projects change. And the reason why we're doing so, to be able first to fetch the data from the database once the app is loaded up, and also click on we set the component that we want as favorite because we're gonna create this. Also, we're going to update the all favorite component as well. And as you can see here, we're using the flat map, and also we're using inside of it, we're using the filter to be able to filter out the component that has the is favorite as true. And finally, we're going to update the all favorites component. So once we did this, we're going to go to the favorite component. And in here, so what we're going to do, we're going to first call this from the context API by using this custom hook. So we're going to use the all favorite components. And in here, so instead of hard coding the single favorite component, functional component, what we're going to do, like we did for the all projects component, we're going to use the all favorites component array, and inside of it, for each item, we're going to call this functional component, and inside of it, we're going to pass in the actual component. And inside of here, we're going to deconstruct this, and we're going to use for each element or each div, we're going to use its own specific property. Like here, we're going to use the name, the created at, and the project name, and and that's it. So because that's what we're going to use, and that's why we added the project name inside the components to be able to show the project name in here very easily. And as I said, for the dates, I'm going to create a function to be able to convert this into a simple and readable date. But also we're going to work on the loading state, and if nothing is appearing here and we didn't set any component as favorite, we need to have some text in here telling the user that there is no favorite components. So now when we don't set any favorite components or any components as favorite, so we're going to have this just simple text. And also, as you can see, the button, it's going to be like this, so you can't be able to actually view all the components because there is nothing set yet. And also, if I reload the page in the fetching process, we're gonna have the loading spinning like the same thing we did for the all projects. And also, if I set one of the components randomly to true, and we reload the page, so it's going to be reload because I saved the project. And in here, as you can see, we're having the component that we set as favorite, and now we're having the button that is clickable and the opacity changed to 1. And also, as you can see right now, the date is readable, and I use the function to be able to convert the ISO date format to this simple text format. So I'm going to show you all of those things, of course. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that I'm going to start from the function that I used to be able to convert this format into a simple format. And this is the actual function, so it's pretty simple. So it's going to accept the prompt ISO string as a string type, and we're going to create a date, and then we are going to create this array of months because here instead of having the months by name, we're having them by number. So that's why we set that like this. So for each index, it's going to refer to its month. And this is how, so we are getting the day and the month and the year, and we're going to combine them like this, so we can have this format. So now I'm going to show you, we're going to go back to the favorite component. I'm going to show you how to be able to show the text when any component has been set as favorite. And the first thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to set this as false, and let's save it. And so we're waiting to this going to be load up, and I'm going to show you how to be able to make this appear. So let's go back to the favorite component, and so what we are doing, so we're going to use the same logic that we did for the all projects. So if the is loading is false and the all favorite components their length is 0, then we're going to show this text, and those are the utility classes of these texts, just to make sure that it is positioned rightly into the component. Otherwise, we're going to show the all favorite component. And notice here, I added this slice function because what I want here, I want to just show the first five favorite components. I don't want to show all the components in here because the page is going to be long. So the thing that we're going to do, so that's why we added the view all in here, so you can have a new window to be able to show all the favorite components and having some functions like search and sorting. So we're going to work on that, of course, to be able to seek for the component or the favorite components that you want if you have many of them. So that's why we added this slice. So that's basically how we can be able to create this. And also we're using the circular progress from the MUI, the same thing that we did for the all projects component. And the next thing that I added is the skeleton effect in the sidebar or the status bar, as you can see when we are fetching the data from the server. So we're going to use again MUI for this, and we're going to use this component skeleton, and I'm going to show you how to be able to do this. So it's very simple. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to import the skeleton from this package, the MUI package. Then we're gonna go to the categories card, and inside of here, we're gonna use this turning operator, and also we're gonna use the is loading state from the context API. So if it is true, this we're going to call the skeleton object from the MUI, and we're setting the width and height and a little bit of margin at the bottom to have some space between the skeleton and the text. So when the is loading is false, then we are going to show the count number of each element. So that's basically how to be able to create the skeleton effect. So after completing the whole dashboard, right now we're gonna work on other functionalities. And the first one that we're going to start with is adding a new project. So the first thing that we need to do, of course, we need to create a form where we are going to put our information to add a new project. And that's going to be the final design. So it's pretty simple. So we're going to have the icon and the new project, and of course the button to be able to close the window, the project name, and also a button to be able to select the icon. So we're going to work on this. We're going to create a component to be able to choose the icons that we want, the cancel button, and the add a project button. So it is a very simple component to create. So, and now nothing is functionable yet. So I want to just show you first how to be able to create this component and the design of it. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that I did, I created inside the add project or inside the components folder, sorry, this file, I called it the add project window. And this is going to be the whole function, the functional component. So I'm going to get into the most important stuff in here. So we're going to start, of course, from the parent div. And as you can see, we're setting the width as 40% and the height as fixed as 288 pixel. So we're adding a little bit of border just to be able to see like the difference between what's in the background and the actual window. So the background is going to be white, of course. The edge is going to be rounded like this, the shadow, and we're using the absolute position. And also to be able to set it centered, we're using the left 50% and the top. So we're using this for the top, and we're using this utility class to make sure that it's going to be always centered whenever we change the size of the window, and the z-index is going to be 20. So that's the parent div. So we're going to start by the header. As you can see, I added a bit of comment just to see how things inside the body or the GSX body. So that's for the header. So let me untoggle this. So that's for the header, and this is for the parent divs, and we're having this for the project icon, and this for the new project headline. And finally, we're having the close button to be able to close the button. And now for the body, so we're having the project name, and this is the utility class of it. And underneath it, we're going to add the icon, the input tag, and the icon. And as you can see, we are placing them inside this div, and we're using flex to be able to position them like this. And finally, we're having the footer, and we are creating our buttons inside this div. And those are the utility classes to be able to actually position them into the window, and we're using the justify and to make sure that these buttons are going to be at the extreme right. And as you can see, that's the final design of our actual components. So the next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to work on the logic to be able to open it and close it, but also I'm going to add the soft layer in the background. And also I want to make sure that it's going to be responsive. So as you can see right now, for the window or the mobile screen, So it's not looking that good. So I need to stretch a little bit the width so we can be able to see clearly the component. So now when I click on the new project, as you can see, we're going to have our window, but also we're going to have this soft layer covering the whole browser, giving it a more professional look. And as you can see, we're having the focus set automatically to the input field. And in here, so whenever if I click on the cancel, it's going to be canceled or it's going to be closed. And if I click on the close icon, it's going to be closed as well. So let's go back to the VS Code. And one thing that I did mention, to be able to use this component, we need to go to the content area, or yes, we need to go to the uh, we need to go to the dashboard page, sorry. And here we need to add the add project window along with the things that I'm going to show you right now, the thing that I added. So what we are going to do, we're going to go to the context API and we need to create a variable state that we are going to rely upon to whether we are going to show the window or not. And this is what I did. I called it the open project window, and the state or the value is going to be false by default, and make sure to add them into the default state and also into the app context type interface. And then make sure to add it at the bottom in here and to the value property like this. So once we did this, we're going to go back to the add project window. And in here, make sure to add the backticks and the curly braces. And here we're going to use the open project window in this tyranny operator, and also make sure to add it in here from the context API. So if it is true, we're going to use the absolute position. Otherwise, we're going to use hidden to be able to hide the actual window. And in here, as you can see, we also added the set open project window to be able to change the state of this variable. So if we go in here in the close icon, um, and the on click event listener, we're going to change its state by setting it to false, and the same thing that we are going to do for the cancel button. And also to be able to set the focus, so it's very simple. We're going to create this input ref. We're going to use the use ref, and the HTML input element, it's going to be its type because we're going to use an input. And make sure to add the reference and the ref property of the input tag. And whenever we open or we change the open project window state, we are going to set the focus by using the focus method. And finally, I'm going to show you how to create this soft layer. So we're not going to use the soft layer that we did for the sidebar. So what I did in here into the dashboard page. So I copied and pasted the soft layer function, and also I added the z index as 40. And because the window, if we go back in here, so yes, we set the window, the z index as 50, so that the window is going to be at the top of the layer, and the layer is going to be at the top of all the other components, including the sidebar. So if we go back in here, so we're using this simple tyranny operator, this conditional statement. So if this is true, we're going to show this layer inside this dashboard functional component. And that's basically how we can be able to create this function for this window. And the next component that I created is the icon window to be able to choose the icon for the project. So when I click on this button, as you can see, we're having this beautiful window for icons, and here we can be able to choose the icons, and we're going to use the MUI icons library to be able to show all of these icons. So we're having here in the header the project icons text with the icon and the closing button and some text in here, and these buttons or these icons and the cancel and the save buttons. And here, as you can see, those icons are selectable. So whenever we click on an icon that we want, the colors, the background, and the color of the icon, it changes, telling the people that truly this has been selected. And if we click on cancel, we're going to go back to the new project window. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you everything that I did to be able to create this. And the first thing that we're going to do, we need to create our window for the icon. So I created this icon window functional component. And as you can see in here, we're having this JSX for this. So I'm going to explain as much as I can, the best of my ability, everything in here. So I'm gonna start first by the GSX. So we're having the div, the parent div, and we're having this journey operator. So we're gonna use the is mobile view. So what I want to change the width. So when we shrink in the window for the mobile screen, as you can see, the width, it's going to be a little bit stretched so you can be able to see all these icons, and that the window is going to remain intact in terms of design. So let's go back to the code. And also I'm using this a new variable state that we're going to use to be able to show or hide the actual window, the same thing that we did for the new project. And here the remaining utility classes to make sure that this window is going to be centered, and also we're using the rounded edges, so the same thing that we did for the project window. So let's get into the header. So that's going to be for the header. So we're having the category icon. So we are wrapping it with this div. So we are creating this rounded circle. And that's why we are setting the width and the height. And then we are adding in it the icon. And we're using the SX, the styling inbuilt styling property from MUI to be able to change the font size of the icon. And here we're having the category header, the project icon text, and we're having the closing icon. And as you can see, we're having the on-click event listener. So when I click on this is gonna change to be able to close the window. So we're gonna use this from the context API. And we're having the message text, and here we're having the area to be able to show the icons, and finally we're having the buttons. So this all icon, as you can see, it is an external component, because here, so we're having a lot of icons and we can't be able to show all of these icons in this file. So what I did, I created another file. I called it all icons data. So if we go in here, so this is where we are going to find the all icons functional component. And the reason why I called it all icons data, because we're having this data. So this is what we are using, as you can see, the information where we are storing our data. So we're having the ID for each element, and in here I'm going to show you all the icons. So if we go all the way at the bottom, we're having 93 icons. So and for each icon, we're having the ID, we're having the actual code, so which is a node from MUI, so that's the type that we assign to it, and we're having the isSelected property for each element. So whenever we are clicking on it on an item, so the isSelected, it's going to be changing its state. So I'm going to show you how to do so. And as you can see, I'm exporting it just to be able to use it in the icon window in here. So then here we are passing we're getting the all icons state and the its setter from its outer parent component, which is the icon window. So this is what we are doing. So we are getting the all icons array from this file, and we are assigning it to the all icon state. And then if we go here, we are going to passing it inside the all icons by using the all icons state prop. And if we go back to the all icons, so we're going to get it from here, and then we're going to use it in here by using the map function to be able to render it like in this box. So this is basically how we can be able to do this and to be able to change its state. So that's why I added the set all icons state. So I added it also into the prompt. So when I click on the icon, this is going to be triggered. And once this is going to be triggered, so this we are going to pass in inside of it the icon that we clicked on, the item, and we're going to use this little code to be able to change its state. And so the icon that we clicked on, the is selected property, it's going to turn to true, and the other ones will turn to false. So we can be able to have, so let me make this bigger, so we can be able to have this, that the background, it's going to turn to blue, and the text, it's going to turn to white. So this, it is definitely selected because the is selected property has been set to true. And this is basically how we can be able to first create the actual window, but also to be able to select the icons. So the next step that I'm going to do, I'm going to keep working on the project window icon. So whenever I click on here and I click on save, what I want is this also. It's going to be changing depending on what I clicked on. And also I need to work on the verification of the information. So I want to make sure that the project that I want to create hasn't already been created, and also to make sure that the actual field is not empty, and other things that I need to work on to make sure that this is fully functionable. So the next thing that I added for the icon window is the selection of the icon. So if I click on here and I click this icon, for example, and I click save, so as you can see, it's going to be selected, and also it's going to be shown in here. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you how to be able to do this. And the first thing that I did, and that's an adjustment that I did for the all icons array. As you can see, I added the name property. And the reason why I added it, because once we are going to create our project, because the project will have the icon property, and its type, it's going to be a string, meaning that we're going to save the name of the icon as a string. So we can be able to save this object into the database. So it isn't possible. So that's why I added the name property in here. And also one thing that I'm going to show you to be able to pass the information or the icon that we clicked on from this component, which is the icons window, to the component project window to be able to show it in here. So the first thing that we are going to do, we're going to go back to the icon window, and in here, as you can see, I'm creating, so we're going to use the callback function. So we're going to use it because the reason why, because we're using the add project or the icon window into the dashboard functional component, which is the parent component. And inside the same parent component, we're having the add project window. So we're going to use a callback function to pass up the information to the parent component, then store it inside the selected icon, and we're going to use it to pass it down inside the project window, then we're going to show it. So as you can see, if we go back to the icon window, so we're adding the callback function inside the prop, and in here, so if we go all the way down inside the on-click event listener, we are going to filter the icon that has the is selected is true. And the reason why we're adding the index, because the returning value, if we use the filter method, it's going to be, or the returning type, it's going to be an array. So we're having one index, so it's going to be only 0. So that's why we're adding the 0. And then we are closing the window. So once we get the information, we're going to pass it up through this functional or this callback, and then we are going to get it from this. And here, as you can see, we're adding the prop inside the icon windows. So that's what we're using, and we're using the get the icon selected function to be able to pass the actual icon, and then we're going to set it into the selected icon. And as you can see here in the selected icon, we're not going to store the whole icon type, which is the icon data. So if we hover over the icon data, or if we go to the interface or the type, so we're having the ID, the name, and the icon, and the is selected. So we're not going to do this. We're going to just store the icon, which is an object, a React node type, and the name. So as you can see, we are creating another interface for it. And the reason why we are storing the name, because we need the name, as I said, to be able to create a new project. And then we are going to pass down the selected icon where we stored this information inside the add project window functional component. And here, what we are going to do, we are going to go all the way down in here inside the icon div, and we are going to use only the icon property to be able to show the actual icon. So this is how it is working. So it's gonna be a little bit tricky because we are using a callback function, but this is how we can be able to do it. And the next thing that I added into the new project window is the error messages. Like for example, if this still empty and I click on add the project, so we're gonna have this error message in here beneath the input field saying project name cannot be empty. Also, the same is going to happen if we want to add, if we choose a name of a project that already exists. And for example, because we already created a project called Forms, and if I click on Add Project, as you can see, we're going to have the project name already exist. And if I add something in here and I click on Add Project, so nothing's going to happen. And notice that when I change the project name field, so the error message is gonna go out instantly. So let's go back to the VS Code to show you how to be able to create this functionality. So inside the Add Project window, so what I added, of course, I added the error message variable state and the project name variable state to be able to store the name that we typed in, and also the error message that we want to show. So after that, we're going to do some adjustments into our GSX, of course. So what I did, I added this div that's going to be beneath the input. So here the parent div, so we are using the flex and the item center and a little bit of gap, and also we're using a bit of margin at the top so you can be able to have more space between the error message and the actual field. And here, as you can see, this is going to handle the logic whether we want to show the error message or not. So we're going to use the error message variable state itself in this turning operator to be able to show this message. And here we're using the error outline icon from the MUI. We are setting the font size as 14 pixel. And here the span for the error message. And we are going to put inside of it the error message variable because it's going to change. As you saw, we're having two edge cases, whether the field is empty or the project already exists. So that's why we added here the error message variable inside this span. So now, and also before I'm going to show you the logic, one thing that I adjusted inside the printf of this window is I got rid from the height. And the only thing that I added at the bottom of the footer, I added the margin, the margin bottom. And the reason why I did so because I added a new element in here, and if the height it's gonna be fixed, so when this it's going to show up and appear or disappear, so it's not gonna look that good, and things is going to be changing. So that's why I did so. So now let's go into the functionality, how to be able to do this. So the I'm going to start from the update of the project name field. So we're having this project name variable state and we need to link it to the input. So as you can see, we're having the value of the input is linked to the project name. And also to be able to update the project name whenever we are typing in our keyboard, we're going to use the onChange event listener and we're going to link it to this function. So here we're having this parameter which has the HTML input element type. And here, as you can see, we are emptying the error message whenever we are typing. This is what should happen. But also we are updating the project name by using the e.target value to be able to update the new state or the new text in the project name. And here I'm going to show you the function to be able to add whenever we click on this button. This is going to be triggered, the add new project function. And also if we go all the way at the bottom, here as you can see we're adding it inside the onClick event listener of this button. So let's go back up to the function. So here where we're handling the logic of showing the error messages. So the first check is the emptiness of the project name, and we're using the trim because we don't want to count white spaces as empty. So that's why we added the trim. So I'm going to show you very quickly. Like for example, if I add spaces in here and I click on add the project, so it's going to be counted as empty. So that's why we added the trim function. So if this condition is true, we're going to update the error message variable state to this phrase, and we are going to set the focus back to the input field, and we're going to use the return keywords. You can be able to exit the function to make sure that everything that remains in here won't be executed. So that's the first check. The second check is the existence of the project name, and here we are going to use the all projects variable state from the context API and make sure to add it in here. And so we're going to use this we're going to use this defined method, And we're gonna loop through the all projects area, of course. And here, as you can see, we're using the two local lower case. And the reason why we're doing so, like for example, we're having the form here, we're having the form's name. And if, for example, I do this and I don't use the two lower local case, so it's going to be counted as a new text. So I want to make sure that everything is lowered, their case is lowered uh, so that they are equal. And we're going to update, of course, the error message with this text. And as we did in here, we're going to get back the focus to the input field, and we're going to use the return keyword. So that's basically how we can be able to add this to add this uh, to add this error message in here. So now we can be able to add the project successfully. So if I click on the new project, so we're having this window, and so I'm going to type in the text, which is the project of the name just for testing purposes. And also we can be able to select the icon that we want and hit save. And if I click on add project, as you can see, we're having this awesome notification. And also the project has been added with this icon that we choose. So everything is going well. So before I start showing you the code to be able to do this, so for the notification, we're going to use this library. So it's a very, very cool library to use and very simple. And so the first thing that we need to do, we need to install this variable. I'm using the npm. So copy this and in your project, open up your terminal and paste it in here to be able to install this dependency. So now we're gonna go back to the add project new.tsx. So let me close this terminal, and inside this add new project function. So this is what I added. So I added this new project object. So to be able to store the information that of the new project that we want to add before we can be able to add it inside the all projects variable state. So of course it's going to have the ID, the Clerk user ID, the name and the icon, and the date and the components. So as you can see here, we're using the interface project that we added from here. So that's the advantage of TypeScript. So let me go back to this file. So I'm going to explain each thing in here. So the Clerk user ID, we're going to get it from Clerk itself. And to be able to do so, what we are going to use this use user hook that we are going to get from it this user object. And the user object, we are going to extract from it the ID. So this is how we can be able to get the ID. And the name, it's going to come from the project name that we created that I showed you. And the icon, it's going to come from the selected icon that we added in the prompt. And what we are going to extract only the name. So that's why I added the name in here. So next we're having the created add. So it's going to be the date, the ISO format. So this is how we're going to store that into our database, and the components area, of course, it's going to be empty. And finally, we are going to use the set all projects to be able to update our all projects variable state or array. And we're going to show the success method by using the toast from this dependency, and also to be able to make this functionable. So what I did, I went to the dashboard page, which is the main component of all of these components that we are using right now. And I added it inside here. And also to be able to use it, make sure to import it from this package. And we are going to close the project window by setting it to false. And if an error happens, so we're going to make appear this failed to add project window by using toast. Of course, when we start working with the database, this will change this function, but that's the skeleton of this function. And as you can see, everything is working fine. So finally, to be able to show this icon in here, we're going to go back to this function that we already created. So the text icon that we used in the context API to be able to update the icon text from the database to the icon object or the MUI icon object. So I added um, all the icons that we are using in the all icons window, and for each text, we are going to return its own specific um, icon. So that's the whole um, function, and I used Claude for this to be able to help me to create all of that, because as you can see, it is pretty lengthy and pretty long to save up some time. So anyway, right now everything is working well. So now, once we can be able to create a new project successfully, we need a way to be able to show the components inside each project. And like here, when I click on the button or the form or any project that I want to, as you can see, we are going to show another component called the component page. And if I click on back, so we're back to this component. So I don't want to use another route or anything like this. I want to just use the dashboard route, but also to make sure that everything is working smooth. So that's why I'm doing this. So the first thing that I want to show you is the logic, how to be able to make this happening. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing, of course, that we need to do, we need to create this component page functional component. And in here, so I'm just adding this simple and dummy GSX because we're not gonna retain all of these things when we start working on this page or in this component. So I want to just mention that. And the first thing that we want to do to make this logic working is we need to create another variable state inside the context API, and I called it show open component page, and of course it's going to have the false state by default. And also make sure to add them at the top inside the default state and inside the app context type, like this inside the show component page object, but also add it inside the value property. So I'm going to go all the way down in here and make sure to add it like this. And the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to go to the page, which is the functional component of the dashboard. And first we need to get the show component page, because we're going to use it inside this turning operator to whether we're going to show the content area component or the component page. So if it is false, this is going to be shown. Otherwise, this is going to be shown, which is the component page that we just created. And next, I want to show you how to be able to get the component page showed up whenever we click on this button. And we're going to go to the all projects functional component, and precisely we're going to go to the single project functional component. And in here, we're going to add the on-click event listener inside the name the single project that name span. And we're going to create this function and to be able to change the state of the change component page to true. So because we were using it inside here in this turning operator, so that's this it's going to be triggered. And finally, to be able to get back to the content area component, so we're gonna go back to the component page, and inside of this back span, we're going to add this on-click event listener, and we're going to change the show component page to false, so we can be able to go back to the content area component. So now what we're going to do, we're going to fill up this component, and we're going to start, of course, with the top bar. So that's going to be the final design of the top bar of the component page. So we're going to have the back button like this to be able to go back to the content area component. And if we go back, we're having the name and the number of components. Right now, it's not functionable. I'm going to focus first on creating the design. Then we are going to make this functionable, of course. And also we're having the search button or the search input. And we're going to have this icon to be able to clear the search keyword if we want to. And finally, we're going to have the button to be able to add a component. And also this, it's going to be fully responsive, as you can see, and we're going to have this icon showing up to be able to show the sidebar if we want to. If we click outside the sidebar, it's going to be closed like when we did for the actual content area. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you what I did. And the first thing that I did, I created this components or components page folder inside the components folder just for organization purposes. And here I created the top bar functional component. So that's going to be the full GSX of our top bar. So I'm going to go through all the elements in here very quickly. So here is the parent div, as you can see. So we're adding the justify between just to make sure that all the elements are going to be positioned like this automatically, because we're having three elements. We're having the actual bug button, and also we're having the search bar, and we're having the add component button. So we're going to go through each element one by one. So we're having the bug button. So that's the div, and those are the utility classes for designing this bug button. And so inside of it, we're going to add the arrow back icon, and this is its font size. And we're adding the bug text. And as you can see, we're adding this media query. So what I want is I want to be completely gone. I want to be completely gone whenever we reach this or in the mobile screen font size. So this is what you can see in here. And next we're having the name of the project and how many components, and this is its div, and those are the utility classes, so they are pretty simple. And finally, and next we're having the search bar. So let me toggle this, and we're having the search icon, and we're having the input, and also make sure to add this width as 100 pixel to be able to take the full width. And we're having the close icon, so this should only be appearing when we are typing. So we're going to work on this when we start making this top bar functionable. And finally, we're having the add component button. So first we're having this button. Inside of it, we're having this icon and the component text. And next, we're having the actual bars menu. So I put in it inside this div because somehow for the menu item, or the menu icon MUI tag. So when I'm using the hidden, it doesn't work. So that's why I had to put it inside this div so it can be able to hide it when we are not in the mobile screen size, as you can see like this. So this is basically how we can be able to create the design of the top bar. So now when we click on the back, as you can see, we're going to go back to the content area component. So very quickly, I'm going to show you and also I'm going to show you how to be able to show the sidebar. So let me put this like this whenever I'm clicking on this icon. So the first thing that um, we need to do, we need to go all the way up into the top of the functional components, and we're adding the set show component page and the set show sidebar. So the set show component page, we're gonna use it inside the back button. So this is what we're doing. We're changing its state to false so we can be able to close it and go back to the content area component. And for the menu bars to be able to show the sidebar, we're gonna just use the set show sidebar to be able to change its state. And this is how we can be able to create this top bar. And next, I created the design for each component like this. Of course, we're going to have the name of the actual component. Also, we're going to have this button to be able to set it as favorite or not. And also, we're going to have this to be able to open up a drop down. So we're going to create it. And the next we're having this simple tab to be able to switch between the preview and the JSX code. And for this, so that's the preview of this code live. So we're going to use a library called React Live to be able to render this JSX like this. And also we're going to use another library called Syntax Highlighter to be able to set and make this as this code like this. So that's going to be the design of each component. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that I did, I created the all components.tsx. So here we're having all the code needed to be able to design that. And the first thing that you should do, make sure to install React syntax highlighter, and also um, make sure to install the React Live. So copy this from the so you will find their package in the npm website, and paste it here so you can be able to use these packages. So I'm going to close this. And here, as you can see, so that's going to be the main div of where we're going to be adding each single component. So I'm adding a little bit of margin and also the flex column, so we can be able to have to stack all the component up like this. And we're having a little bit of gap in here. So now we're going to go into the single component, which is each one. So here I'm going to start from the GSX first. So we're going to start from the parent component. So of course the background is going to be white, the width is going to be false, and I choose this utility classes for this rounded edges and a little bit of padding at the top, and I added more padding into the bottom, and also I added a little bit of margin so you can have more space between underneath the actual component, but also to be able to have more space between each component. And next, so this is it's going to be for the component title. So the header, so we're going to have the name and the favorite icon and this menu, this three dots icon. So of course, we're creating this div to be able to wrap inside of it all of these elements. So this is it's going to be for the name of the component, and this is going to be for the favorite button. And as you noticed, we are adding it inside the icon button, also from the MUI, so you can be able to have this cool looking design, this bubbling effect whenever I click on the icon. So that's pretty cool. And also we're going to do the same thing for this icon as well. So now we're going to go to the components, to this component. And here, as you noticed, we're using the tab menu array. Just to be able to toggle these tabs like this, we need to use it with an array, and we're going to use the isSelected property to be able to actually update the state whenever we are clicking on a tab. So we're going to have the ID, the icon, the name, and the is selected. So it's going to be set to true by default. And if we go back here, we're having this on-click event listener. So when we click on it, we're going to change the is selected. So if we click on the preview on the JSX, this is going to turn to true, and this is going to turn to false. And this function, it's going to do that. So, and in here, we're going to use also these properties inside this div to be able to show each tab. So that's, of course, is going to be the main div. And as you can see, we're using this turning operator to be able to switch the colors depending on the isSelected property. And of course, we're having the icon and the name. So we're adding it in here. So as you notice, we're not adding it inside any div because it is by itself a React node type. So we're not going to do it inside any div. But for the name, we're adding it inside the span, and we're adding a little bit of margin, 2 pixels, just to make sure that it's going to look like centered with the logo. And here at this part, we're using this turning operator so we can be able to show this part that we're using React Live, or this part that we're using syntax highlighter. So this turning operator is going to do all of that. So if the selected is true, so we're going to use the live provider component provided by the React Live, um, the React Live library to be able to render all the code, and also inside of it, it's going to be added the live error. Like if something bad happens, like for example, I'm going to show you. So let's change something in here that it's not correct. And if we reload the page, so we're going to wait to reload the page, and you will see an error. As you can see here, we're seeing this error in here. So this tag, uh, if we go back in here, this live error tag is going to do this for us. And also we're having the live preview. So this is basically how we can be able to use React Live, and also we're going to use it when we start updating and changing our component. And in here, we're going to use inside this div, the syntax highlighter, and this is how we are going to use it. And you can go to their website. So this is their website to be able to play with the themes if you want to. So this is how we can be able to use the syntax highlighter. So now, as you can see right now, the design of our component page is completed. Probably I'm going to add another button here to be able to copy the code just from here. But overall, I think that our page is looking pretty nice. And also I need to create an MTA placeholder. So if we don't have any component at all, so we're going to have something like this telling us to be able to create our first component. And also I need to, like for example, when I click on the form, this is going to be updated depending on the project that I clicked on. And the next thing that I added is when I click on a project, as you can see right now, we are showing the information that we are storing into the project, but also into the components. So here we're going to have the name of the project, how many components, and also the components that we're having inside the components array inside the project. So because we're having three elements, so we're going to show all these components like this. And here, as you can see, we're having the headers of this code, of this JSX. It's different for each component because I changed it inside the data that we are using locally for now to be able to test things out. And if we go back and we go to the button, so we're going to find this button because I changed the actual GSX. And notice here we're using Tailwind CSS. So that's the beauty of React Live. It reads the CSS utility classes from Tailwind CSS to be able to style our project or our component that we want. So it is a good thing. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to share with you the logic that I did. And we're going to start from the context API, and we need to store the element that we clicked on whenever we click on the project. So that's why I created the selected project variable state. So it's going to have the null by default, and we're going to have the project type, since we're going to use the project, and null. And also make sure to add it at the top inside the default state like this, because we're going to store it inside the selected project object. The same thing that we did for the other variables. And also make sure to add it inside the app context type interface. And at the bottom, make sure to add it inside the value. And then what we're going to do, we're going to go to the top bar. So the top bar of the actual component page, and we're going to start from here because this is where we are showing the name of the project and how many components. And of course, we need to call the selected project from the actual context type. But before, we need to update the selected project whenever we click on the actual project. And to be able to show you that, we're going to go to the all projects functional component, and we're going to call the set selected project in here. And then we're going to add inside the project click function, we're going to use the set selected project, and we're going to update our selected project variable state with the single project, which is the one that we clicked on. So after doing this, then we can go back to the top bar, and here we're gonna just use the selected project, and we're gonna use its properties. Like for the title, we're gonna use the name, and also for the numbers of the components, we're gonna use the length of the components array inside the selected project. So once we're done with this, what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to the all components functional component, and in here first we need to use the selected project, and we're gonna use the map function. Because what we want here, we want the components inside the selected project. And we're gonna map through them. As you saw in here, we're using the components property, and then we're gonna map through it, and we're gonna use the single component, and we're going to pass inside it the component that we are access into inside the selected project. And then here we're going to do some changes. Here we're not going to use this code, so I just was doing it for testing purposes. So what we're going to do, we're going to start from the name of the actual component. So we're going to access by so we're going to show it by accessing to the name property. And in here, we're going to use the component code. What we were doing, we were using the code state that we were having in here at the top, but now we're going to use the code from the component. And here also, we're going to use it to be able to show it into this part in here for the JS code. And also I need to go back to the old data. And what I did, I added the code in here, right in here, because this is what we are gonna do when we start using or fetching information from the data. So the code need to be stored in there, and we're gonna use, of course, the code property. And this is what we did, whether here or here. So here to be able to render the code using React Live to be able to show it, to show the button and the UI component that we want. And here we're going to use it to only show the code. So that's basically how we can be able to show the components in this page. And the next thing that I added is this empty placeholder. So when we don't have any components, so we're going to have this showing up. And here, as you can see, we're going to show the icon of the actual project. And also we're gonna show the text, this text and the sub text, and also the button to be able to add the new component. And notice in here, we're not having this button in here. And if we go back and go to another project, as you can see right now, we're not seeing this empty placeholder because this project has a component. And if we add a new project, so I'm going to add a new project like this and add it like this. And if we go to the project, so as you can see, we're going to have another icon, and we're going to see this whole thing because we didn't create any component yet for this project. So let's go back to the VS Code, and we're going to start from the component page. Or first, we're going to create our empty placeholder. So that's going to be the empty placeholder. So we're going to have this parent div, and just to be able to position the elements like we want. And in here, we're having, so so I'm going to explain this, but let's continue with the remaining GSX code. And this is for the actual text. So we're setting the H3 tag, the P tag, this for the headline, and this for the sub message, and this for the button. So those are the utility classes. I'm not going to get into them because they are pretty straightforward and easy to understand. And the thing that I did here to be able to use the icon from the project. So we're going to use the text icon function that we created to be able to convert the icon from text coming from the database to our UI. So here, so as you can see, I added this class name property and this font size. And to be able to do this, the first thing that I did, if we go to the actual function, and I did some adjustments into this function. So I'm going to start all the way at the top. So as you can see, I added this font size to be able to control this size and also the class name. So if I want to add another utility class for the actual icon, I can too, and I can override this default utility class for this color. So that's why I added the font size and the class name, and I used uh, Claude and ChatGPT to be able to help me with this and to save up some time for the remaining icons. So this is how I can be able to control the size, and also if I want to add another utility class or another styling for the icon, I can too. So, and if we go back to the component page, as you can see, I added the font size 60 and the class name, I added it like this to be able to have this color in here. But if we go back to our page, as you can see, we're using another color and another size. And that's why in here in the text to icon function. So the font size that I added and the class name, it's not going to be mandatory. So that's why I added the interrogation mark. So if we go back to the component page, so this um, we are going to check if it is undefined. Then we are going to use the actual icon inside this div, and I created this div to be able to create this rounded effect with this gray color, and those are the utility classes, and we're making the div circle by using the rounded full utility class. And finally, we're going to go back to the all components and sorry, we're gonna go to the so we're gonna go in here to be able to show the empty placeholder or not, and we're gonna rely on the length of the components array. So if it is 0, we are going to show the empty placeholder. And let's go to the top bar, because what we want in here, we want to hide the button if we don't have any components created yet. And so at the top in here, so into the search bar or into the component button. So this is what we're doing. We are checking if the selected project is undefined and it's not null. So if it is true, and if the length, only if the length is upper than 0, then we can be able to render the button. Otherwise, it's not going to be rendered. And if we go back in here and we go to the button, as you can see, because we're having a component, so the empty placeholder is not going to be shown. So this is how we can be able to create this little component. And the next thing that I added is to be able to set the component as favorite. Like for example, if I click on here, so we're going to have this favorite icon changing. And also if I click on here, we're going to change its state. And if we go back in here, as you can see, the elements or the components that we clicked as favorite are going to be updated in here as well, because we created this when we created this favorite components. So whenever the all projects data changes, also this is going to be updated as well. So to be able to create this, so let's go back to our to the all component .tsx, and we're going to do some changes inside the icon inside here. So we're going to get rid from the icon button, because we were adding the favorite border icon inside the icon button in here. So we're going to get rid of it, and instead we're going to use the checkbox from the MUI. So this is what we're doing. And also, if we go at the top, we need to import the checkbox object from the MUI material package to be able to use it. So if we go back to the GSX, so this checkbox accepts the icon. So this is going to be the default icon, the favorite border icon. And if we if we click on it and it is checked, the icon is going to be changing to this icon. So it's going to be the same icon, but it's going to be filled inside, and we're going to set it as a red color. And after doing this, so we're gonna start working on the actual logic to be able to update the state, but also to be able to update all projects and the selected project that we're using to be able to show all the components inside the component page. So here, as you can see, first the checked property of the checkbox, it's gonna be linked to the is favorite from it's going to be linked to the is favorite, and the is favorite it's going to be so we're going to accept it from the component that is favorite from the prompt. And also we added the on change event listener, so when we click on the actual checkbox we're going to do all the things to be able to change the is favorite. So now let's go to the update favorite state. So that's the function. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to update the all project. And we're going to create a new array, and uh, because the way how React works, and we need to change the reference of the all projects so the re-render happens. So that's why we're doing so. So we're going to use the mob function, and inside of it we're going to create another array called update components, because we're going to access to the project that component, and then we're going to update based on the ID of the component. So if it is true, we're going to update is favorite state. So after doing this, we are going to return this to the new all projects. And here we are going to update the selected project uh, array, or sorry, variable that we are using to be able to show the information in here. So also because we're using it, it needs to be updated so we can be able to change the state of the is favorite in here, because first it was changing in only the all projects. And to be able to change the state in here, because we're using the selected project, so that's why we're doing so. So that's going to be the code for this to be able to update the selected project finally, and also to be able to use them, make sure to add the all project and the all project object and the selected project object in here. And then finally, we are going to update the all projects by using the new all projects. So this is basically how we can be able to set a new state of the favorite element. And as a reminder, why when we change the state of the component as favorite and we go back in here and it doesn't appear, because we already created that inside the context API. So whenever the all projects changes, the state of the all favorite components also changes. Because we're using the favorite components area to be able to show them inside the favorite components component. And this is basically how we can be able to set that up. So the next thing that I created is this drop down to be able to manage the actual components. So when I click on here, as you can see, so this is the drop down. So we're going to have three functions. We're going to have the edit, the duplicate, and the delete button. And also, if I click outside of the actual drop down, it's going to be closed. And also the position of the drop down, it's going to be changing depending on where we clicked. As you can see, it's going to be opened right where we clicked on this position. But also we're going to if we scroll like this, it's going to be closed. But also if we scroll with the mouse the mouse wheel also is going to be closed. Just to prevent the problem when we are scrolling, this is going to be just static in the position where we clicked. And so let's go back to the VS Code. So the first thing that we're going to do, of course, we're going to create our drop down. But first, I want to go to the context API and we're going to use two variables, one for opening and closing the dropdown. So as you can see, we're creating the open dropdown variable state with its setter to be able to change the state of it. But also we're creating this dropdown positions variable that has the left and the top variable. So this is where we are going to store the position of the mouse when we click on here or on here, or even like or any position where we're having the three dots. So that's the first step. And the second step is creating the dropdown itself, the functional component. And so here is the JSX. So I'm going to get into the logic to be able to open and close the dropdown and also to open it at the right position. But for now, I want to just get into the design of our dropdown. So here, as you can see, so those are the utility classes, and it's going to be fixed since it's going to be, we need that the drop down is used freely into the DOM. So that's why we set it to fix, and the width is going to be set to 160 pixel. And here, so I need to get rid of these two properties because we're not gonna use them. We're gonna use the top and the left inside the inline style of our div. And of course, we're using the flex and the flex colon and the gap to be able to stack up all these functions, the delete and duplicate, and the edit function. So we're having the edit, the duplicate, and also we're creating this divider line. So, and finally, we're adding the remove. So they are, right now, we are just using, we are hard coding the edit or the functions in here. And the reason why we are doing so because we're having this divider line in here. And once we start working on the functions, then we are going to create for each one the on event, the on click event listener for each one. So now let's get into the logic. So the first thing that we are going to do um, is to be able to open and close the actual drop down. So the only way that the drop down is going to be closed if we click outside of the drop down. And the visibility of our dropdown is going to be dependent upon the open dropdown variable state. So if it is true, it's going to be visible. Otherwise, it's going to be hidden. So now we need to handle the logic. So when we click outside of the dropdown, it's going to be set to false. So if we go a little bit up here, we're having this use effect hook. And this is the logic that handles the closing of the dropdown when we click outside of it, or if we scroll down or up by using the mouse wheel or the scroll bar. So here, so the first event listener, we're adding the mouse down, meaning that when we click outside of, when we click on the mouse, and whenever we click on the mouse, this handle click outside, it's going to be triggered. And this is the code that we're going to use to be able to close the actual drop down. So the second event listener is the scroll that's going to handle the scroll bar. And so when we're scrolling, this is going to be triggered and we are going to set the open drop down as false and this for the wheel. So that's gonna, it's the first time when I'm using this event listener. So here that's gonna handle the closing of the drop down whenever we are scrolling by using the mouse, by using the mouse wheel. And here we are So whenever the component animates this, we're gonna do a cleanup. We're gonna get rid from these event listeners, and this is gonna be dependent upon the set open drop down, set open drop down. And next, I'm going to show you how to be able to position or to store the positions that we're gonna use in here, the top and the left. So as I showed you, we are going to use the drop down position. So to be able to do so, we're going to go inside the all components, and this is where we are rendering each component. And we're going to go in this part in here. And what I did, I added or I wrapped inside this div, which is going to have the on-click event listener. And also we are adding this icon ref, which is this one. And we're using the use ref to be able to reference into the DOM the actual uh, three dots icon. So if we go to the open dropdown, so what you can see, we're using the stop propagation, and also we're going to use the get bounding client rect to be able to access to the top and the left of the icon that we clicked on, and then we're going to set the open dropdown to true so you can be able to show it up, of course. Then we're going to update the dropdown position by and we're going to use the top and the left. So here we are storing the top and the left positions inside the drop down. And then we're going to use these variables or these positions right inside the drop down. And this is what we are doing in the parent div. So the top is going to be the drop down position, the top, and this for the left. And here, the reason why I'm adding these pixels is because I want to have a little bit of space at the top, but also I want to change the position or to put it a little bit in here. So that's why I'm adding this minus 135, because if I get rid of this and I reload the page, so it's going to be reloaded, and as you can see, so it's we're not it's going to be cut off. So to fix this, so that's why I did the minus 135 to be able to fix this problem. So the next thing, we need to make this alive, meaning that whenever we click on the icons in here, we need to do these functions. So the first one that I'm going to start with, of course, is the delete button to be able to delete the component from here. Then we're going to move to these functions. So now when we click on our drop down and we click on the delete button, so this awesome window will pop up warning us that this action is going to be permanent. So that's going to be the design of our component. So as you can see, it is looking good and very simple. So we're having an icon, we're having the closing button and a little bit of text telling the user that this action is going to be permanent. And finally, we're having these buttons. And if we click on cancel, as you can see, it's going to be closed. The same thing if we do for this button. So right now it's not functionable yet. So I want to just show you how to be able to create this window. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that we're going to do, of course, we need to create our component. And also before I start talking about this, one thing to make sure that this drop down is working is to put our component in here inside the page that we're using for our dashboard route. So now let's go to the actual window to be able to show the window when we want to delete our component, and this is the functional component. So I was looking for it, And so that's going to be the JSX of our whole component. So I'm going to go through it very quickly. So we're having the header part. So we're having the icon. So and also the closing icon. So we're having this. Let me open this up. We're having this delete button, and also we're creating this rounded circle, and also at this part we're having the closing icon. So that's what we're doing. So here, as you can see, we're creating this circle by setting the width and the height as 42 pixels, and also we are using the rounded fall utility class to make the div circle, and we're using the flex item center and justify center to be able to center the icon, the delete icon inside the circle, and we're having the close icon, and here we're having the text. So that's going to be the main message, the second message, and the last message. And here we're using the flex and the flex colon and a little bit of margin at the top of this div that wraps the whole messages. And finally, we're having the buttons, as you can see, with these utility classes. And to make this functionable, so I'm gonna talk about this as well. So we need first to create our variables that we're gonna use to be able to open and close or store the variable states false or true to be able to show the window. So this is what we're doing. And we are putting the open delete window as we did for the other variable states inside the open delete window object, and make sure to add them also in the app context type. And if we go at the bottom, so we're going to repeat the same process that we did for the other variables, and make sure to add it inside the values property. And so we're going to go back to the delete window, and we're going to use the open delete window and the set open delete window. So this we're going to use it in the inline style, and we're going to use the turning operator by using the visibility property. So if it is true, it's going to be visible, otherwise it's going to be hidden. And also we're to be able to close the button. So we're going to use the set open delete window, and we're going to set it to false inside the close icon that is at the top of our component, but also when we click on the cancel button. So this is what's going to happen inside the on click event listener. So now to be able to open up this window, if we go to the drop down, and here first we need to call the variable, the set open delete window. And here at the bottom inside the remove icon, so we're going to call this delete component function because we're going to add some code in here to be able to delete the component from the all projects array, and also it's going to be deleted from the selected project that we're using to be able to render our element inside this page. So now we are just opening up the form or the component, and we're closing our drop down, of course. And also one thing that I forgot, I want to show you how to be able to show this soft layer. So we already created our soft layer, and we're gonna reuse that. So to be able to do so, we're gonna go to the page.tsx of the dashboard route. And as you can see, we already used it for the project window. So what we're going to do, we are going to call the open delete window variable, and we are going to insert it in here. So we're going to use the OR operator. So if this is true or this is true, then we're going to show our soft layer. So we can give a professional look when this component is opened up. So after creating our delete window component, so now when we click on the delete and we click on the delete component button, so as you can see, we're gonna have this notification again, and also the form has been deleted successfully. So right now, the number of components has been updated to 2. And let's say, for example, we're having this form 3 as favorite. And if we go back in here, so it's gonna be appearing inside the favorite components. So if we go back to the forms project and we delete this form or this component, and if we go back in here, so it's not gonna be here anymore. So to be able to do this, so we're gonna continue on the code that we created, but one update that I did inside the dropdown because I faced an issue when I click on the delete component button, the selected component has been null already, and I couldn't be able to delete the actual component. And the reason, and to be able to fix this, make sure to add the open delete window in here inside this if statement. So only if this is not true, then we can be able to set the selected component as null to fix this problem. So once we did this, now we're going to create this delete component function, and it's going to be linked, of course, to the button, to this button delete component. So if we go back in here, so we're gonna use the try and catch block. So right now we are just deleting the component into the local data. So once we start working with the database, we're gonna do some adjustments inside or adjustment inside this function. So the first thing that we're going to do, we need to delete the component inside the selected project that we're using to render our project and the components inside of it inside this page. And this is what we're doing. So we're going to see if the selected project is not null. Then we're going to create a new array called update selected project. And we're going to use this spread operator to not lose all the information or all the other information of the selected project. And what we are going to use here, only the components property, which is an array. Then we are going to filter out inside this component the component that uh, the ID of the selected component is different than the ID of the other components, so you can be able to get rid from the selected component that we want. And then we're going to update our selected project by using the set selected project. Then we are going to update the all project. And we're going to use basically the same logic. So here we're using the map function inside the all project. And then we want to make sure that the selected project ID is the same than the project inside the all projects. So you can be able to access to the specific project that we want. Then we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna use the filter method inside the components array to be able to get rid from the component that we want. Then we're going to update the all projects, of course. We're going to close our delete window component. Then we're going to show the notification by using the hot toast notification library. If an error appears, we're going to show this instead. So this is basically how we can be able to delete a component from the UI. And the next function that we are going to create is the copy of the component. So when I click on the drop down and I click on duplicate, as you can see, the component has been duplicated and copied. And also notice that the component has been duplicated, and right now it is at the top of all the components, because usually we want to duplicate this component and we want to modify it and to make it more accessible to the user. So that's why I put it at the top of the component, and we're going to use the sort method to be able to do so. And let's try to copy to duplicate this form as well. It's going to be duplicated as well without any problems or issues. And if I delete these components, they're going to be deleted successfully. So let's go back to the VS Code, and we're going to have many steps to do to be able to do so. But first, before I start talking about steps to be able to duplicate our component, so I did a minor adjustment inside the if statement to be able to close the drop down when we click outside of it. So what I added this open delete window inside the if statement. So instead of using it in here, so I did use it here. Uh, and so if it is true, then we can be able to set the selected component as null. So now let's go back to the function to be able to delete the component. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to link the duplicate component function to the onClick event listener of the actual icon of the copy icon. Then the first thing, so when I make sure that the selected component and the selected project are not null, because we're using TypeScript. So if I don't do this if statement, so we're going to have an error. So after that, we're going to use a try and catch block, and inside of the try block, the first step that we're going to do, we're going to create a new component object. And the only thing that we are going to change is the ID, the name, and the date of creation. So we're going to use the spread operator of the selected copy. So the other elements will remain the same. Then we're going to use only the ID and the name and the created at property. So we're going to generate the ID by using this library, of course. The name, we are going to create it like this. So we're going to use the selected component dot name, and we're going to add the copy word. Uh, and after we're going to generate a new date by using the new date, and also make sure to add the to isostring, because this is what we're using. So the format that we're using to be able to store our date into the database. The next step, we are going to just to ensure the immutability, we're going to create a new selected project object, and we're going to use the selected project, and we're going to add the new component object that we created in here inside the component, and also make sure to add the spread operator so the other components inside the selected project are not gonna be squished. And the first step is we are going to sort the component by date, so that always the component that we duplicated, it's going to be at the top. And also we're going to be do the sorting when we are fetching the data from the context from the server. Sorry. So I'm going to show you how to be able to do so. And finally, we are going to update the selected project just to make sure that this is going to be rendered inside this page. Then finally, we are going to update the all projects variable state, and this is what we're going to do. So we're going to just use the update selected project in here. So if the project.id is equal the selected project.id, meaning that we are on the right project, we are going to return the update selected project to be able to update the whole project. Otherwise, for the other projects will remain the same, and we are going to update the all projects by using the set all projects, of course. And then we are going to show up this notification, this message by using the toast library. Otherwise, we're gonna show the error, and we need to close the dropdown by using the set open dropdown as false. And finally, if we go to the context API, so in the simulation, when in the fetch of the data that we are simulating by, of course, we are going first to sort all the elements by date. And this is what we're going to use. We're going to use the sort method as well inside this for each method. So for each project, we are going to sort its component by using the sort method. So when we are creating or duplicating a new form, so things uh, will appear professionally, so to speak. So that's how we can be able to duplicate the components successfully. So the next thing that I'm going to work on is the window to be able to create a new component. So when I click on the this button, so I'm not going to work on the edit because we don't have the window to be able to use to edit the component. So that's why I need first to create the component to add a new to create the window to add a new component. So now when we click on the button to be able to add the new component, so we're going to have this amazing component editor that I'm going to show you how to build. So for the design, so we're having the left side, the information about the actual component, and the right side, we're going to use React Live to be able to render live the code or the JSX code in here. So of course we're going to have the component name. So, and also I added this to be able to change the is favorite state just from here. And of course the input field. And in here we're having the button to be able to save our code. And also I want to show you another thing is that we can be able to format the actual GS code. So if I click on here, it's going to be formatted, and we're going to use prettier library to be able to do this, along with using the ACE editor library as well. For this editor, we're not going to build that. We're going to use another library for this to be able to save some time. And also here, as you can see, we're using the SVG icon because we can't be able to use icons from external libraries, MUI, for example, or Font Awesome. So that's why I tested the SVG icons because I know icons are very important into the design of the components. Like I want to just show you how this thing is working because it is completely live. And if I add something like this, as you can see, it changes live. And that's something pretty awesome to have because it's going to be a time saver for me. For example, if I want to build components very quickly, and I'm going to add, and also we can be able to use utility classes in here. So that's a good thing. So as you can see, everything is working as expected. And if, for example, something like um, is not showing correctly in the GS code and is not formatted, so if I click on here, it's going to be formatted. So it's a good thing to be able to visualize greatly your code. So if we go back to the VS Code, the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to create this component, uh, com component editor in here, and that's going to be the full code. So the first thing that I said, we need to install the libraries. I'm going to show you the libraries that we need to install. So I'm going to type in npm install ace editor. So that's the first library that we are going to install. So copy this and paste it in your browser. And also, we already installed the React Native, but also installed the pre-tier. So that's the library that we're going to use to be able to format our GSX code. So they are the same founders of the pre-tier that we're using in the VS Code. So as you can see, so whenever we are saving our code, it's going to be formatted. So we're using the same library. So I'm going to start from here. So we're having some code in here, and the first thing that we need to do, of course, we need to import the ACE editor and the pre-tier, and also we are importing some of the items that we're going to use for our editor. And first, let's start with the JSX. So in the parent div, as you can see, so those are the utility classes. And another thing that I want to show you that this it's going to be fully responsive. So when I turn this the mobile screen mode, so as you can see, the the left part's going to be at the top, and um, the right part is going to be at the bottom. And this is what we're doing. We're using the max SM utility class to be able to do this. And for the other elements, as you can see, those are the utility classes to be able to position this element. And so that's for the left part, and that's for the so let's go a little bit at the bottom, and that's for the right part. So I'm going to start very quickly talking about the left part. So this is for the header. So we're using this div, and inside of it, we're using this one. And here in the input name, so this is the utility class. So sorry guys, so I'm gonna explain this very, very quickly. And I want to get into the most important thing in here, which is the ACE editor. So this is how we can be able to use it. So if we go back to if we go to Google, and I'm going to type in ACE editor, React, and we're gonna go in here, and I think that I did a mistake. So the React, um, so the editor that we're gonna use is the React Ace. So instead of, sorry guys, so the npm that we want to use is this one instead of the other one that I showed you. So sorry guys for this error. So make sure to add this library. So that's what we are going to use. And so if we go back to the VS Code, so this is what we are going to use. And so yeah, so this is what we are going to use. So make sure to add this code. And finally, we're having at the right part the live provider tag from the React Live library to be able to render this live, our GSX code live as we are seeing right now. And if we close this, and for example, if we go in here and we delete this component, so we're going to have this empty placeholder. And if we click on here, we can be able to open up our component window as well. And also one thing that I didn't mention, to be able to open up and close the component editor, what we are going to do, we're going to go to the context API. And what we are going to do, we are going to create this open component editor with its setter, and also make sure to add it in here inside the app context type, but also in the app context type interface, but also in the default state. And if we go all the way down, make sure to add it in here. And in the component editor, we're going to go all the way at the top of our component. And the inline style, we're going to use the display. So if it is true, we're going to use flex. Otherwise, we're going to use the none to be able to hide our component. And also in the close icon, if we click on it, we're going to set it to false so we can be able to hide our component. And if we go at the top bar of the component page, so inside the button, we're going to set it to true. We're going to set the open component editor to true. And also, if we go to the component page inside the button, in the empty projects placeholder, also we need to update our component editor to true. So now we can be able to add the component and also edit it at the same time. So I'm going to start by creating a new component. So if I click on this new button, so as you can see right now, everything is empty because right now this component editor is functionable, except this button. I'm going to work on it later on. So now if we want to save this component and I click here, we're going to have this error. Please enter a component. So if I enter here and I'm going to add something like this, my name, or I'm going to add new component and hit save. As you can see, we're gonna have that the component has been saved. So right now the component is opened, and if I add something like this, and let's say I add a new component or a new line, and I hit save, we're gonna have components updated successfully, and also this is gonna be formatted automatically. Also, I added this icon to be able to copy the clipboard. So I need to change the message. So it's not a great problem. And if I paste in here, as you can see, we effectively copied the actual code. And so now if we close the window, and if we go back at the bottom, so we're gonna find our component in here. And if we click on edit, so here we can be able to edit the component. So I'm going to show you what's going to happen if we edit the components. So right now, because in this component, we're having a little bit of code in here. So if I click on edit, so as you can see, we're having our code in here, and the JSX code is formatted automatically whenever we open our component editor. And if I hit save, so we're gonna have the component updated successfully, not saved. So it means that our logic is working well. And if I close our component editor and I click on the component to be able to add the new one, so everything is gonna be empty again. And also it's working when we click on duplicate. So let's duplicate this one. And if we want to edit, so we're gonna be able to successfully edit our component. So I'm just showing you all the edge cases to make sure that everything is working well. So the only thing that I need to add probably, so when I create a new component, So if the component has been created, like it need to be added automatically at the top. So I'm going to add this. So right now I'm going to show you the logic to be able to create all of that. So it took me quite a while to be able to create this, and thanks to the Claude.ai that I can tell you that this helped me a lot, and it outweighed the ChatGPT. So anyway, so let's go back to our project, and I'm going to show you everything that I did. So there are a lot of things and a lot of changes that I did to be able to make this happen. So so the first thing that we are going to start with is the inside the save component, because what we left these checks. So what I added in here is this. First, we're going to start by this. So we're going to rely on the selected component to know whether we are going to update or create a new component. So if the selected component is null, meaning that we're going to create a new component. So here we are creating a new object that has the type component, and here we are filling up all the properties of this new component. And so here we are um, updating the input name inside the name property, and the same for the code. So right now, and the false, it's going to be the default value of the is favorite, and the created at. So we are going to assign it to the state, and the project name, we're going to take it from the selected project. And here we are going to check if the component name already exists. So we already did this, and in here, we are going to add this new component, and we are going to update the selected component with this new component. The reason why I did so, because when I create the component and I hit save, so it's going to be set as a component that we want to edit. So when we click on save again, we're going to have the updated message rather than the component has been created. So, and here we are using this format code to be able to format our JSX by using prettier. So I did minor adjustment for this because I had some troubles when I'm loading the component, and when I was using the format code, the code doesn't appear, so I had to do some adjustments. And else, so if the is selected component is already has already some information in it, meaning that we are going to update our component. So we are going to just update the name and the code. And in here, we are going to check if the name conflicts with the other name components excluding the current one. So this is what I said in the comment. And we are going to update the existing component. By the way, we are using these functions. So this function and this function are outside of this function. And then we're going to set the selected component by the update component. Then we're going to show the information. So for the function to add a new component, it's going to accept, of course, the new component. So this is what we set that up. And we are going to check if the selected project and the all projects are not null. So we are going for immutability. We are going to create a new object, which is the updated project. So here we are going to just update the components part or property. Then we are going to update the all projects. So this is for when we want to add a new project. And this is for when we want to update an existing component. So they're going to be pretty much the same steps. And here, the only difference is we're going to use the updated components. So we need to access to the components, property, or area of the selected project to be able to to be able to update our component. And then we are going to do the necessary updates so we can be able to update our UI. So this is basically how we can be able to do so. And for the copy code, and also I start using Mozilla Firefox because I had some troubles with Edge. I don't know why. And I think that's pretty fast than Edge. And so I'm going to show you like the function. So if I click on here, so as you can see, this icon changes and go back to the copy icon. So this is the function that will handle this. And to be able to create this, I created this variable. I called it um, copy success. So it's going to be false by default. And so once we click on the function, so it's going to be set to true. And we're going to, um, so I need to, so that's correct. So I need to, so we are going to show the success message. Then we're going to use this to be able to actually copy the code. Then we're going to set the copy success to false after this milliseconds. And also we're going to use the copy success if we go all the way down to where we are putting our copy icon. Sorry guys for that because I had to really accelerate a little bit because the project is a little bit long. And so we are using the training operator to be able to toggle between the content copy icon and the done all icon. So this is what we are doing. And so I'm going to also, I found another issue with the ACE editor because the problem that I face when the selected component is null, meaning that if, for example, if I want to edit and if I want to create a new component and I want to edit, this will remain empty. And to be able to fix this problem, because the state of this of the ACE editor um, editor is not synchronous with React. So I had to create this function. So this reset editor, so we're going to set the code as empty also for the input name. And also we're creating this editor instance ref. And if we go all the way back in here, so this is the constant. So I'm going to go back to the function and we are going to set the value like this. So this is the only way that I found to be able to fix this problem, but also in this use effect. So we're going to use this use effect to be able to update our UI when the selected component is not empty, meaning that we do have some value in it. So if it is empty, we're going to call this reset editor to be able to reset our editor. Otherwise, we're going to call this. And here we are also calling the format code to be able to format our JSX whenever we are loading up our component. So, and also when we close the actual component, so this is what we are going to do. We are going to first close the editor, set the selected component as null, and also call the reset editor. And finally, and hopefully that I explained everything here because I did so many changes. If we go into the drop down, the last thing that I added inside the use effect hook. So I added this to make sure that the selected component is null whenever I I click outside of the drop down. So now we can be able to update the is favorite state from the component editor. So this component has this favorite is true. So if we click on here, as you can see, it was updated, and also it was updated in here. And as you can see in the favorite components, we're not going to find it. And also another thing that I added is you can be able to access the component just from here without having to click on the edit. Otherwise, the same thing is going to happen. So I use the same code to be able to access to the component from here, and I think it's much more easier. So now let's go back to the VS Code and inside the component editor. So I created this function. I called it update the favorite state. So it's not the function. So the logic, it's going to be a little bit or slightly different than the logic we used to be able to change the favorite state inside the component page, because right now we're having the selected component. So we need to check that all of these are not null, because this is what you are going to use to be able to update. So we're going to update the selected component because that's the variable state that we're using to store the component and to show it inside the component editor. So to ensure immutability, we're going to create this updated component. So it's going to have the selected component with the spread operator to be able to save, and all the information remains. So the only thing that we are going to update is the is favorite, and we are going to update this property with its opposite. Then we are going to update the components array inside the selected component. So we are going to create also a new array called updated components, and we're going to take the selected components. Then we are going to access to the components array. Then we're going to use the map function. And to be able to ensure that we are going to update the specific component, we're going to use the ID. So if the IDs are similar, then we are going to use this to be able to update the component inside the components array. Then we are going to use this updated components, and we are going to update the selected project. So we are going to use the spread operator so that the other elements inside the selected project, meaning the ID, the name, the icons, are going to stay the same. So the only thing that we're going to update is the components property with the updated components. Then we are going to update the array, the main array, which is the all projects. And this is what we are going to do. We are going to use the project.id with the selected project.id to be able to modify the correct project. And if it is true, we're going to use this. Otherwise, we're going to use the other project, meaning that the other elements. And then we're going to update all the states. And this is basically how we can be able to do so. And finally, to be able to access to the components editor by clicking in here. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to the all components, functional component, and in here we are going to create this on-click event listener of this span that shows the name of the component. And what we're going to do, we are simply set the selected component with the components that we are using currently, and we are going to update the components editor by true to be able to open it up. And one minor adjustment that I did inside the drop down in here inside the use effect, because I found that when I wanted to delete, it wasn't deleting, because when the a window opens up to delete the component, the selected component goes to null. So to be able to fix this inside this use effect, so we're going to use this, we're going to add this open delete window, this if statement. We're going to wrap it with this if statement to ensure that these only the selected null is going to be null if the drop down is false, if the delete window is false, and also if the component editor is false, to make sure that we don't have any problems. So the next thing that I'm going to do, and that's a simple thing, is I want to access also to the component through here. So all I have to do is to change the onClick event listener of this element to be able to open up and select the component that we want. So now we can be able to update the favorite state just from here. Like for example, let's say that we have in a component as favorite and we want to just change or make it not favorite just from here without having to go to from the project. So if we click on here and we click here, as you can see, it has been updated, and if we go back, so we're not going to find it anymore. And if we want to check that out inside the forms project, so here the favorite state also is going to be updated. So let's go back to the VS Code, and here inside the favorite components, functional component, so we're going to create this function open component. And this function is going to be linked to the onClick event listener. So I thought that it's going to be easier, but one problem that I found, and hopefully or thankfully that I included the project name inside the component. So I'm going to explain why. So here, these two lines are very simple because we're going to update the selected component and the open components editor to be able to show it up. The problem that I faced, because we were using the selected project as well. So, but from here, if we go back from here, we're not going to access or we're not going to use the selected project. So this is where I have the issue. And as I said, thankfully that I included the project name property inside the component because we are going to rely on it to be able to get the actual project where the component lives. So we're going to get first the index, or we're going to get the project, then we're going to use it to be able to update the selected project, and then everything is going to go smoothly and working well. So this is what we're having, and also we're going to use the scroll to the top. So if we're having a little bit of components and we are a bit down, if we click on here, so it's going to go automatically at the top. So I think that right now everything is working fine. So I want to make sure that, so I'm going to do some testing, and if I found a problem, I'm going to talk about it, just tell you what you did to be able to fix it. So now we can be able to open and delete the component just from here if we want to. So for the button, because we already did it in here, so we're going to use the same function to be able to, when we click on here, so we're going to open up our component. And also if we click on delete, so we're going to have this window pop up in here to be able to delete the component. And if we click on delete, so as you can see, it has been deleted, and also this part has been modified as well. So let's go back to the VS Code, and so inside the favorite component, so to be able to delete the actual component from here, so I created the open the delete window, and in this div, So in the on-click event listener, so we're going to call this. And the first thing that I did, I So the first thing that we need to do, we need to update the selected project because into the delete window, so we are going to use this function. So we're going to reuse it. And in here, we're using the selected project. So to make the deletion work, so we need to update the selected project from here as well. And this is what we are doing because we already did it for the modification. If we go back in here, so we did it for the modification of the component or when we want to open up the component. So after doing this, so we're going to update the selected project. Then we're going to update the selected component with the component that we are using, and we're going to open up the delete window. So when we click on the delete button, so this is going to be triggered, and we're having all the information needed. So the deletion, it's gonna happen successfully. And for the button, and for this button, so it is very easy. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go into the edit button in the div, and we're going to associate the open component function into the on-click event listener that we already created for this part in here. And the next thing that I updated is the statistics component. So as you can see, because we're having two projects, so this is what we are having as a number. The components are 4, and the number of favorite components is 2. So let's say, for example, we are going to add a new project. So I'm going to choose another icon. So as you can see right now, this has been updated. And if we go in this new project and we click on here and create a new component, so let's create something like this. And let's hit save. And if we close and we go back, so we're gonna find this also has been updated. And if we go to this component and set it as favorite, so right now the number also of the favorites components has been updated as well. And also if we do an update from here, also this it's gonna be updated as well. So let's click on this. And also we're back to 2 because we're having 2 favorite components and everything is working well. So let's go back to the VS Code and I want you to open up the stats bar functional component. And what we're going to do this, it's going to be empty. And we're going to use the use effect hook, meaning that every time that the all projects or the all favorite components change, we want to update these values. So for the first item, we're gonna use the all projects.length to be able to count how many projects that we're having. The second one, we're gonna use the reduce to be able to count how many components that we're having in each all project or each project. And finally, we're going to use the all favorite components that linked since we are storing the components that we set as favorites inside the all favorite component. And this is basically how we can be able to update this whenever we do a change, whether inside the all projects or the favorite components array. And the next component that I created is this one. So when I click on projects, so we're going to have this beautiful window to show all the projects if we want to. So of course, we're going to have the header and we're going to have the search bar to be able to search for a particular project. We're going to have the button to be able to create a new project. And we're going to have this to show how many projects that we created so far. And also we're gonna be able to sort the projects for better accessibility. And of course, we are going to show the projects like this. So we're going to have this icon to be able uh, to make or to drag or to change the positions or the position of the projects if we want to. If we want a project to be at the top and it is more favored than the others, so we can be able to do so. And also we're having these icons to be able to update and delete the actual project. So nothing is functionable yet. So I want to just show you how I created this and also the logic to be able to open this up and also how to be able to show this soft layer at the background. And notice that right now when I close the window, this also changes. And when I click on here, also this changes to the second element of the sidebar menu. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing, of course, we need to create our component to be able to show all the projects. So I called it all projects window. And so we're going to start from the printf as usual. So this is the class name. So let me close the sidebar. And those are the utility classes that I'm using to be able to for the parent div. And notice here we're using the left and the absolute, and also this utility class to make sure that our component or our window is always centered, since that this div or this window is going to be absolute. And also we are using the z-index 50 just to make sure that always it's going to stay at the top. And also we're using this media query. So when we change the size like this, as you can see, it's going to be a little bit wider just to be able to see our projects. So the people who are using their phone, they can be able to see clearly their project and to be able to interact with the application with ease. And now, so let's go to the header. So that's going to be the header. So I'm not going to get into the logic or these functions right now, so I'm going to talk about it. But now I'll just show you the JSX of each component. So for the header, so we're going to have this, of course, we're going to have this parent div. And notice that here we're using the justify between. Um, since we're using two elements here, we're using this one and this one. And for the first element, we're having the category, the icon, and also the all projects text. And the next one is the closing button. For the search bar, so also here we're using the justify between because as you saw, we're having these two elements. We're having the input and we're having the actual button to be able to create a new project. And also we're using the relative position. The reason why is because um, I think because we are, so that I think should be not here. So, so let's remove this. So let's continue with the actual sort by component. So let me open this up again. So I think that this relative shouldn't be in the class name. So, and let's continue with the sort by. So that's going to be the GSX of it. And here in the project list, so as you can see, we are hard coding the single project functional component, and we are duplicating here them just to know how things are looking in here and just to be able to design this window. So I'm going to get into the JSX of this very quickly, and as you can see, we're having some comments in here just for organization and to be able to see clearly what's going on to the GSX. So for here, we're going to have the track indicator just to be able to track the component, and we're having the project icon. So that this is the div. This is the project name. And finally, we're having the buttons, the edit button and the delete button. So that's pretty much for the our GSX. So as you can see, the next thing that I want to show you is how to make this functionable, to be able to open it up or close it. And the first thing that I did, I created, if we go a little bit here, I created a new variable. I called it open all projects window to be able to change the state of the window. So it's going to be false by default. And as usual, and what we did for the next thing that we did, or the same thing that we did for the variables, we are going to put it inside the app context type before we can be able to use it. So after that, we're going to go to the all projects window. And here we're going to first call it in here the open all project window, and we're going to use it in this turning operator by using the display property. So if it is true, well, it's going to be blocked, otherwise it's going to be none. And also into the header to be able to close the window. So what we're doing, we're going to use also the set open all project window to set it to false. And also we're going to use the menu items that we're using into the sidebar. And so the first, because we changed the is selected for the next or the second element to true. So we need to set the first element back to false, and this is what we are doing in here. And then we are going to set the open all project window to false to be able to close it. And also to make sure that when we click on here, this the state of the next menu item changes. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to the context API, and in here, so I created this use effect, and it's going to take as an array dependency the menu items. So when I click on it, and so when the menu items the next index, which is 1, is selected is true, then we're going to set the open all project window to true to be able to open it up. And finally, we need to add the all project window in here into the dashboard functional component to be able to see the actual window and to be able to see the soft layer. So we're going to add the open all project window in here. So if this also is true, then show the soft layer with the other variable states. So this is basically how we can be able to create and show our all projects window. And the next thing that I added is this placeholder to show whenever we don't have any projects created yet. And also if we go back to the VS Code, and because I commented the information inside the all project data out just to see how it's gonna look like. And if I do this and I go back to our application, now we can be able to see the data of the projects that we created with all the information. So the state of the number of projects is updated, and also for the other elements for each project, we are showing what we created so far. So let's go back to the VS Code and inside the All Projects window. And so what I did in the project list functional component, so we're going to use the All Projects variable where we are storing our data. And in here, we're using this is loading. So the first part is we are showing the loading spinner, and this is the icon that we are using, or the component that we are using from MUI to be able to show this spinner. And we're adding also the loading text. And here we are going to show the empty placeholder only if the length of all projects is 0. And also we are setting the is loading as false because what we want when we are fetching the data, of course, the all project length it's going to be 0 because we don't have any information yet. And to prevent this from showing up when the data is loading, that's why we added only if the is loading is false, then we are gonna show the empty placeholder. Otherwise, we're going to show the single project functional component for each project that we created. And here we are passing inside of it the project um, and so we are also adding the project prompt so you can be able to access the information from each project. And here, so we're going to start by the icon. And here we're using the text to icon function again to be able to convert from the text. As just as a reminder, we are using the we are storing the icon as a form of a text inside the project to be able to store it into the database. So once this comes from the database, we need to convert it into the MUI icon object. So this is what we're doing. And also we are going to change the size and also the icon. Um, Also the color because we're using the sky color. And here we're using the length of the components to be able to show how many components in here at the bottom. And the same thing that we did for the project name. So that's basically how we can be able to show all of this. And the next feature that I added in this window is the live search of the project. So we can be able to search live. So as I'm typing, as you can see, we're going to get the result that we want of the project that we're looking for. And if we don't have any results, so we're going to have this icon and this text. And also notice that we're having this button to be able to just by clicking here to empty the input so we can be able to do another query to make things much easier. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you what I did to be able to do this. So we're going to start from all the way at the top of our component. And what we're going to do, we're going to create this search query. So this search query, we are going to store all the elements that we are typing inside the input. So it's going to be in the parent component because we need, since we're using in here, if here we're using the search bar and the projects list, they are in separate components. So that's why we need to make sure that the search query, it's going to be at the top or the parent component so it can be shared with the search bar component, but also the project list component. So as you can see in here, the search bar, accepts the search query and the search query as parameters. So if we go to the search bar, so we are going to add them in here, and those are their types. And we're going to take the search query and we're going to link it to the input inside the value property. But also we're going to create this reference, the input ref, and we are going to add it in here. So the reference is going to be inside or in the child component, which is the sidebar. And here we're going to create this on change event listener that is going to be linked to the handle change, and we are going to update our search query by using the set search query. So whenever this happens, it's going to go all the way up to the parent component so that the search query updates. And finally, we can be able to take this and pass it down to the project list. And here we are going to take this search query and we are going to rely on it to be able to filter our all projects. So this is what we're doing. We're going to create a new array. I called it filter all projects by search query. And we're going to take the all projects and we are going to use the filter method. And here we are going to use the search query inside we're going to see if the search query is included inside the single project name. And so the result, it's going to be an array. So every time that we find one, so we're going to update this by the project that we found, and then we're going to use it in here to be able to show it into the UI. So I'm going to share with you, also I'm going to explain what is this. So this is going to handle so we already created this, but we did some updates so we can be able to, whenever we don't find any results, we want to show this. So that's why I did this update. So here what we're saying, so if the length is 0 and the is loading is false, then we are going to show the empty projects placeholder. So meaning that if we don't have any project created yet, we're going to show this. Otherwise, we're going to use the filter all projects by search query. So if the length is more than 0, meaning that we found some result, then we are going to use this to be able to show or to render the actual elements. Otherwise, we want to make sure that the is loading is false. The reason why I did so, so when we are fetching data, we don't want to show this no found projects search placeholder, which is this one, when we are loading our data. So that's why I added this condition, and I created this empty placeholder. So that's the component that we're using to be able to show the search icon and the text. So nothing fancy here. So it's pretty simple to create. And finally, I'm going to share with you the actual closing icon whenever we type in. So if we go all the way back into the search bar, functional component. So let me go all the way up, please. Um, the code is getting a little bit lengthy. And so let's go to the search query. And if we go a little bit down in here, so this is the close icon, and we're going to use this condition. So only if the search query that length is more than 0, then we can be able to show this close icon. And if we click on it, all we have to do is to update the search query and empty it. So this is how we can be able to create this live search for the projects. And now we can be able to update the project. So when we click on the edit button, as you can see, we're going to use the same window that we used for creating the project. So the only thing that we're going to change is the text. So we're going to change the add with edit, and the same for this button. And as you can see, right now we are loading the name of the project and also its icon as well. And if we add something like this and we change the color like this, and we click on editing, as you can see, the component or the project will be updated. And if we click on the icon to be able to update the icon, as you can see, the icon that the project has, it's going to be selected by default. So if we click on cancel, and if we want to create a new project because we're using the same window, so as you can see, like everything is going to be empty. And also the word new and add will be back. And so let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you what I did to be able to do this. And the first step that we're going to do, we're going to go to the All Projects window. And we are going to go to the project list. So let's go to the project list, and we're going to go to the single project. And what we want is the action button. We want the edit button. So when we click on the edit button via this onClick event listener and this function, we're going to open up the project window by setting it to true, and then we're going to update the selected project with the project from the prompt. So once we did this, also what we want is we want to close the window, we want to set the project or the selected project to null. So if we go to the cancel, so if we go to the so let me go to the button to be able to do this, or the component. So as you can see here, for the header, the close the sorry for the what I'm talking about is the add project window, and inside the header, so what we're going to do, we are going to add this onClick event listener inside the close icon. And so we are going to close the window, of course, and we are going to set the selected project as null. And if this is not at the top of our component, meaning it should be in here to be able to use it from the context API. And also we're going to do the same thing for, so let me go to the button or the cancel button. And we're going to do the same thing for the cancel button in the footer section. So in the onClick event listener, we are going to set the selected project as null. And next, I updated this. So if we click on here, I updated the word new with edit and the editing with add. And to be able to do this, we're gonna use the, so if we go to the header in here, so we're gonna use the selected project, and we're gonna rely upon to be able to know whether we are going to create a new project or not. So if it is null, so it means that we are going to create a new one. Otherwise, we're going to update the text by using the word edit. And the same thing if we go all the way down into the footer section. And in here, we're doing the same thing. So if it is null, we're going to use the add project. Otherwise, we're going to use the project. Then the next thing that we're going to work on is the icon. So the first thing that I did, I added the prompt inside the add project window. So I added another variable, the set selected icon, because we want to use it to be able to update the icon or update this box whenever we are loading our project inside, or updating the project inside the selected project variable state. So that's why I did so. And here, as you can see, just to give you some perspective, we're having the add project window in the page where we are using the icons window. So we want to update the selected icon because this is what it's going to be used to be able to show it inside here. And then we're gonna go, we're gonna go back to the add project window and we're going to create this use effect hook. So this use effect, I did a lot of adjustments in here and this use effect, so I'm going to explain each thing. So we're going to use the selected project to know whether we are going to set the project name to empty or not. So if it is null, it's going to be empty. And then also we are going to update the selected icon. So because the selected icon accepts the text and the name, so we are going to create this new object called icon object with the icon, and the icon is a gsx.element, meaning that it has to be an object. And we're going to use the text to icon function that we created to be able to convert from text to MUI icon object. And here we're going to use the name, and then we're going to update the set selected icon. So that's why when we want to create a new icon in here, we're going to have the code icon in this box. And else, meaning that if the selected project is not null, that meaning that we're going to edit our project. First, we're going to update the project name with the name inside the selected project. Then we're going to do the same thing for the icon, but now we're going to use the icon inside the selected project, and then we're going to do the conversion. And here we're going to use the name as well, and then we're going to update the selected icon. And in here, what we're doing, we are setting the focus because a problem that I faced, so whenever I want, so let me open this up. Whenever I want to search, like the focus goes away. So to be able to fix this problem or this issue, so I added this constant focus input, and then we are going to update it inside the set timeout. And this for the set error message to be able to update it whenever we open up the project window. So if we had a problem and we close the window and the error message still there, if we open it up again, it's going to be empty. And the next thing that we are going to do is, or the other thing is, we want when we open up um, the actual project, we want to select the icon by default, the icon that the project has. The reason why this icon is not selected because it is not inside the array. But if we create, so let me create a new the information or data is not saved yet because I'm not using the database yet. So what I want is when I click on here, I want the selection to be like this because this is what we used for the project. And to be able to do so, what we are going to do, we're going to go to the icon window and we're going to go to the all icons. And in here, we're going to create this use effect hook. So whenever the open icon window changes, meaning that if it is true, and we're going to see if the selected project is not null, then we're going to update the all icons state, and we're going to use the icon.name equal the selected project that icon, which is, by the way, a text. So if it is true, the is selected is going to be true, and the other ones will be set to false. And this is how we can be able to create this. Then what we are going to do, we're going to, whenever we click on, so if we go back to the add project window, and that's the last step, by the way. So if we go in here all the way down, so inside the button, to be able to edit the button, we're going to use the ternary operator, the selected project, and the ternary operator. So if it is true, we're going to call the edit project. Otherwise, we're going to call the add new project. So this we already created, but this one, that's what I just created. So we're going to keep this check for the emptiness of the project name. Then we're going to update the all projects. And we're going to use the selected project inside the if statement only if it's not null, then we can be able to execute this whole code. And we're going to create a new component for immutability. I called it update selected project. So we're going to keep all the other elements, other properties, and the only thing that we're going to change is the name and the icon. So the name it's going to be based, of course, the project name, a variable state, and the icon we're going to take it from the selected icon that name. Then we're going to update to create a new constant called update all projects to be able to, and we're going to take the all projects and we want to make sure that the single project that ID is equal than the updated selected project. Then we're going to update the all projects and we're going to close the window and we're going to set the project to null. And that's basically how we can be able to uh, edit the project successfully. So the next thing that I added is we can be able to access to the project just from here. So when I click on the project, so as you can see, I'm going to access to the project and access to all the components in it. And if I click again in here, I can be able to access to the component or the projects to be able to show its component. And if I click on home, as you can see, we're back to our dashboard. So let's go back to the VS Code, sorry, and I'm going to show you what I did. So I'm going to start from the all project window and I added this open the project function. And what we are doing in here, we are updating the selected project with the project inside the single project. Then we are going to open, we are going to close the all project window, and then we are going to show the component page. And this open the project function, it's going to be linked to the actual name whenever we click on it. And I added this hovering state. So when we hover over the actual name, the background or the color is going to be changing. And also make sure to go to the context API. And what we're doing in here, we added this. So when we click on the home, um, we are going to set the component page as false as well. So because I had the problem that when, for example, I click on here and if I click on here and somehow I did like this, it goes to home and the actual dashboard doesn't appear. And to be able to fix this, so I added this set show component page to false. So this is basically how we can be able to create this. So the next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to work on this. So it's going to be pretty much simple. I hope so. When I click on delete, I want to delete the actual project just from here. So now when we click on the delete button, as you can see, we're going to have the same box or the same window that we used for the component, but right now we're changing the word from component to project. And if we click on the delete project, as you can see, it's going to be deleted successfully. And to be able to do this, what we are going to do, we're gonna First, we are going to trigger the window or the delete window to open up whenever we click on the delete button. So the delete button, we are in the all projects window, of course, and we're gonna head all the way down, or we're gonna head all the way down to the single project functional component, and we're looking for the edit button. So that's the function that I just created. And what we're doing, we're going to set the open project window to true, and we are going to set the selected project. We're going to update it with the project that we want to delete. Then we're going to go to the delete window. And here we are going to do some modification. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to create this delete project function. And here it's a basic code by using the filter method from the all projects to be able to filter out the element that we want to delete. Then we're going to update our state by using the updated all projects. Then we're going to close the window or the delete window and show the success message. And to be able to know whether we are going to delete a component or a function, the only thing that we are going to rely on is the open all project window, because this is the only place where we can be able to delete the project. So if this window is true, meaning that it's going to be a project. Otherwise, it's going to be a component. So this is what we are going to rely on. And so first thing first, what I did is updated the JSX or the text that we are going to show, depending on whether we are going to update or to delete the project or the component. So as you can see, we're using the string operator. So if this is true, it means that the project is going to be deleted. Otherwise, we're going to use component. The same thing for this message. And also, if we go down in here, so we're going to do the same thing for the button. And also in the onClick event listener, we're going to use it to be able to whether we're going to call the delete project function or the delete component function. And that's basically how to be able to do so. And the next functionality that I'm gonna start working on is the sorting, but first we need to create the drop down. So when I click on the name, so that's gonna be our simple drop down. As you can see, we're gonna we're gonna sort by order. So that's the order that we're gonna use from A to Z or Z to A, and also we're gonna sort by the date from the newest or from the oldest, just to make sure that you can have uh, so we can be able to access to the projects much easier if we have a lot of projects, of course. And if we click outside of the drop down, it's going to be closed. So that's the first step that I want to just show you before I can move on to advanced things to make it fully functionable. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that I'm going to share with you is the sorting dropdown functional component. So I created this inside the components folder. And what we're doing in here, we're creating first this parent div, and those are the utility classes that we are using. And here we are using the top and the right because the position it's going to be fixed. So we want to make sure that this drop down is freely available into the DOM. And of course, this we're going to stop using it since we start working with the positions like we did for the drop down to be able to delete or duplicate or modify the component. So we're going to use the same principle, and we're setting the width as 160 pixel. And next, we're having the order. So for now, we are just hard coding the divs for the order and date. But once we start making this functionable, we're going to work with an array. So I'm going to show you the one for the order because the same design or the same utility classes or structure is going to be for the date. So we're using the flex and the flex colon. And because we're having here three or two elements, we're having the order, which is the text, and we're having the two subtexts, the A to Z and the Z to A, and each one is inside the div, and those are the utility classes. And we're using the flex and the flex colon and a little bit of gap, and but also we're using some margin at from the left, so I want to make sure that we're having some space in here, and just to be able to differentiate between this and this, and also it's gonna make look good. And so that's pretty much for this. So, and the same thing, as I said, the same structure and the utility classes that we used for the date. So the only thing that is different in here is the text, the date, the newest, and the oldest. And to be able to make this clickable and showable whenever we click on this, so first we're going to start from the context API, and I need to create some state to be able to save whether I clicked or not the actual dropdown. And we're going to create the open sorting dropdown in here. And we're going to put it inside the actual open sorting dropdown object. So I added it inside the context type. And also make sure to add it in here into the value property to be able to use it in the sorting dropdown um, component. So first, what we're going to do, we're going to use the open sorting dropdown from the context API. And in here, as you can see, we are adding this inline style, and the display, it's going to be dependent upon the open sorting dropdown. So if it is true, we're going to use block. Otherwise, we're going to use none to make it or to hide it. And also, to be able to open the drop down when we click from here. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to the all projects window, and in the sort by component, functional component, we're going to add the set open sorting drop down like this. And when we click on the name or the actual icon, the arrow down icon, so this is what we are going to do. We're going to trigger this to be able to set it to true. So the drop down or the sorting drop down, it's going to be false. And the next thing that I'm going to show you when I click outside of the drop down, so we're going to use create a drop down ref by using the useRef hook, and we're going to associate this with the actual drop down from the parent div. And here we're going to add this use effect to be able to handle the outside click. So if we click outside of the dropdown, we're going to set to false, and we're adding this code to be able to add the event listener mouse down when this is mounted, and when it is unmounted, we're going to remove the event listener. And of course, this is going to be relied upon the open sorting dropdown. So that's basically how we can be able to create this. So the next thing that I'm going to do first, I'm going to make sure that this it's going to be positioned underneath, and we're going to use for that another variable state to be able to store the top and the left positions, and then we're going to rely on this to be able to position this drop down based on these numbers. And then we're gonna work on creating an array to be able to handle the selection and update its state whenever we click on one of these elements. So now when we click on the sort by, So as you can see, the sorting dropdown is going to be open up right where we clicked, and also the arrow icon is going to change. And if, for example, we change the position like this, even if we click on here, it's going to be opened up right where we clicked. So I want to make sure that the dropdown is opened up at the right position. So let's go back to the VS Code and I'm going to show you what I did. So the first thing that I did, I created this search and drop down positions with that's gonna have as an object the left and the top property. So we're gonna do the same principle that we did for the drop down position. And also if we go in here, so we're going to add it inside the sorting drop down positions object. And also for the top, make sure to add it in here. And as you can see, we use the drop down position interface because we're using the same properties left and right, or left and top, sorry. And also make sure to add them inside the values property. So now what we're going to do, we need to get the positions. So when we click on the name, we need to get the position of the or where we clicked, or the mouse, the position of the mouse where we clicked. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to the all projects window, and we're going to go to the sort by component. And the first thing that I added inside the open sorting drop-down function, and before that we need to create this name ref, this reference that is going to be linked to the actual name, which is this one that we clicked on from the DOM. So this is what we're doing. And once we did this, and we're gonna check if the name ref that current is not null, then we're gonna use the get bounding client rect function from the current to be able to access to the top and the left. Then we're going to store it inside the top and the left variables. Then we're going to update the sort and drop down positions with these properties, top for this and left for this variable. And of course, to be able to use the set sort and drop down positions, we need to add them in here from the context API. So after doing so, the next thing that we're going to go to is the sort and drop down. And we need to associate the top and the left positions that we just updated into the div of the sort and drop down. And this is what we are doing. So inside the inline style, so we're going to add the top and the left, and the top and the left, it's going to come from, if we go back in here at the top, it's going to come from the sort and drop down positions from the context API, which one that we just updated when we clicked on the name and the arrow text. And so when we update this, the position, of course, of the drop down, it's going to be changing. And I added a little bit of pixel just to make sure that it's going to be positioned right here and not right in here. And also to add a little bit of space to the left side. So that's why I added this -1. And finally, I'm going to show you how to be able to change the arrows whenever we open or close our drop down. And what we're going to do, we're going to go to the back to the all projects window. And I want you first to add this icon, the keyboard arrow up rounded icon from the MUI. So if we go back to the material icon, so that's the icon that I'm using. And if we go back to the sorting functional component in here, so we're going to use this turning operator. So if the open sorting dropdown is true, the arrow, the icon is going to be an arrow up, otherwise it's going to be an arrow down. So that's basically how we can be able to do this. And finally, I'm going to share with you the state. So as you can see right now, this is blue, and that's for a reason. So if we go to the sorting dropdown functional component. So we're going to use this sorting options area. So this is what we are going to use, as I said, to be able to render all the elements inside the sorting dropdown component. So we're going to have the category and the options, and we're having the selected property. So this it's going to be by default true, and the other ones will be false. And we're going to use the sorting options into the GSX. So we're going to modify the GSX because before we were hard coding all the elements inside the GSX, and it's going to be a little bit complicated because we are using an inner inside another array. Uh, so the first thing we're going to start with is the sorting option dot map, which is the main category. And here we're going to just show the date or the order text. And also inside each category, we're having the options. And that's what we're doing in here. We're going to use the category dot options dot map to be able to access to the options. And then we're going to render them like this. And in here, I'm using the option that's selected. So whenever this is true for the each option, it's going to have this color just to be able to identify which one has been selected. So now the update is not functioning yet. And so I'm going to do this the first thing, and then I'm going to start working on the sorting functions. So now we can be able to actually sort the elements inside the all projects window. And also another update that I did is here, as you can see, whenever I click on here, so this text is going to change depending on the category where we set the selection. So as you can see, if I click to order from Z to A, as you can see, so we are starting with the descending order. And if we click to A to Z, as you can see, also the elements change, and the same for the date. If we click from the newest, so the reason for that, because I just created this, so this is why they are sorted like this. And if we want to sort them by the oldest, so we can click on this, and as you can see, it has been sorted. And also the sorting, it's going to happen if we do the search. So just to show you, like if I do something like this, and let's try to, so we're gonna have two elements in here, and if we do the sorting, it's gonna work as well. So if we're looking a lot of projects and we want to sort through this search query, we can be able to do so. So let's go back to the VS Code, and I did a bunch of stuff to be able to make this working. So the first thing that I did is I moved the sorting options into the context API. So you can be able to use it in both sorting dropdown component, but also inside the all projects window to be able to update this part. So that's why I did so. But also we created another variable where we're going to be storing all these sorted projects. So this is the sorted projects, and the reason why I did so because I want to the all projects that we are gonna use is going to be different from the array that you are gonna use for the sorting. And the reason why I did so, so when we sort the projects, I want the components don't be sorted. So that's why I did so. So I created the sorted projects, and to fill it up, so we are going to add it inside this use effect to simulate the fetching of the data. And in here, as you can see, under the set all projects, also we're going to update the sorted projects. And so once we did this, so um, we're going to go to the sorting dropdown, and this is where we are going to do the actual sorting. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to call the sorting options array from the context API, but also the sorted project to be able to render it inside our window. And the sorted project, so it's going to be only used here for the sorting, but to be able to render it inside the window, we need to actually use it inside the all projects window, because this is what we are using to be able to sort the elements inside the project. So in the project list, as you can see, so we're calling the sorted projects object to be able to use the sorted project. And in here, inside the filter all projects by search query, instead of using the all projects, we're going to use the sorted project, so we can be able to filter even if we did a search query. And this sorted project is going to be used um, or the filter all projects by search area is going to be, it's gonna we're gonna still use it, because the only thing that we did is to use the sorted projects. So after that, we're gonna go to the sorting dropdown, and I'm going to show you the function to be able to do the sorting. So the first thing, we need to create the function. So that's the function that we're going to use. So this sorted projects function will accept the projects and also the sort option. And also another thing that I didn't point out, inside the sorted options, I added the value for each option, because this is what we're going to use to be able to do the actual sorting inside the sorted project. So we're going to use this and the switch statement. So for each case, we're going to do the sort. So we're going to use the sort function, and this is basically what we're using for each case. So for the ascending, we're going to use this. For the descending, we're going to use this. And the same for the newest. Here, we're going to use the new date instead of the name. And also, we're going to use the get time. So this is basically how we can be able to do the sorting. And thanks to the sort function, that is going to save us a lot of time to sort stuff instead of creating our sorting algorithm, which is going to take a lot of time, and also uh, it's going to be costly in terms of performance. So once we created this function, so here in the handle option click, meaning that when we click on each option, so what we're going to do, we're going to store all of this inside the new options. And then we're going to find the selected option, and we're going to use the flat map and also that find. So I just logged this out just to make sure that everything is working. And if we go to the console log, so let's open up this console log to show you in the line 32. So I have a lot of things here logged out. So I should find it in here. So let's probably I need to click on the element. So let's keep. So that's here it is. So that's the element that I want to show you. So here we got the selected element, the whole object, and of course, so we're going to use it to be able to sort our element. And we're going to use it to be able to get access to the value of the selected option, because this is what we're going to use inside the switch case. And then based on what we because this is going to return the sort object projects is going to return an array of type projects, and we're going to use the set project set sorted projects with the sorted return, which is an array, to be able to update our sorted projects and thus re-render the all the elements in here and actually show the results. And So that's basically how we can be able to do the sorting, and I hope that I point out everything. And also another thing inside the context API, so that's the benefit of using these variables at a higher scale or structure of our project. I found an issue whenever I'm doing a change inside the all projects, it doesn't appear inside the all projects window because we're using another state, which is the sorted project. To be able to save this or to fix this problem, all we have to do inside this use effect, we're going to update the sorted projects with the set sorted project. So whenever we make a change in here, we're going to update as well the sorted projects. And just to show you how things are working, if I create a new element in here like this, so it's going to be added. And the same thing if I delete it, so it's going to be also updated in here. So that's basically how we can be able to sort our element. And finally, I was going to forget this, is how to be able to update this part. So what we're going to do, we are going to go to the all projects window, and then we're going to go to the sorted by component. And in here, we're going to create this to be able to extract the category name that its options has been selected. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to use the find method. Then inside of it, we're going to access, we're going to see if one of the elements has the selected is true, then we're going to return it to the selected name. So we're going to store it in here. Then we're going to use the dot category to be able to access to the name that one of its option has been selected. And also when we click on here, something that I added, it's going to be automatically um, closed. And the only thing that I did inside the sorting dropdown, I added this set open sorting dropdown as false. So that's basically how we can be able to do the sorting. So there are minor things that I need to adjust. So I'm going to explain all the changes and all the modifications to make sure that the sorting algorithm is working fine in all cases. And the next adjustment for the sorting function is, as you can see right now, I added these two projects just to show you how this adjustment is working. So for the sorting option, we're sorting from A to Z, but if I do this, as you can see, all the elements change as well. And when I create a new project, and so let's go it like this, just randomly. So it's going to be placed in here because of this sorting option. And the same thing if we do for the date. So because this has been added recently, and if I create something like this, so it's going to be added in here. So what I wanted just to show you, like depending on the even if we update all projects, the update it's going to be done based also with the sorted option that we are selecting. So let's go back to the VS Code, and the first thing that we need to do inside the context API, um, what we are going to get rid of is this line inside this use effect. And inside the sorting drop-down functional component, so inside I created this use effect hook, and we're going to use the all projects as an area dependency, meaning that whenever it changes in the all project, all of this it's going to be uh, run. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to get or select or extract the selected option, so we can be able to extract the selected value. And here we're going to use again the sort projects function. And we are going to use this selected option inside here. And also we're going to use of course the all project, and we're going to update the all projects or the sorted projects. So whenever we're doing an update inside the all projects, also it's gonna run this to be able to do the sorting when we change the all projects, so we can have that kind of result. Next, we are going to save the state of the selected option inside the local storage. Just to show you, like right now we are selecting the newest option, and if I reload the page, we will find the newest option is still selected because we stored it inside the local storage. And just it's gonna come very handy. So if we don't have to every time that we click on the the all projects window, we need to sort things out. And so let's go back to the context API first, and inside the sorting options. So since the use state accepts a function, so we're going to use this. So first we're going to make sure that the sorting options key inside the local storage exists. So if it exists, we're going to uh, parse the element otherwise to be able to use it, and otherwise we're going to use this by default. And after that we're going to go to the sorting drop down functional component, and we're going to create this use effect to be able to store the changes inside the local storage. And also whenever we are clicking on the actual option, also we are going to save this into the local storage by using the set item as well. So we're going to use the same element from here and from here. So the only thing that, or the only difference is the, here we're using the new options, so we can make sure that the actual state is saved immediately, because this is what we're doing. And here we're using the sorting option. So we're going to use the result, and that's why we're using this as an array dependency to make this happening. So I think right now that our component, the all projects component, is working well. I think that there is no bug yet. And also another thing that I added is to be able to prevent showing up all the projects in here, especially if we're having a lot of projects in this component. So go to the all projects functional component, and in here, make sure to add the dot slice. And what we're saying in here, we are going to just show the first 10 projects in here. So when we have more projects, then we can be able to access to them from here, and that's why, and uh, that's why we created this all projects window, so we don't have to show all the projects in here and to make the page longer. So now what we're going to do, we are going to work on the all favorites component window. So it's going to be basically like this. So whenever we are going to click on this, we are going to have this pretty much the same window to be able to show all the favorite components, since this in this place we only can accept 5 components. And think about having a lot of favorite components, so we need to find a way to be able to show them all. Then I created this for the favorite components, and as you might notice, we're using pretty much the same design that we used for the all projects window. So the only difference here is instead of using this button to create a new project, we're going to use it to filter by project if we want to. And also this text, I changed it and we're not having the sorting option. And here I made some changes in here. So instead of using the icon, because we don't have any icon for the component, so I just used this blue circle just for styling. And I added the project of the component just to be able to know each component uh, uh, to know each project that the component refers to. And of course, we're going to have the edit and the delete button. So let's go back to the VS Code. And so we're going to start first by creating the all favorite component. So I created this new folder. And basically what I did, I took some of the elements from the all projects, especially the GSX. So I took all the elements from here and I paste it in here, and then I made the changes needed so you can be able to adapt to the all components or to the components. So we're gonna start from the header. So inside the header, so nothing's gonna change. So the only thing that I'm going to change is the text, the favorite component, and also I changed the icon. So let's move on to the search bar. And inside the search bar, so I made the change inside the button. So I'm going to use this icon from MUI. Then I'm going to change this filter by, and I added this project inside another span just to make it a little bit bolder. And I choose this icon for this arrow icon just to know whether the menu that we are going to create is opened or not. And then I changed the sort by component, the name of it by the component's number, and also I changed these text, and also I got rid from the sort by text. And here I changed the project list by the component list. And so in this single component, so what I did instead of using the icon, so I got rid from the icon, I just changed the width and the height just to make this little circle in here. And also, um, I added this div to be able to show the project of the component. And so for the other buttons, they are the same. So the next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to make this functionable and openable. And also I'm going to render the favorite components array that we created inside the context API. So what we're going to do, we're going to use the all favorite components to be able to use it and render it in here. So I'm going to work on this and I'll be back to explain what I did. And the next thing that I added is to be able to open up the favorite components window. So when I click on this, so as you can see, we're going to have our window. And if I click on close, it's going to be closed. And the selection of the menu elements inside the sidebar, it's going to go back to home. So first I want to show you how to create this before we can be able to render our favorite components array. Of course, we need to create the state that the same thing that we did for all the windows. And if we go a little bit um, in here, so things start getting a little bit lengthy. And I created this open all favorite components window variable state and make sure to, and because I'm adding it inside the open all favorite components window object, so a little bit long. So make sure to add them, add it also in the default state, but also into the context type interface. So once we did this, so the first thing that we need to do, we need to go to the all favorite component and we need to call these variables. And we're going to use this way inside the inline style of the parent div, which is the whole window, and it's going to be dependent upon this. So if it is true, we're going to use the block property. Otherwise, we're going to use none of the display to be able to show it and close it. And also, we're going to use the set open all favorite component window inside the close icon. So here, what we're doing, we are using also the menu items. So also we're calling it from the context API. So what we are doing here, we are setting all the selected property of these three elements as false. Then we're going to set the selected of the first element by using the zero index as true. Then we're going to update our state, the menu item state with the new menu items. And then we're going to close our our window. And that's basically how we can be able to open and close our window. So now I added the components that we set as favorite inside the window. So as you can see right now, we're having two other components. And if we go, for example, in here and we set this as not favorite and we go back to the favorite, so now it's not going to be appearing. So let's go back to the VS Code and so just as a reminder, the area that we're going to use is the all favorite components because we already set that up to be able to make this working. So we're going to just reuse this to be able to show it in our new window. So if we go into the all favorite component, so the first thing that we are going to do, we're going to use this. So to be able to use this, uh, so so we're going to go into the components list, and here we're going to use the all favorite component from the context API through this use app context hook. And then we're going to use it in here to be able to render for each element. We're going to use the single component to be able to render each element. And inside the single component, we're going to pass in the item and it's going to accept as a prop the item with the type component. And then for this part, we're going to show the name of each item. Then here, we're going to show the project name for each item as well. And if we go a little bit up inside the components number, because we want to update this number as well based on the number of the components inside the array. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to uh, call this all favorite components, and we're going to use the length property to make this number changing. So now when we are looking for a component that we don't find, as you can see, we're going to have this. So the same thing or the same placeholder that we used for the all projects, so we're going to use it. And so the only different, if we click on this component and we make it as not favorite and we go back in here. So we're going to have this simple text telling us that there is no component set as favorite. So let's go back to the VS Code and I'm going to show you how to be able to do this. And the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to add our empty projects placeholder. So what I did, just copied it from the all projects window and I got rid from this icon and I changed the text like this, and also I got rid from the main text, and also I made it I made the text a little bit wider by using 15 pixel, and also I added this not no found projects search. So I should anyway. So the most important thing is the result. So that's why because I copied it from here, so I didn't change the name of the functional component. And so if we go back to our component list, so I added this is loading stage, and we're going to use the same logic that we used. So when the is loading is true, we're going to show the circular progress. So I'm going to show it to you. Like if I reload the page and I click on favorites, as you can see, we're having the spinning um object or animation. And so we're gonna see if the all favorite component dot length is 0 and the is loading is false. Then we're going to show this empty placeholder. Otherwise, if the length is more than 0, we're going to show or the elements that we are having inside the filter by search input. Otherwise, we're going to show the no found projects search component. So that's basically how we can be able to do this. So the next thing that I'm gonna work on is the deletion. So when I click on the delete icon, we want to delete the actual component. So now we can be able to delete successfully the component just from here. So I set these components as favorite, and when I click on the delete, so we're gonna have again this window. When I click on delete, as you can see, the component has been deleted successfully, and also it's not appearing in here. So the first thing, because we already used this function from here, so what we're going to do, we need to reuse this function. So we don't have to create another function because it's not a good way of doing stuff. So inside the all project component, so what I did, um, or in the favorites component, so that's the component that we are using to be able to for this. And I took this function, opened the delete window, and I put it in outside of this function so I can be able to export it. But I need to pass inside it all of these elements so I can be able to use them in here. And the function open the delete window, it's going to be used like this on the onClick event listener of this button. So once we did this, we can be able to reuse this function since we're going to pass in inside it the same elements in here. And so inside the all favorites components, so this is what I did. So if we go to the so let me go to the components list, and inside the single component, inside the uh, inside the so I need no inside the delete button. So that's the delete button. So I was making mistake in the comment, and I'm going to call this function from here because I set the keyword export, and we need to pass in inside it the elements. And to be able to access to the elements, what we're going to do, we are going to use them from the context API, from the use app context hook. And the only difference that we are going to make, so the component property, it's going to accept it as the item because this is what we're using for each component. So this is basically how we can be able to delete this function by reusing another function to be able to save some time. And also another thing that when we close this window, we need to set the component as null. And so So the thing that I did, if we go to the header functional component and in the close the window function, so I added the set selected component as null because the problem that I found when I delete a function or a component like this and I go to add a new component, because the selected component is still filled with the information. So because we're using it to be able to show the information inside the components editor, I have all the information load up, and this is what I don't want. And now we can be able to access to the component by clicking on here or on here. So if I click on here, as you can see, we're going to open up the component that we clicked on. And also if we click on here, the same thing is going to happen. So let's try it with this component. And also, for example, if I do a change in here and I hit save, and if we go back in here, we're going to see the same change since we're using the same array to be able to extract the information from and show them in this in the UI. So we're going to do the same logic that we did for the project component. Because we already did it in here, we are going to use this function and reuse it to have that kind of result. So what I did, I took the component that was inside the single favorite component and I took it outside of it and I added the export keyword, and also inside the open component we need to add all of these elements so we can use them inside this function. So I add them as a prompt, and then if we go to the modify button, so we're going to call this function by passing inside of it all of these elements inside with the on-click event listener. And also we're going to do the same thing for the text of the component when we click on. So once we created this, then we can call this function again inside the all favorites component or window, which is this one. So first we need to call or import this component, and we are going, so we already have all of these elements. We called them from the context API. So the only thing that I added is the open components editor, because this is what we are going to use also in the prompt. And also I added it in the on-click event listener, and also for the text. So that's for the text, and also that's for the edit button. And this is how we can basically open up our component just from here. So the only function that I need to create for this window, and that's going to be probably the last thing, is before the search, um, is this button. So what I want is, first we need to create our component. When we click on the filter, we need to show all the projects in here, and also some checkbox to be able to click on and filter all the elements by project, especially if we have in a lot of components and we want to dig and to be able to filter stuff out and access right away to the component much easier. So next I created this filter dropdown. So for better user experience, so we're gonna use the search bar to be able to search for the project that we want to, and access to it easier. And also we're gonna have the in here the project that we selected. So if we have a bunch of projects in here and we don't know which one has been selected, so we can unselect it just from here. And of course, this list to be able to show all the unique projects so we can be able to select from. And also for each project, we're going to show how many favorite components that this project share. So the first thing that I want to show you how to be able to create this. So I'm creating this filter drop down functional component, and inside of it, so we're gonna have a bunch of JSX. So we're gonna start from the parents div, and as you can see, so this is the actual utility classes that we're using. So the same thing that we did for the drop down in here. So I just copied it from the drop down, and just I did some of the adjustments to be able to meet our needs. And next, I created this search bar functional component, and this is the utility class for it. And also, I set the width as 100% to be able to take up all the whole width. And also, I shrinked a little bit the height. And the next thing, I added this part to be able to select the project that we want to. I added this divider. And in this div, we're gonna add all our projects. And I just copied this and pasted these projects like this, or I duplicated them just to make sure that's how it's gonna work or how it's gonna look like when I have a lot of projects in here, and I think things are looking that good. So of course, when we start making this functionable, we're not gonna do this. So what I did, I created uh, this parent container that has this gray color, and then we're going to put inside of it the project, and we're using the checkbox from the MUI, and of course the name of the project with the span tag. And then here we are showing the numbers or the number, we're going to show the number of components that this project share and or that this component shares. So that's basically how we can be able to create this uh, functional component. But the hardest part is going to be how to make this functionable, and this is what we are going to work in. And the next thing that I added is to be able to open up our filter dropdown. So when we click on the button, so as you can see, it's going to be opened at the right position. So the same thing that we did for the drop down inside the all projects window. And when I click outside, it's going to be closed. And also for the mobile view screen, so also we can be able to see our filter drop down, and just to make the mobile screen like this. And as you can see, we can be able to even see our filter drop down clearly. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you all the steps that I did to be able to make this happening. And inside the context API, so what I did, I created these two variables, the open filter dropdown and the filter dropdown positions, to be able to store the positions. And then we're going to go to the all favorite component, and specifically we're going to go to the header. And first we need to access and store the top and the left positions. And to be able to do so, so we're going to go to the um, button, and I added this function. I called it open filter dropdown function. That's going to be linked to the on-click event listener. And then we're going to open up our filter dropdown, and then we're going to get the top and the left positions by using the get bounding client rect. And after that, we need to create a reference to be able to access to the dropdown inside the DOM, or the button inside the DOM. And this is what we did. So I created it inside the button ref, and this is going to be of course linked to the ref of the button. And so after that, what we're going to do, we're going to go back to the filter dropdown. And so we're going to need the filter dropdown positions and the open filter dropdown to be able to access to these variables. So this is going to be added first inside the display property. So if it is true, we're going to use flex, otherwise we're going to use none, and make sure to delete the flex from the utility classes inside the class name. And also we're going to add the top and the left. So now we stored the top and the left positions, and we're going to add them inside the div. And of course, we're going to add some pixels to make sure that it's going to be. So let's open this up. It's going to be shown at this position instead of being shown on where we click. So it's not going to look that right. And also we use the is mobile view in here in the training operator. So if it is true, we're going to push it a little bit uh, to more to the left than if the is mobile view is not true. Just to make sure that it's going to be seen in the mobile screen view. And then to be able to, when we click outside of our drop down, so this is the code that we're going to use, the same thing that we did for the other drop down to be able to close it whenever we click outside of it. And also, lastly, inside the all favorites component, just to make sure that the arrow icon are going to be changing depending on the state, whether the drop down is opened or not, we're going to use this simple ternary operator. And that's basically how we can be able to make this uh, opening or closing dependent whether we clicked on this button or not. So the next thing that I added is the unique projects that their components has we set as favorite. And also we're gonna show only the unique projects. So like for now, because we're having three components that are set to favorite inside the form project, so we're having just one, and the number is three. And for the button, because we're having just one component, and we're having only one project that has this component. So that's why we're having one. So, and also if, for example, if we set all of these as not favorite, and the thing that we are going to see is that the button it's unclickable. So only if we just have at least one component as favorite, then we can be able to open up this button. So first, what we are going to do, we're going to go to the filter drop down. And the first thing that we need to do, we need to get the unique project depending on whether that their component has at least one favorite component. And this is the actual code that we are gonna run. So we're gonna use the all projects, of course, and then what we're going to do, we are going to filter by the component is favorite, and we're going to store the actual components or projects inside the components inside the favorite component. Then we're going to make the count by using the length property. Then we're going to return the project and the favorite count. So those are going to be, so this is a property that is going to be added, and we're going to filter out by the uh, project that favorite count. So if it is true, then we're going to just show the projects that there the has favorite count is uh, is true, or the favorite count. So if this condition is true, then we can be able to show the actual project inside. Um, so let me add something in here, and as you can see here, we can be able to show the elements or the project in here. And to be able to make this disabled whenever we don't have anything yet. So the thing that we're going to do, we're going to go to the all favorite components and make sure to add the all favorite components in here, and we're going to use it inside the inline style. So if we're having at least one number, meaning that the length is upper than 0, the opacity is going to be 1, otherwise it's going to be half. And the disabled property, the same thing that we did for it. So if the length is more than 0, it's going to be false, otherwise it's going to be true. And now we can be able to select the element. So when we click on forms, as you can see, the project that we selected, it's going to appear in here. And if we click on the buttons, so the selection is going to change, but also the element in here as well. And if we click on the close button, so as you can see, the selection, it's going to be um, turned off. So let's go back to the VS Code and show you the logic that I use to be able to do this. And the first thing that we're going to do, we are going to create a selected project to filter variable that it's going to change depending on the click of the actual element. And so we are going to create this handle project select. So that's the function to be able to handle the click whenever we are clicking on the checkbox. And if we go to the checkbox um, object from the MUI, so whenever we click on this, we are going to trigger this function, and we're going to pass inside of it the project.name. And the checked value, it's going to be dependent upon whether the selected project to filter is equal to the project dot name. And here, if we go a little bit up in here, we are going to show the the project that we selected dependent on this statement. So if the selected project to filter is true, then we're going to show this element. And when we click on the close button, this function is going to be triggered, so we can be able to set the project to filter to null. And in here, I need to add the cursor pointer so we can have it whenever we hover over the selected project. And that's basically the logic that I used to be able to create that kind of functionality. And now we can be able to search for the project that we want to. And if we click, if we type in our search input, as you can see, we're gonna uh, have this live search. And if we don't find any projects, we're gonna have a simple text telling us that the project, no projects found. And we're having this button to be able to clear the search or the input when we click on it. So let's go back to the VS Code, and what we're going to do in the filter dropdown, we're going to create a new variable state called search input. And after that, we're going to pass it inside the search bar component. And we need to add these prompts. So inside the search bar, so we're going to take this search input from the parent component and we're going to link it to the input by using the value property. And also, we created this onChange event listener. So whenever we are typing in our input field, we are going to update the set search input. And of course, we're creating this reference, this input ref for the focus. So whenever the open filter dropdown is true, then this we are going to set the focus to our inputs and also make sure to add um, the open filter dropdown from the context API in here by using this use up context hook. And also, and if we go back to the parent component, we're creating this filtered project. So we're going to filter out by using this method dependent on the search input. So we're going to return only the projects that has the search or the query that we are typing, and we're going to use this. We're going to use it in the filtered projects that mob function. And also I added this, so if the length is 0, we're going to return this simple div. And also I added the another element inside the search bar. I added this close button, so it's going to be only appearing when the search input is not empty. And when we click on it, the search input is going to be updated to an empty string. And also another thing that I added inside the all favorites component, because um, the problem that I found is because this search was the focus of this search was working like this because we're using the set timeout. And so the focus is always gonna be working no matter what we used or the focus that we're using in another input field. And to be able to fix this problem, we are going to only use this line if the open filter dropdown is false. So when we click on here, we can get our focus to the search input, and then we are going to leave it from the search input. But if as soon as I click outside of this, the focus is going to go back to the search input. So I think that everything is working well. So the next thing that I need to do is I need to find a way to pass the information or the project that we clicked on inside the project component. So when I click on form, only what we're going to see in here are the components that have the form as a project name. So now we can be able to filter effectively by the project that we want. So if I click on form, as you can see, we're going to see only the components inside the forms or the project that has the name forms. And also I added this part just to note that first we are filtering we are using the filter, and also we can be able to just cancel the filter from here without having to go and open up this open drop down or this filter drop down, which can be a little bit tedious. So, and also another thing that I added when I click right now on the project that I want to filter by, this drop down, it's going to be closed. So let's start by adding this, explaining this logic that I added. So the first thing that I did, I took the selected project to filter variable state into the context API so it can be accessible by the all components, all favorite components. And so let's go a little bit up in here. And this is the actual variable, and make sure to add it in other places like the default state and the app context type. And if we go back, if we go at the bottom, make sure to add it in here inside the selected project to filter object. So, and also if we go to the filter drop down, because we had this in the local scope inside the filter drop down. So now we're going to add it to use it from here, from the context API, from the higher hierarchy of our application. And for the other, the names, so it's not going to be changing because we use the same name. So now we can be able to access to this variable state. Then we're going to go back to the all favorite component. And we're going to go to the component list, and we need to call this selected project to filter. And inside this filter by search input, we're going to do this modification. So based on the selected project to filter, so if it is not null, we are going to use this, and we're going to use the dot filter, another filter layer, to be able to filter out the to use the selected project to filter, and check it with the project name of each element. Otherwise, we're gonna use this. So that's the pretty much that's the only thing that I added to be able to make this filtering happening. So it's pretty simple. And also to be able to add this, what we can do is we can go. So what we can do, we can go to the components number. So that's the functional component. And in here, I added this whole part. And also we are going to rely on the selected project to filter. So only if it is not null, then we are going to show this, and we are going to show the selected project to filter. And when we click on the closing icon, we are going to set it to, so need to set it to null in here. And that's pretty much it. So this is how we can be able to create this. And finally, to be able to, whenever we click on this, we close the actual icon or actual drop down. So inside the filter drop down, so what we can do, we are going to go to the, so let me go to the, sorry guys for this. So what we're going to do, we're going to add this at the bottom of this function. Then I created this component for this search bar. So what we want in here when when we are typing depending on the results, we want to show the results for both projects and component, and we want to be able to access from them just just from here. So that's going to be the design of this live search bar component. So let's go back to the VS Code, and I created this function. I called it just live search bar, and it's going to be inside this page. So of course we need to use the live search bar component, and we need to put it in here and in the root page of the dashboard. And uh, so I'm going to start talking about this component. So we're having in this parent div the fixed position, the width is going to be 25%. Of course, flex and flex colon, a little bit shadow, the border, and I added a slight um, grade of border just to be able to see what's in the top, and for the remaining elements, so we're having the top and the left. So of course, when we start working on this live search bar and making functionable, so we're going to change the top and the left. Then we're having this for the projects and this for the components. So let's untoggle this. So this for the projects headline. And so just to be able to see how things are looking, so it's gonna just be a mockup um, design. And once we start working on the elements on this, so we're not gonna hard code these divs. So we're having the flex and the flex column, so you can be able to make these elements stacked at top of each other. So I'm going to just show you the single project element. So that's the JSX of it. So we're having this div. We created this div, and inside of it, we're going to add this icon. So the reason why we added the code icon inside this div, just to make sure that it's going to be inside the circle, and this for the name. So that's pretty much for the single project, and we're gonna do the same thing for the component. So let's untoggle this. So we're doing the same thing. So the only difference here, I added underneath the component name, the project name, and as you can see, so this is the project to be able, for example, we can have two components that have the same name, and to be able to differentiate them, we can use this as to guide us. And here for the icon, so we're going to use this icon or another icon, so it's going to be static since the components don't have any icon. And so that's pretty much for our design. So it's pretty simple to create. And next we're going to start working on making this functionable. So now only if we type in something into the search, then we can be able to see our component at the right position. And if we click outside of, or if we click on the close button, so it's going to be closed as well. So let's go back to the VS Code, and the first thing that I did, I created two variable states. I created the main search query to be able to save our input, and also the live search positions to be able to save the left and the top positions. And next, what we are going to do, we are going to go to the page where we are using the live search bar. And this is going to be only dependent upon the show search bar and the main search query, meaning that if they are both true, then we can be able to show the live search bar. And the reason why I want to do so, like only if I type in something, then I can be able to show it. I don't want to show the live search bar when this open because it doesn't make any sense. We need to type in something before we can be able to show our component. And also the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to go to the top bar, and inside the search bar, we need to get the top and the left position when we clicked on the search bar. And to be able to do so, because we already created the handle clicked search bar, so what we are going to add is this to be able to get that by using the get bounding client React. So we're going to store all our objects inside the React, then we're going to extract the top and the left properties, and we are going to store each one in its own variable. Then we are going to update our live search positions by adding the top and the left inside the its searcher. And I think that's how we can be able to create this. And finally, what we're going to do, we're going to go to the drop down. or into the actual functional component. And in the inline style, we're going to use the top and the left, and also we're going to use the live search positions. And we're going to extract the top and the left. So for the top, we're going to assign it to the top, of course. And I added the 50 pixels so we can be able to have more space to be able to show it in here. And then we're gonna do the same thing for the left position. So that's basically how we can be able to do this. And also another thing that I forgot and I was going to forget is the so where we are going to actually store whatever we are typing. And what we're going to do, we're going to use, we're going to go back to the top bar. And so we're going to go to the input search bar. And we're going to use here the main search query object. So that's the main reason why we created that. And we added it in the context API so we can be able to use it in other components. And so we're going to get the main search query and the set main search query. And this one is going to be linked to the value of the input. And whenever we are doing a change inside the input, we're going to update the main set query by its own setter. So that's basically how to be able to do this. So the next part is to make this fully functionable, meaning that when I'm typing stuff, I need to get results dependent on what I'm typing. And now our live search bar is fully working. So if I type in button, or BU, as you can see, we're going to have these results. And because we found the same results or results inside the projects and the components, so we're going to show them both. And also notice we're having this because we can't show all the results in here because it's going to take a lot of space in terms of height. So to fix this, we're going to add this link. So when we click on here, we are going to show the whole window. But for now, I'm just creating this showing the results for the projects and the components. And if we don't find anything, so we're going to have this message. And if we, for example, if we find only the result for the project. So as you can see, we're gonna have this result, and notice right now we don't have the actual link. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you what I did to be able to do this. So the first thing is we're going to create these areas. So the first one is for the filtered projects, and the second one is the filtered components. And all which what we are going to do is we are going to use the filter method. So here we are going to use the filter method because we're going to use directly the all projects. And here we're going because the components, uh, so I'm going to open that up just to show you the structure of our projects because the components area inside the project and we need to access into it. So let's go back to the to our component. And so we're going to use the dot components dot filter. Then we're going to use this to be able to get our results. And here we're going to do the changes. So for the project's results or for this one, we're going to show this message only if the filtered components and filtered projects, their length are 0. And this for the projects, filtered projects. So we're going to show this if the length is more than 0. And then to be able to show only the 3 first elements, we're going to use the slice method. And for the more button, we're going to use this. So only if we're having more than variables or elements, then we can be able to show this. And this is the kind of logic that we are doing to be able to calculate how many projects available. And we are going to do the same thing for the components results. So I'm not gonna repeat this. So we are going to use the same logic to be able to get that kind of results. So the next thing that I'm going to work on is when I click on this, I need to get into the project, or if I click on this, I need to open this and put in the search query to be able to get all the elements or projects that we are looking for. So now when we are looking for Uh, when we are having our results, so when we click on the project, so as you can see, I'm gonna be headed to the project that I want. So let's try this another time. So also we're gonna go to the actual project that we clicked on, and the best part is if we click on two more projects available, I'm going to be headed towards this window. And here I'm adding the search query from the main search query variable state so I can be able to get the results that I want. So I started only by the projects part, then I'm going to work on the components part. So let's go back to the VS Code and we're going to go to our component and we're going to start creating our function. So whenever we are clicking on one of the items, so this is the function that we're going to use. And also make sure to add the variables from the use context because I added many of them. So make sure to add them in here to be able to use them. So first we're going to find our project and we're going to use the find method for this. Then we're gonna check if the find project is true. Then we're gonna execute all of these code, all of this logic to be able to open up our component page. So first we're going to update the selected project by the project that we found, and we're going to open up the component page. Then we're going to close the live search bar. Then we're going to hide the search bar and reset the search query. So that's for the project that we found, and I'm going to go to the more button. So in here, what we're going to do, we're going just to hide the search bar. Then we are going to open up our all projects window. So we need to go to the all projects window because we need to use this main search query object, and we're going to use the set main search query. So in the header, I'm using it inside the close the window function to be able to update or reset the main search query, but we need to go to the search bar, and here inside this use effect, we are going to see if the length of the main search query is more than 0. Then we are going to update the search query that we are using inside the all projects window by the main search query from here so we can be able to get the results that we want like we did the search by ourselves. And this is how we can be able to programmatically, program this. And finally, another thing the um, inside the top bar. So another thing um, inside the top bar, inside the top bar. So what I did in here, so if we go a little bit up, what I did, I added the open live search bar here. So to prevent that when I'm clicking on here, it's not going to be closed. So you can all of these functions that I created will work. So the next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to work on the components side. So now when we click, let's type in this word so you can be able to get these results. And when we click on form 4, as you can see, I'm gonna be headed automatically to the component page showing the project forms, and straight away I can be able to access to the component that I want because we're using the search query inside this search input. And if I go back and I click on here again, as you can see, our search query or the main search query is going to be reset. So the first thing that I need to show you is how to be able to create this search query inside this component page. And what we're going to do um, inside the page.tsx, what we are going to do, we are going to create, inside the component page, we're going to create this search input variable to be able to store what we are type in. And here inside the toolbar, because this is what we're having our input, and we're adding these parameters. And in the top bar, as you can see, to be able to use these parameters, we need to add them as props. And for the search input, it's going to be linked to the input that we are using um, inside the search bar part. So that's what we are doing. So we're taking the value of the input equal to the search input. And the onChange event listener, so whenever we are updating our input, we are going to update simultaneously the search input by using the set search input. And also, another thing that I added is the input ref and the show component page variable. It's going to be as an array dependency. So whenever we are opening this page, we are going to set the focus to this input. And now, if we go back to the component page, so we can take this search input and use it and pass it down inside the all components. So that's why we put it in the parent component of the top bar and the all components. So let's go in here, and we're going to accept the search input as a prop. And so here we are going to take this search input, and we are going to do our filtering to be able to filter the input that we want based on the search input. And that's basically what we're doing. So we're using this turning operator to make sure that if the search input is not null, then we can be able to get to this code. Otherwise, we're going to return true just to avoid having any troubles and any mistakes. And so that's basically how we can be able to do our search. So that's it's gonna help us. So whenever we are clicking in here, so as you can see, we're taking what we clicked on or the name of the component, and we're updating it inside the main search query, and we're using it to be able to add it in here. So I'm going to show you how to be able to do so. But first, let's start talking about the first step. When I click on this, what's going to happen inside the function. So if we go to the components page, so if we go to the components page, or if we go, to the main page, and we are going to access to the live, I think, no, I think it's the component page. Sorry guys for that, things starts getting a little bit complex, and to be honest with you, sometimes I get lost in the code. So that's the functional component, the live search bar, and what we are going to do, we're going to go to the filtered components part, and we're going to add this on-click event listener, and we're going to use this function, and we're going to pass inside of it the component. So, and the first thing that we're going to do, we need to get the name of, we need to get the actual project. So, because we're going to use it inside the selected project, so we can be able to so when we are going to the component page, so we can be able to use that to show the elements inside the component page. So we're gonna close the live search bar and also hide the search bar and open the components page, and then we're going to take the component.name and we are going to update it or put it inside the main search query, because this is what we're going to use inside the component page, specifically in the top bar. And if we go to the component page, and so let's go to the top bar. And as you can see in here, we're adding this use effect. Um, if the components page is true and the main search query is not empty, then we're going to update this search input, which is the local search input of this page, with the main search query. So this is how we can be able to access to the component that we clicked on. And this is how we can be able to get the kind of results that I just showed you. And just from here, if we're having a lot of components, all we have to do is just access to them from here in a much easier way. And also another thing, when we click back, we need to update the the main search query. And so as you can see right now, if we click again on the search components, we're not gonna find anything. And to be able to do this, what we're going to do, we're gonna go to the top bar again, or yeah, in the top bar, and we're gonna go to the button, the back button. So that's the div. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna just add this set main search query. So make sure to add this just to avoid having that kind of problem. And there you have it. So right now our search bar or main search bar is completely empty. And the next thing that I added is this copy button to be able just to copy the GSX if we want to. And also, if we go a little bit down, we're having a lot of code in here. And as you can see, we're having these three dots, and we are gonna truncate the code so to avoid having a long piece of code and not making the actual page longer. So I'm going to show you how to be able to do this. And first, inside the all components, functional components, we're going to add this function truncate string. And this is the function, so it's going to accept the string and the number as props. So if the length of the string is less than the number, then we're going to just return the whole string. Otherwise, we are going to slice the string from the beginning to the number that we set. Then we're going to add the three dots at the end. And this is what we're doing inside the syntax highlighter. We're using this function. And the two arguments are the component.code and the 600. And finally, we're going to add um, this icon, this copy icon, and we're gonna use the copy success as a variable state to be able to switch between if we copied or not. So we're gonna use the same principle if you remember. in the component editor. And if we go a little bit up in here, so the state that we're going to use the copy success and to be able to save our state. And also we're going to call this function the copy code just to be able to copy our code into the navigator that clipboard. And here we're going to change the copy states from true to false after 1400 milliseconds. And when we click on the icon button, so this function it's going to be triggered. So after we finished all the functionalities of our application, now we're going to move on into the backend, and we need to store our projects into the database. And so the first thing that we're going to do, we need first to store. We're going to use the post method, but also we need to get them from the database, and we're going to use the get method. But before we can be able to do this, we need to create our schema. So that's going to be the project schema. So for the component schema, we're having the ID, the name, the program, or the project name, the code, the is favorites, and the created ads. All of these are going to be the schema or the structure of the component schema. And then we're going to create our project schema, and this is how we are going to create our schema. And the components, it's going to be an array of the component schema that we created up here. And then we're going to create our project model. So basically it is the same. So that's how we can create schema into the database. So the same that we did for the user schema. So the only thing that is different are the properties. So once we did this, what we're going to do, we're going to create a new folder inside the API folder, and we're going to create our route.js. So right now I just created the post method and the get method. So the post method is going to, so it's a function to be able to create and insert a new collection into our database. So we're gonna get from the client the name, the icon, the Clerk user ID, and the components. And then we're going to connect to our MongoDB by using this function that we already created, And then we're going to create our new projects by using this project schema. And those are the elements that we are uh, going to use to be able to insert them into the database based on the information that we got from the client. And then we're going to save our project. Then we're going to return the actual project or the array into the client so you can be able to use it and show it into our UI. And this for the get method, what we're going to do, like if we go to the Thunder client, so this is how I tested my API. And as you can see, we're going to use this query. So the query, it's going to be the Clerk or the parameter name. It's going to be the Clerk user ID. And the value, it's going to be this because that's the ID that Clerk assigned to the user. So we can be able to just show the information or the projects for this user that has been signed in. And so basically everything goes well. So we're having this 200 OK message. It means that, and this is the result that we're having. So I want to make sure that everything is working well before I use the fetch method into the client. So basically right now everything is working well. So if we go to the context API, we're going to do some modifications here. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to get the user ID from Clerk. So if we go up in here, as you can see, we're getting all of these information from the user hook provided by Clerk. And we're going to add these in the use effect as an array dependency. And only if the is loaded and the is sign in are true, then we're going to fetch the all project. So I added the new because I was testing it with the other function. And that's the function that we're going to use. So we're going to use the fetch method, and this is the URL based on what we did inside the get method. So we're going to do the same thing. So the only variable it's going to be the user ID, and this is what we're doing. So we're adding it here, and we're getting the data from the server. And then if the data.projects is not null, then we're going to sort this, and then we're going to update the set all projects, but also the set sorted projects. So the only thing that we changed is we changed from the all data that we used locally from here, and we changed it by the data.projects from the server. So as you can see right now, everything is working fine. There is no bug for the moment. So the next thing that I need to do is to be able to delete the actual project from the database. So now we can be able to delete the project. So if we click on this window, and if let's click on this one, and if we click on delete, so as you can see, project deleted successfully. And if we reload the page, so the project that has been deleted is not here anymore because everything is stored into the database. And so first, what we're going to do, we're going to create our delete uh, method into our route. And first, we're going to get the URL, and then we're going to use this. We're going to use the project ID, the parameter, and so we're using this if the project ID uh, is null. So we're going to return this message, and then we're going to use the find one and delete method from Mongoose to be able to delete that ID. Then we're checking this, and everything goes well. We're going to return this message. And also, if we go to delete window, because this is what the function that we're using to be able to delete the project. So I did so many things in here. So we are going to set this. So if the selected project that ID is null, so we are going to just show this message, and we're going to use the fetch method with the delete method, and we're going to use the selected project.id, which is the URL, which is the value in our URL parameter. And so basically all of this, it's going to remain the same. So that's how we can be able to delete successfully our project from the database. So the next thing that I'm going to work on is the editing of the project. So when I edit the project, also it's going to be saved into the database. And now we can be able to edit the project. So if we open up the all projects window, and let's say we want to update this one, and so let's add this text, and also we're going to update the actual icon and click on editing project. And if we reload the page, so all the information that we edited will remain. Um, so let's go back to the route.js, and we need to create the put method for this. And this is the put method. So we are going to get the project ID as parameter from the URL. Then we are going to get only the name and the icon because those are the things that we are going to change right now. And then we are going to update by the ID and find by ID and update function used from Mongoose to be able to make this update. Then we are going to return the actual project from the server to the client so you can be able to use it to make the updates into the UI. And then we are going to go to the add project window because this is where we are using the edit the project. So here we're going to use, so we are doing some checks in here and we're going to use this fetch method and this is the route that we're going to use. And then we are going to get the data from the server and then we're going to so this it's gonna still the same and then we're going to make the updates into the UI. So this is how we can be able to edit. And one thing that I forgot is to be able to add the project. So that's what I'm gonna work on. Then I'll be back to explain what I did. So the only thing that I need to do, I need so where is the edit or the add function? So the add function, so this is what we need to adjust to be able to add a project into our database. So now we can be able to add a new project. So let's type in something randomly like this, and I'm going to choose another icon and let's hit add. And if we reload the page, so we're gonna find our project still in the database. So we're going to go straight to the add project window and inside the add new project function. So this is the change that we made. We added this try and catch block and we're going to use the fetch method with the post method, and the post method we already created it in our route to be able to add a new project and to test things out. And then we're going to return the project that we added inside the added project. Then we're going to add it inside uh, our all projects. Then we're going to return this just as success. So that's pretty simple to be able to create our project. So now we can be able to delete, show, and modify and create our project. So now we're gonna go to the component side to be able to add and delete and edit our components. So now we can be able to add, delete, and edit the component. So let's open up our project, and here I created a new component. So this component, I'm going to be able to edit it. So let's type in edit and let's hit save. And as you can see, the component has been updated successfully. And if I reload the page, so we're gonna still find our changes for the component. So that's awesome. Then we can be able to add a new component, and if we hit enter, so as you can see, the component, if we reload the page, the component has been added. And also finally, we can be able to delete the component. So if we click on delete, as you can see, it has been deleted successfully. So let's go back to our VS Code. Then the first thing that we need to do, we're going to update our put method. And here we're going to accept both project ID and component ID. And also we added the component here from the client. Then we're going to use this if statement just to know which action that we are going to use when it comes to the component. So if we use the add component, then we are going to use the push to the component inside the project, if we use the update component, we're going um, to add these elements. To be honest with you, that's the first time that I'm gonna see this. Thanks to the AI to be able to help me to create this. And finally, we're having the delete component. And for the other uh, part, when it comes to updating the project, so it's gonna still be the same. So that's basically how we can be able to update our components and the project. And as you can see, the method is a little bit long. So, but things are working. And now we're going to go to the component editor and we're going to make changes in both update existing component and also add component. And those are the changes that I made for these components. And then I'm going to go to the delete window. And also I made a change inside the delete project window. And those are the delete component function, and those are the delete or the adjustment that I did to be able to delete successfully the component. So one last thing I think is to be able to update the state whenever I change the is favorite state, and also I need when I'm duplicating the component, also it needs to be saved into the database.